The Lordship War game has descended. 1 million players worldwide will be randomly selected and transported to the Beast continent. I was lying in bed playing Honor of Kings, right in the middle of a crucial team fight, when the voice slammed into my head like a gong. Everyone in the dorm heard it. I froze, and a line of text appeared on my phone screen. Congratulations, lucky contestant. You have been selected to enter the Lordship War game. Before I could even process it, I blurted, "What the hell?" A beam of white light swallowed me whole. When I opened my eyes again, I was inside a shabby wooden cabin. A glowing screen floated in front of me. Chosen one, welcome to the Beast continent. Dragons, titans, angels, and demons live here, as do elves, dwarves, beastmen, and the undead. Your mission is to recruit subjects, gather resources, build an army, and unite this planet under your rule. Pay close attention to loyalty. Below 60, subjects will slack off. Below 50, they will flee. Below 30, they will rebel and defect to the enemy. Therefore, treat your people well and keep them fed. You have a 10-day beginner protection period. After 10 days, the first monster tide will attack. Every lord receives 1 talent draw. Talents span 7 ranks, from D to SSS. Drawing now, I stared at the message, my heart pounding. Congratulations. You have drawn the only SSS rank talent on the entire server, Divine Enhancement. Divine Enhancement. You may enhance any living creature or object, causing a quantitative or qualitative transformation. The greater the transformation, the more mana it consumes. I shot to my feet beside the bed. The only one on the whole server. I had played more lordship games than I could count and always dreamed of becoming a real lord. Now the dream had come true, and I had begun with the only SSS ranked talent in the entire game. I could even feel that this body was more than twice as strong as my old one. My status panel unfolded. Player, Tang Feng Tier, 1 Common Lord. Health, 100 mana 100. Attack, 5, Defense, 2, Strength 8. Talent, Divine Enhancement. Inventory, Inferior Steel Saber, 1 Spellbook. Quest, develop your territory and withstand the monster tide in 10 days. I opened my inventory, and a rusty, battered saber landed in my hand with a clang. I'm supposed to be a lord, and this scrap of iron is all I get. I raised my hand to enhance it, then stopped. First, I should see whether the talent worked on me. I pointed at myself. White light wrapped around my entire body. You have consumed 100 mana to enhance yourself into an elite lord. My panel changed in a flash. 1,000 health, 1,000 mana, 80 strength, and 50 attack. Every stat had increased tenfold. Now that's what I'm talking about. I immediately tried to enhance myself again and advance to legendary rank. The result? Nothing happened. Each target can only be enhanced once. Fair enough. Even an SSS rank talent had limits. I looked down at the broken saber and shuddered at the thought. Good thing I didn't enhance this first, or I wouldn't have had enough mana left to enhance myself. I tapped it. When the white light faded, the rusty old saber had become a razor-sharp weapon radiating an icy chill. Frost Saber's superior magic artifact attack, plus 100 inflicts freeze, slowing any target struck. 1 slash, 1 kill. I fastened the saber at my waist, then enhanced the spellbook. The red leather volume opened. Fireball. Learn. I enhanced the book first. Complete Book of Elementary Fire Magic. Fireball. Wall of Fire. Flame of Light. Learn. Learn it. The book dissolved into light and entered my mind. In an instant, I mastered an entire collection of fire spells. As satisfying as that was, the moment I opened my territory information, I sobered up. Main City Village. Territory 0.39 square miles. Population 5. Army 0. Resources 0 gold coins. 22 pounds of food. All other resources at 0. I stared at that row of zeros, the corner of my mouth twitching. So I'm a lord with nothing to my name but my life. I opened the Dragon Nation forum. 20,000 people were online under their real names and photos, and the chat was racing by. I was halfway through taking a dump when I got teleported here. I don't even have toilet paper. I drew a garbage D-rank talent. It gives my soldiers 1 extra point of health. Amazing. I, Zhao Ritian, drew an A-rank double amplification talent. This is awesome. There are red-furred rats outside bigger than wild boars. I'm a girl. How am I supposed to survive? I kept scrolling. D-rank talents were everywhere. C-rank talents were less common, and hardly anyone had drawn B rank or higher. As for S rank or above, not a single player had announced one. I touched the frost saber at my waist and smiled. Mine was the only one on the entire server. There was no need to rush. I checked the international forums next. Every country was bragging about its best talents. Someone from Korea drew an A-rank talent that doubles troop health. Bonsai. Taro Okamuru of Japan drew an S-rank talent that multiplies drop rates by 10. S-rank is nothing. Colonel Mike from the United States drew an SS rank 10-fold amplification talent. 10 times the drop rate and 10-fold amplification. Talents above S rank truly were outrageous. But compared with my one-of-a-kind SSS rank talent, they were still in a different league. I closed the panel and looked around the cabin. It had a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and storage room. It was poor, but livable. I pushed open the door and stepped outside. Wilderness stretched in every direction. Monsters roared like thunder in the distant mountains. Birds of prey shrieked overhead, and green-furred wolves the size of calves chased herds of deer across the grassland. This place was terrifyingly primitive. Beside the cabin stood an even smaller shack. Four emaciated farmers sat weakly in the grass outside, soaking up the sun. The instant they saw me, all four scrambled upright and dropped to their knees. "My lord, you've finally arrived. We've been starving for almost 7 days. If you hadn't come, we'd have met our maker. The heavens have blessed us with a lord so valiant, handsome, wise, and magnificent." The flattery came thick and fast. Information hovered above each of their heads. The human farmer health 20 strength 2 loyalty 70 condition, starving. Air, sand, and sea all had identical stats. I had planned to put them straight to work, but seeing them so starved, I couldn't bring myself to do it. "Get up. There's a little food in the kitchen. Go cook something for yourselves." "Thank you, my lord. You are truly merciful." The four kowtowed again and again. Then they followed me into the kitchen, set a pot over the fire, added rice and wild greens, and cooked more than half a pot of porridge. They filled the first bowl and offered it to me with both hands. I took a sip. It wasn't bad. Only then did the four men dig in. They scraped the pot so clean that not a single drop remained. Their complexions visibly improved after the meal. I checked their information again. Condition: good. Loyalty: 75. I raised an eyebrow. One meal had increased their loyalty by 5 points. The system's earlier instruction immediately returned to me. Keep them fed. So feeding them genuinely raised loyalty. If I had ordered them to work first and fed them afterward, I wouldn't have gained a single point. I was about to assign their jobs when a thought struck me. I had divine enhancement. I would test it onto first. I raised my hand and pointed at him. Golden light erupted. Da's body expanded with a boom. In an instant, he stood 12 or 13 feet tall, a mountain of muscle that made the little cabin look small. His information updated. The Titan farmer. Health 1000, attack 100, defense 30, strength 300, loyalty 100. They had become a Titan farmer. He stood 12 or 13 feet tall, massive as a hill. His strength was 300, 150 times higher than before. His loyalty had also jumped straight to 100. Divine enhancement is insane. I was ecstatic. Air, sand, and sea stared up at Da, mouths wide enough to swallow their fists. None of them could say a word. "Great Lord, you are the God who remade me." Da dropped to his knees with a crash and kowtowed 3 times. I had transformed him from a farmer on the verge of starvation into this towering giant. The favor was greater than heaven itself, so maximum loyalty made perfect sense. I raised my hand and enhanced the other 3. For bursts of golden light later, for human mountains stood before me. Every one of them had 100 loyalty, and they knelt in unison to thank me. I checked my status. The enhancements had cost 400 mana in total, 100 for each Titan farmer. The greater the qualitative transformation, the more mana it required. Air and sand, go hunting. Sea, go cut timber. As you command. The 3 men picked up axes and sickles that had grown enormous along with them, then strode away. "My lord, you haven't given me a task yet." They looked at me expectantly. I waved a hand. "Come explore with me." A faint barrier enclosed the lord's courtyard and several hundred yards of surrounding land. Red-furred giant rats and green-furred wolves charged at it one after another, only to be thrown back. This was the 10-day protection barrier. I led to through it. Something squealed in the grass. A red-furred giant rat the size of a young wild boar shot out, bared its teeth, and lunged at me. Red-furred giant rat tier. 1 mutant beast, health 30, attack 6. Back on Earth, I had only been a college student. I would have thought twice about fighting this thing. Now, 1 fireball would do it. I had just raised my hand when he charged forward and brought his huge axe down from above. Crack! The red-furred giant rat split in half. A unit under your command has killed a red-furred giant rat. You have gained 3 EXP. I paused. I gained experience even when I didn't make the kill myself. As long as my troops killed the monster, the credit went to me. That was useful. With an army of 10,000, the experience would pile up like a mountain. I wonder how I'm supposed to loot the corpse. I rubbed my chin. The moment I said it, the body flashed white, and several gold coins popped out. You have obtained 66 pounds of rat meat, 1 beast hide, and 3 gold coins. I could collect the loot with a thought. Good. We continued forward and found 2 more red-furred giant rats. Without waiting for an order, Da rushed them with his axe and chased one down, killing it with a single swing. I blasted the other with a fireball. You have gained 33 EXP. I stared at the number. Da's kill gave me only 3 EXP, but killing one myself gave me 33. 10 times as much. There was nothing to consider. Whenever possible, I would make the kills myself instead of leaving them to someone else. We walked on until a wolf howled. A green-furred wolf as big as a calf raced toward us while chasing an antelope. Green-furred wolf tier. 1 mutant beast health 50 description. The weakest member of the wolf family. Yet 5 armed farmers are normally required to defeat one. Duh, kill the antelope. I'll take the wolf. Da ran after it with his axe, caught up in a dozen strides, and crushed the antelope's skull with 1 blow. You have obtained 44 pounds of mutton and 1 beast hide. No EXP or coins. Apparently, antelopes were not mutant beasts. The green-furred wolf growled at me, but did not dare attack. I sent a fireball at it. Boom. It died on the spot. When I looted the body, it dropped a small bottle of blue potion. Mana supplement. Restores 1 mana per milliliter. Now that's useful. My eyes lit up. I enhanced the bottle, and its 10 milliliters instantly expanded to 500. I placed it in my inventory. I glanced at my status. 41 EXP and 854 mana. Advancing to Tier 2 required 10,000 EXP, and I had only 41. Fine. Advancing as an elite was bound to take some work. Elsewhere, Air and San had each killed wolves and rats, and were carrying piles of prey back. They could not auto-loot corpses, so they had to haul everything on their shoulders. C was cutting timber at the edge of the territory. A few swings felled trees too large for one man to encircle, and he carried back 8 65-foot logs in a single trip. These titans worked at least 100 times more efficiently than ordinary farmers. I continued sweeping the area with Da and killed several more monsters. Just as I was about to loot the corpse of a green-furred wolf, inspiration struck. What would happen if I enhanced the corpse before looting it? I enhanced it, then collected the loot. You have obtained 1,100 pounds of beast meat, 10 beast hides, and 165 gold coins. Whoa, the loot had increased by more than 10 times. So that was another way to exploit drop rates. Farther ahead, 4 green-furred wolves had gathered together. When they spotted me, 3 charged with furious howls. Da raised his axe, but I waved him back. No need. Your lord can handle them alone. When he made the kill, I received only 1/10 of the EXP. That was a terrible deal. They obediently stepped aside to watch. I blew apart the first wolf with a fireball. The remaining 3 closed in. I swept out a wall of fire. Whoosh. A wall of flames 16 feet long and 6 feet high trapped all 3 wolves. They howled as their health bars plummeted. I followed with 3 rings of fire, 1 for each wolf, and finished them all. You have killed 4 green-furred wolves and gained 200 EXP. I enhanced the bodies before looting them and collected more than 4,400 pounds of meat, 40 hides, and over 600 gold coins. Great Lord, your magic is unbelievably powerful. Da hurried over to flatter me. I lifted my chin proudly. Of course it was. I was an elite lord. Tier 1 trash like this meant nothing to me. I looked up and saw the sun directly overhead. We'll kill 1 more monster, then head back for lunch. After walking several hundred yards, we spotted wild cattle grazing on a hillside. They were built like rhinoceroses, with horns that could punch 2 holes straight through a man. My eyes lit up. Duh, kill the cattle. Each one weighed 2 tons. How much meat would a single carcass yield? As we approached, information appeared. Berserk Bull Tier 1 mutant beast health 300 skill. Stampede description. The weakest of all bovine beasts, but highly aggressive. Do not provoke it. The thing could crush an ordinary Tier 1 lord. Unfortunately for it, I was no ordinary lord. Da charged forward with his axe. Instead of fleeing, all 3 bulls went wild. 2 rammed Da while the 3rd charged straight at me. I chanted and launched a fireball. Bang! It lost only 50 health. Against a bull with 300 health, that was barely a scratch. But damage was not my goal. I only needed to stop it for a moment. The fireball struck it in the face, breaking its momentum. I used that half-second opening to circle to its right and slashed the frost saber deep into its neck. -135. Ice instantly sealed the wound. Cold energy burrowed into the bull's body until even its blood began to freeze. The bull bellowed and swung both horns at me, but it had become slow and clumsy under the freezing effect, while I was an elite lord whose speed left it far behind. I leaned aside, dodged the horns, and chopped into its rear leg. Minus 115. You have killed a berserk bull and gained 300 EXP. I looked up. It was hacking at the second bull, so I sent 2 fireballs over to help. Units under your command have killed 2 berserk bulls. You have gained 160 EXP. Time to loot the corpses. I enhanced all 3. You have obtained 33,000 pounds of beef, 1,100 pounds of steak, 10 beast hides, and 1,500 gold coins. A bull would normally yield no more than a ton of meat. This one had given me more than 16 tons. The coins had multiplied several dozen times. I had spent barely more than 10 mana. I enhanced and looted the other 2 bodies. You have obtained 33,000 pounds of beef, 1,100 pounds of steak, and 1 suit of leather armor. You have obtained 44,000 pounds of beef, 1,540 pounds of steak, and 2,000 gold coins. Gold coins poured into my inventory with a delightful clatter. That came to 110,000 pounds of beef, more than 3,000 pounds of steak, dozens of hides, over 3,000 gold coins, and a suit of leather armor. I had made a fortune. I picked up the gray-black armor. Warrior's armor, inferior magic artifact defense, plus 20 special, lightweight, fire resistant. A tier 1 bull dropped this. I tried enhancing it again, but the system responded. The corpse was already enhanced when looted. Items dropped from it cannot be enhanced again. Fair enough. Getting even an inferior magic artifact from the beast was already extraordinarily lucky. I put on the armor and opened my status. Tang Foam tier 1 Elite Lord EXP 680/10 000 Defense 40. Inventory gold coins 4,730 beast meat 129,300 pounds steak 3,740 pounds beast hides 112 mana solution x2. With the armor, my defense reached 40. As long as tier 1 beasts did not mob me, they could not even break through my defenses. I gazed at the nearly 5,000 gold coins, tens of thousands of pounds of meat, and thousands of pounds of steak in my inventory. I could never eat it all. Not even close. The other players probably had less than a fraction of what I possessed. Come on, duh. We're done for now. Let's head back, cook up a feast, and return after we've eaten. I waved my hand and strode toward the territory. When we returned, dozens of huge logs, more than 200 units of timber, were stacked outside the courtyard. Dozens of mutant beast carcasses lay inside. Rats, wolves, deer, and wild cattle. Duh, make lunch. We're having beef. I pulled 220 pounds of beef from my inventory and handed it to him. 5 people eating 220 pounds sounded absurd. But these 4 titans stood 13 feet tall and weighed thousands of pounds. Each could easily put away dozens of pounds in one meal. Yes, my lord. De happily carried the meat into the kitchen. Fortunately, the cabin ceiling was 15 feet high, or he would not have been able to turn around inside. I began processing the corpses, enhancing and looting them one at a time. You have obtained 1,100 pounds of meat and 180 gold coins. You have obtained 4,000 pounds of meat and 1 quarry blueprint. You have obtained 44,000 pounds of meat, 1,320 pounds of steak, and 1 bottle of mana potion. 10 minutes later, the dozens of bodies were gone. I opened my territory information. Gold coins 14,201 food 167,050 beast hides 786 timber 218 blueprints. House, barracks, quarry. I had gathered all of that in a single morning. The other players probably could not even imagine such wealth. I checked the construction requirements. Houses required timber and hides, while barracks and quarries both required stone. I had no stone, so I would build houses first. I selected an empty patch of land and tapped yes. Light flashed, and a 215-square-foot wooden cabin rose from the ground. Recruit farmers? Cost: 10 units of food per farmer. Maximum occupancy: 4. I recruited the full 4. The door creaked open. 4 farmers stepped out and bowed together. My lord, we are at your service. They were Wu, Lu, Chi, and Ba. Their stats matched Da's before his enhancement. I was about to enhance them when I realized my mana was nearly empty. I took out the enhanced 500 milliliter mana supplement and drained it. My mana instantly returned to more than 900. 4 bursts of golden light transformed the 4 5.5-foot farmers into 13-foot titans. Great lord, you are the god who remade us. All 4 dropped to their knees. Get up. Make food first. You can work this afternoon after you've eaten. I tossed them another 220 pounds of meat. The four carried it toward the house, then got stuck at the door. How were 13-foot men supposed to squeeze into a 215-square-foot cabin? They could not enter at all. Frowning, I raised my hand to enhance the building. Buildings cannot be enhanced. Damn it. Do I have to tear it down and rebuild? While I was brooding, the system displayed a message. Farmers have been detected evolving into titans. Upgrade the house to a titan farmstead. Upgrade cost: 100 gold coins, 100 timber, and 100 beast hides. The cost hurt, but my people needed somewhere to live. I tapped yes. Light flashed. The cabin's length expanded from 10 feet to 20, and its floor area grew from 215 square feet to more than 1,000. The four men thanked me again in delight, then carried the meat inside. I upgraded Da's house as well, built 2 more houses, and recruited 8 additional farmers. That used the last of my timber, so I could not enhance the newcomers yet. I gave each of them 22 pounds of meat and sent them inside to cook. During that time, I drank another enhanced 500 milliliter mana supplement and restored my mana to full. Air, sand, and sea returned one after another carrying prey and huge logs. I told them to stop working and help to prepare lunch. I sat in a wooden chair in the main hall and opened the forum to see how everyone else was faring. The forum was in chaos. I spent all morning killing 2 rats. Then a big-eared goblin beat me half to death. I want to go home to my mom. A tusked boar killed 2 of my 4 farmers. How am I supposed to develop now? You got off easy. My 4 farmers surrounded 1 centaur, and every one of them died. Now I'm completely alone. We start with 1 broken saber for useless rookies and 0 resources. I don't even dare leave my house. Does anyone have meat? I'll trade wild fruit for it. I'm too scared to hunt. I scrolled down. The number of Dragon Nation players online had fallen from exactly 20,000 to 19,470. In a single morning, more than 500 people had died. They had all become food for mutant beasts. I touched the frost saber at my waist and felt nothing in particular. The World Forum was just as full of wailing, though a few smug voices appeared now and then. Our Korean A-rank talent doubles troop health. Taro Okamura of Japan has a 10-fold drop rate and has already looted 2 pieces of equipment. A 10-fold drop rate is nothing. Colonel Mike of the United States has 10-fold amplification. He'll build a barracks today. They could brag all they wanted about 10-fold amplification and 10-fold drop rates. I glanced at my territory information: 167,000 units of food and 14,000 gold coins. 10-fold. My gains had multiplied several hundred times. Several thousand people worldwide had died in a single morning. This place was vicious. I closed the forum and opened the marketplace. A handful of people had listed goods. Almost all offered wild fruit or vegetables for meat at a 4-to-1 ratio. Hunting was so dangerous that most players preferred gathering plants. I had more meat than I could ever eat, but no vegetables, so I traded 220 pounds of meat for 660 pounds of wild fruit and 220 pounds of vegetables. 2 small hills of food appeared in the courtyard. On impulse, I tried enhancing them. Nothing happened. The meat used in this transaction had already been enhanced. Goods obtained in exchange cannot be enhanced again. That was reasonable. Otherwise, I could trade and enhance goods forever and never leave the territory. I bit into a wild fruit. It was much sweeter than fruit on Earth, completely natural and unprocessed. My lord, the barbecue is ready. Air entered carrying a skewer of golden brown roasted beef. I tore off a piece. It was crisp outside and tender within, so savory it nearly made my eyebrows fall off. Mutant beast meat tasted 100 times better than farm-raised meat on Earth. De brought in a huge bowl of beef stewed with wild greens. I put a chunk in my mouth, then swallowed several mouthfuls of broth. Perfect. Duh. Why aren't the rest of you eating? My lord has not finished his meal. How could servants like us dare sit at the same table? De replied respectfully. We don't follow that nonsense here. Go on, eat as much as you want. Only then did the 4 men carry 2 huge pots of meat into the courtyard. They were too large to sit comfortably indoors. Each tossed pieces of barbecue weighing more than a pound into his mouth and finished them in a few bites. I devoured a bowl of stew and a skewer of roasted meat in 5 minutes, putting away 2 or 3 pounds of beef in one meal. In the past, I could not have eaten even half a pound. Becoming a lord had radically strengthened my body and doubled my appetite. When I went outside, I found the 4 men had consumed all 220 pounds, down to the last drop of broth. Good grief. 220 pounds in one sitting. Are you full? We're full. We've never eaten such a satisfying meal. The 4 rubbed their stomachs and grinned. In truth, they were only 60% full, but they were too embarrassed to admit it. If you're still hungry, go get more meat. No, no, we're really full. They all waved their hands. They said they were full, but their eyes shone with gratitude. Fine. I would cook more that evening. Duh, call every farmer here for a meeting. To let out a bellow. His voice rolled like thunder and could be heard clearly hundreds of yards away. 8 Titans and 20 ordinary farmers assembled in neat ranks. The ordinary men looked up at those living mountains, their eyes nearly popping out. Greetings, my lord. I raised a hand. First, I appoint Da as chief steward of the farmers. Everyone will follow his assignments. He may decide minor matters himself and report major matters to me. Every Titan had 100 loyalty, so I had no reason to worry. To drop to one knee with a thud. I swear to serve you until death, my lord. I gestured for him to rise. Then I divided them into teams. See through Ba would each lead 4 ordinary farmers. One team would hunt and gather, while 4 teams would cut timber and quarry stone. With Titans protecting them, the ordinary farmers would survive unless they encountered a Tier 3 beast. There should not be anything that powerful within dozens of miles. I had more than enough meat. What I lacked was timber and stone. Air and Sam would come with me. That afternoon, I planned to venture deeper into the wilderness, kill more monsters, advance my level, and see whether I could find a treasure chest. Everyone was about to collect their tools and leave. Not so fast. Eat some fruit first. I pointed at the pile of wild fruit. Our Lord loves his people like his own children. The farmers thanked me again. They had all the meat they could eat, and even fruit after lunch. How many lifetimes of good fortune had it taken to receive a lord like this? Half of the 660 pounds of fruit vanished in the blink of an eye. I told them to divide the rest and take it back to their houses. To lead the 5 teams out, I took Air and Sand beyond the territory and headed deeper into the wilderness. After leaving the territory, I led Air and Sand south toward the forest. A red-furred giant rat sprang out and lunged at my thigh. Air and Sand moved to attack, but I waved them back. I could beat it to death barehanded, let alone with the frost saber. My blade rose and fell. You have killed a red-furred giant rat and gained 30 EXP. I enhanced and looted it. You have obtained 660 pounds of meat and 50 gold coins. Farther on, I killed a green-furred wolf with 1 slash. It dropped a 500 milliliter mana supplement. 4 or 5 miles later, near the edge of the forest, several plump boars were rooting through the earth. Their tusks gleamed blood-red. Blood Tusk Boar Tier. 1 mutant beast health 150 skill. Stampede a strike from its tusks inflicts paralysis. Paralyzing tusks? I had barely begun to frown when Air and Sand charged with their axes. 4,000-pound boars went berserk and stampeded toward them. Thud. They struck the 2 human mountains and failed to move them an inch. Air and Sand each swung an axe, taking a third of a boar's health. The other 2 rebounded, and I rushed forward with 1 quick step and slashed. Minus 132. The boar lunged at me, but the frost saber had slowed it until it looked like a video playing in slow motion. I sidestepped, struck again, and finished it. You have killed a bloodtusk boar and gained 150 EXP. Another boar suddenly charged from behind and sent me flying more than 30 feet. Damn it, I climbed to my feet with a loss of just over 10 health. The impact had been like getting hit by a car traveling 60 miles an hour. Without my armor, I would have lost more than 30. But I had 1,000 health, so this injury was nothing. When it charged again, I was ready. A fireball to the face made it falter, and 1 slash killed it. You have killed a bloodtusk boar and gained 150 EXP. Air and Sand took care of the remaining 2. My lord, your martial prowess is unmatched. Air flattered me. I smiled and began enhancing and looting the bodies. You have obtained 11,000 pounds of meat and 1,000 gold coins. You have obtained 9,900 pounds of meat and 1 magic scroll. You have obtained 13,200 pounds of meat and 1 500 milliliter health potion. You have obtained 14,300 pounds of meat and 1,200 gold coins. Excellent. The health potion restored 1 health per milliliter. 500 milliliters meant 500 health when my life was on the line. As for the magic scroll, Thunderbolt Intermediate Lightning Magic Maximum Damage, 1,000. Holy crap, 1,000 damage. Unfortunately, it was a single-use item. I would save it for a truly dangerous enemy. I stored both items. Air, Sand, let's take a look inside the forest. Ancient trees towered overhead, and thorns covered the ground. We had not gone far when a silver-white wolf leaped out and howled at us. Moonhowl Silver Wolf Tier, 2 Magic Beast Health 200 Speed 20 Skill. Wolf's Howl. Disrupts the minds of lower-tier creatures. Tier 2. As expected, the creatures inside the forest were tougher than those near my territory. It did not have much health, but it was fast, attacked quickly, and could disrupt the mind with its howl. I was not worried. With my strength, my equipment, and 2 titans beside me, we could handle it. I signaled air and sand to circle around from both sides so the wolf could not escape. The silver wolf arched its back, charged straight at me, and threw back its head with a howl. My mind jolted, and I lost focus. I recovered in less than a second. An ordinary lord would have remained dazed for 3 or 4 seconds, more than enough time for the wolf to tear out his throat. But I was an elite. Air and sand were not affected at all. Titans belonged to a divine race. A mere wolf howl could not shake them. During my half-second lapse, the silver wolf closed to within 30 feet. A fireball removed 50 health. As it faltered, I stepped in and hacked the frost saber into its lower back. Minus 132. Blood sprayed. It had only 18 health left. The saber's cold entered its blood and sharply reduced its speed. It lunged at me so slowly that I merely leaned aside, then cut its throat and killed it. You have killed a Moonhowl Silver Wolf and gained 600 EXP. I exhaled. That was my first tier 2 kill, and it had still been easy. A beast with 200 health had given 600 EXP, 3 times as much as its health. Tier 2 creatures were harder to kill, so the greater reward made sense. The body dropped an ice blue spellbook. Ice Shield Elementary Water Magic Mana cost. 10 blocks, a certain amount of damage. I learned it. Light entered my body, and the incantation appeared in my mind. We continued deeper and killed 2 more boars and another silver wolf. After more than an hour, we found a fruit tree over 30 feet tall, its branches laden with golden pears. Let's pick some to eat. Below the tree, Air and Sand simply reached up, plucked more than a dozen pears, and handed them to me. Please enjoy them, my lord. You too eat. I like climbing trees. I leaped onto a branch more than 20 feet above the ground and picked 2 fruits. Yellow pear, common fruit. Unable to resist, I enhanced them. More than a dozen pears fell from the branches. The change had been purely quantitative, not qualitative. Fine. I ate 2. They were sweet. From my perch, I surveyed the surrounding woods. A bright red fruit stood out in the distant grass. Could that be a spirit fruit? I climbed down and approached with the 2 titans. The red fruit grew alone on a 3-foot spirit plant. Red scale fruit inferior spirit fruit consumption increases fire magic damage by 10. It really was a spirit fruit. My fireball damage had already multiplied, and eating it would add another 10. Air, pick it. The instant Air reached out, a huge red-scaled python shot from a hole in the grass and lunged at him. Red scale fire python tier, 3 magic beast health, 500 strength, 200 skills. Constriction, flame. Tier 3. Air brought down his axe. Sparks flew as though he had struck iron. The scales were so hard that the blow merely broke 1 and cut 2 or 3 inches deep. Minus 20. The python coiled around Air with a hiss and squeezed with all its strength. Minus 10, minus 12. Air's health began falling steadily. Sen attacked with his axe, but the python opened its jaws and spewed red flame. Sen retreated, yelping and beating out the fire. I seized the opening, rushed forward, and slashed the frost saber into its vital point. The blade split the hard scales, sank a foot deep, and sent blood spraying. Minus 90. I immediately retreated. The python's tail swept through the place where I had stood, but I had anticipated it and barely avoided the strike. It breathed fire at me next, and I raised an ice shield. Boom. The shield turned to steam. Sen landed another blow. Minus 30. Air was still trapped in the python's crushing coils. Even with his great strength, he could not break free. But my attack had seriously wounded the beast, and its grip was clearly weakening. I charged again, slipped past the flames, and slashed. Minus 96. The python's body went slack, allowing Air to escape. All 3 of us surrounded it and hacked wildly. After several more cuts, I took its life. You and your units have killed a red-scale fire python. You have gained 4,600 EXP. More than 4,000. The tier 3 beast had 500 health, but awarded 4,600 EXP, nearly 10 times as much. If Air and Sand had not landed several blows, I would have received the full 5,000. I paused to catch my breath. That python had been a difficult opponent, worthy of tier 3. I enhanced and looted the corpse. You have obtained 44,000 pounds of meat, 1,800 gold coins, and 1 ring. The ring was old-fashioned and set with a tiny deep blue gem. Wizard's Ring Spirit plus 30. Spirit determined the power of magic. This was a treasure. I immediately put it on my left ring finger. Air picked the red scale fruit and handed it to me. I accepted it and casually enhanced it. White light flashed. The strawberry-sized fruit grew as large as my fist and dragon scales appeared on its skin. Dragon scale fruit intermediate spirit fruit consumption increases fire magic damage by 100. Now that's a treasure. I ate it bite by bite. It melted in my mouth and tasted clear and sweet. I opened my status. EXP 6, 480 tenths, 000 spirit 80 equipment. Frost saber, warrior's armor, wizard's ring magic. All elementary fire magic. Ice shield. The ring raised my spirit to 80. My fireball already dealt 80 damage, and the dragon scale fruit added another 100. One fireball now dealt 180 damage. That would kill a tier 1 beast instantly and take down a tier 2 beast in 2 hits at most. For a lord, powerful magic was king. Air and sand had both suffered minor injuries, so I took out the 500 milliliter health potion. Take a few sips and recover. The two giants looked down at the tiny bottle in my hand with strange expressions. Was that all? It would barely moisten their throats. No need, my lord. These injuries do not even count as scratches, Air said. A night's rest in the main city will restore all our health. Please keep it for an emergency, Sen added. They were right. Soldiers who rested in the main city overnight recovered all health and mana. I put the potion away. We continued deeper. A silver wolf rushed out and used Wolf's Howl, but it no longer affected me at all. I cast Fireball. Boom. Minus 180. One blast left it with 20 health, and a second sent it on its way. You have killed a Moonhowl Silver Wolf and gained 400 EXP. Magic ignored physical defenses unless the target had magic resistance. Excellent. Farther inside, weaker monsters fled the moment they saw us. Suddenly, beneath the trees ahead, 2 groups of people were fighting. I crouched low with Air and San, crept closer, and hid behind a tree. One group was short and stocky. They wore leather, iron, or rattan armor and carried shields, broadswords, and hammers. Each stood under 5 feet tall, with a powerful upper body, thick short legs, and a somewhat ugly face. The other group was even shorter and uglier. Their skin was dark green, their tiny red eyes cunning, and their ears long and pointed. Standing less than 4 feet tall, they jabbered while attacking the dwarves with spears and bows. I checked their information. Dwarf, low rank, tier, 2 creatures skilled in construction, smelting, and forging. Born artisans with some magic resistance, but slow-moving and vulnerable to ranged attacks. So these are the dwarves of the fantasy world. I inspected the dwarf in chainmail who was swinging a huge axe. Dwarf, high rank, tier, 2 creature health 150 strength 40. He was a cut above the low-rank dwarves. Aside from their miserable speed, this race had impressive attributes. Then I examined the green-skinned, pointy-eared creatures. Goblin, low rank, tier, 1 creature health 30 speed 10 description, greedy and despicable. Agile, skilled with bows, capable of elementary magic, able to tame low-tier mutant beasts, and fond of traps. Numerous and difficult to handle. These ugly little things. Interesting. The dwarves were stronger individually, but there were only 20 or 30 of them. More than 100 goblins surrounded them, and the goblins were much faster. Riders on green-furred wolves held the front while archers loosed arrows and mages hurled fireballs, ice arrows, and wind blades from behind. Projectiles rained on the dwarves like a swarm of locusts. The dwarves braced behind clumsy shields. Those wielding battle axes and hammers could not even block the arrows, and they were taking heavy casualties. Ha ha ha. Stupid dwarves, surrender, a goblin maid shrieked in a voice like a screeching owl. It will be your honor to become slaves of the noble goblin race, a goblin knight boasted from the back of a green wolf. Hidden dozens of yards away, I nearly laughed aloud. These ugly creatures wanted to enslave dwarves? Their shamelessness was almost adorable. Still, they had tamed green-furred wolves as mounts, so they did possess some ability. My lord, should we help the dwarves? Air whispered beside me. Both titans disliked the goblin's arrogance. I rubbed my chin. With my strength and 2 titans, saving the dwarves would be easy. The question was whether these dwarves were worth saving. The system displayed a prompt. A group of dwarves is under attack by goblins. What will you do? A. Watch the spectacle. B. Help the goblins and win their favor. C. Help the dwarves and rescue them. D. Both sides are too dangerous. Leave. My eyes narrowed. Choosing B or C would trigger an instance. A and D offered nothing. Instances were risky, but their rewards were generous. I was strong enough and had 2 titans with me. What did I have to fear? Help the goblins? I was a lord. Why would I grovel before this bunch of scum? Besides, they already held the advantage and might not appreciate my aid. Without hesitation, I selected C. Let's go. Kill these goblins. I led the Titans out from behind the tree and launched a fireball at the Goblin Mage. Boom. It died on the spot. You have killed a Goblin Mage and gained 100 EXP. Air and Sand roared, brandished their axes, and charged down the slope. Cursed humans are ambushing us. Before the Goblin Knight could finish, another fireball knocked him from his green wolf and killed him instantly. The archers and mages attacked us together. I raised an ice shield. With 90 spirit, the shield was both strong and durable. Their weak arrows and spells could not break it. Arrows and fireballs struck air and sand without causing them the slightest concern. Titans had 1,000 health. Such tiny amounts of damage were nothing more than an itch. They covered the dozens of yards in little more than 10 strides. Their huge axes swept sideways. One swing from air sent 2 or 3 goblins flying. The little creatures reached only the Titan's knees. Sand split 2 apart with his axe, then kicked another dozens of yards away. I rushed into the goblin ranks seconds later, cutting through them like vegetables with the frost saber. More than a dozen goblins died in the blink of an eye. The dwarves had thought they were doomed. Seeing rescuers arrive, their spirits surged, and they counterattacked with axes and hammers. In moments, more than half of the 100 goblins were dead or wounded. The survivors screamed and scattered. I pursued them with the 2 Titans. The dwarves tried to follow, but their thick, short legs had no chance of catching up. We chased the goblins several hundred yards through the forest and killed nearly all of them. Only a dozen or so escaped. We returned to loot the bodies. Goblins did not drop anything particularly valuable, so I did not bother enhancing each corpse separately. In total, we collected several thousand pounds of meat, more than 1,000 gold coins, several mana supplements, and some health solution. I enhanced every potion into a 500 milliliter bottle. You and your units have killed 109 goblins and gained 3,600 EXP. You have advanced to a Tier 2 Elite Lord. I leveled up. I opened my status. Tier 2 Elite Lord health 2,000 mana 2,000 spirit 80 free attribute points 10. My health and mana had doubled, and I received 10 free attribute points. I put them all into spirit, raising it to 90 and further increasing my magic power. Honored hero, thank you for your aid. A bearded dwarf leader in chain mail stepped forward and bowed deeply. The other dwarves followed his example. They had immediately understood that although the 2 giants looked intimidating, I was the one in command. Air introduced me. This is our lord, Tang Feng. So you are a lord. The leader's expression turned solemn, and he bowed again. I felt slightly guilty. Who knew what they would think if they learned that my entire following consisted of little more than 20 farmers? Why were the goblins attacking you? Hatred filled the leader's face. Those evil creatures constantly steal our resources and want to enslave us. A few days ago, our chieftain led a party outside. They fell into an ambush. More than 100 were killed, and even the chieftain was captured. The other dwarves' eyes reddened as they clenched their battle axes. The leader dropped to his knees. Great Lord, please save our chieftain. All the other dwarves knelt with him. Please save our chieftain. Instance triggered. Rescue the dwarf chieftain. Rewards: 50,000 EXP, 100,000 gold coins, and 1,000 units of metal. My spirit soared. 50,000 EXP could advance me by 2 tiers, and 100,000 gold coins was a fortune. Most tempting of all were the 1,000 units of metal. I currently had none, and I was certain it would become precious later. But I did not agree immediately. I leaned down toward the leader. If I rescue the chieftain, how will the dwarves repay me? They needed my help, so it was only natural to negotiate terms. The leader hesitated. If you save him, our tribe will reward you handsomely. We do not have the authority to decide what that reward will be. The chieftain must choose for himself. Fair enough. I trusted that the dwarf chieftain would not shortchange me. Very well. I accept. Thank you, my lord. The dwarves kowtowed in gratitude. Rise. Take me to your tribe. First, I need to learn everything you know about the goblins. The dwarves had fought goblins for years. They would know them inside and out. Yes, honored lord. After traveling 7 or 8 miles, we reached a valley surrounded by mountains. The only entrance was a narrow pass about 20 feet wide. 2 watchtowers dozens of feet high guarded the pass, each manned by dwarf archers. 4 enormous catapults stood ready to launch boulders weighing hundreds of pounds into the gorge. I clicked my tongue in amazement. The defenses were formidable. Goblins and magic beasts alike would have difficulty breaking through. When will I be able to fortify my territory like this? I thought enviously. Because the dwarves accompanied us, neither the towers nor the catapults attacked. More than 100 wood and stone houses stood in orderly clusters inside the valley, while dwarf warriors patrolled with axes and spears. A patrol approached. Chief Bob, you're back. Then their gazes shifted to me and the two giants. They had never seen anyone so tall, so they raised their weapons warily. "Lower your weapons," Bob shouted. "These are our saviors, and this is a powerful lord." The dwarf warriors immediately put away their weapons and bowed. "Please forgive our offense, my lord. You didn't know? No harm done." I waved a hand. The patrol leader noticed that Bob and his companions were covered in blood. "What happened?" "A large goblin force surrounded us. More than a dozen tribesmen died. Fortunately, this lord and his two giant warriors rescued us." "Those despicable goblins." The warrior drove his axe hard into the ground. "Arlen, summon all the clan chiefs to the council hall. We have an important matter to discuss." "Yes." I followed Bob toward the largest wooden building at the center of the valley. Along the way, we passed taverns and smithies. Dwarves drinking and forging metal all came outside to stare up at the two giants in astonishment. The Titans were too tall to enter the council hall, so I left them at the door as imposing guards. I sat in the highest chair, which was covered in beast hide. A dwarf struck a bronze bell 3 times with a hammer. Before long, 6 dwarves with all manner of unusual beards entered. Bob rose to introduce me, then introduced them. Including Bob, the tribe had 7 clan chiefs and a population of 700 or 800. The 6 chiefs bowed and thanked me. Bob said, "My lord has agreed to help rescue our chieftain. He wishes to learn about the goblins first." The chiefs were both shocked and delighted. "Wonderful. With my lord's help, we cannot fail. If you rescue the chieftain, our tribe will reward you handsomely. But we must not underestimate the goblins. They are numerous, fond of traps, and difficult to handle." I asked, "How many are there?" Bob answered, "We estimate several thousand." "What the hell? Several thousand? I would not have cared about a few hundred. If I brought several more Titans the next day, we could wipe them out. But several thousand? Even if they stood still and let me slaughter them, my arms would go numb." They were agile, fought guerrilla style in the forest, and could unleash thousands of arrows and spells at once. Even Titans would not withstand that. I had acted too hastily. I thought the quest would be easy. I never expected so many enemies. Alarm surged through me, but my face remained completely calm. A lord had an image to maintain. A few thousand goblins are nothing worth worrying about. I curled my lip dismissively. "Of course they are nothing to a lord like you. We saw you and your 2 giant warriors drive off more than 100 goblins with ease. My lord, you must command many giant warriors like these." "Only a few hundred," I answered vaguely, forcing myself to bluff. The chiefs' faces filled with shock. Hundreds of giant warriors? This lord was terrifyingly powerful. Another wave of flattery followed. "When do you plan to rescue the chieftain?" Bob asked cautiously. I tapped a finger on the armrest and pretended to consider. "I have other matters to handle over the next 2 days. We will discuss it again in a few days." If I promised to go immediately, I would be finished. I had only 8 Titans in total. How could I rescue someone from several thousand goblins on their own ground? After a few more days of frantic development, I could field at least 50 Titans, build several barracks, recruit soldiers, and enhance them. Then I would flatten the goblins' nest. The dwarves had no objections. My willingness to rescue their chieftain was already a blessing. How could they urge me to leave immediately? A few days was not long. "Where is the goblin territory?" One chief brought out a parchment map. It depicted the Siamese forest, hundreds of square miles in size, and marked its mineral deposits and distribution of magic beasts. Red dots indicated the goblin nest and dwarf valley, while other symbols showed iron mines, copper mines, sulfur, mercury, magic beast territories, danger zones, temples, and dungeon entrances. My eyes lit up. This was priceless. With the map, I could navigate this forest as though I had activated a map hack. Until now, I had not even known the place was called the Siamese Forest. "I will take this back to study and formulate a plan. You have no objections, do you?" I naturally folded it away. "Of course not," Bob replied respectfully. "We intended to give it to you." They had drawn several copies. I was delighted, though my expression remained calm as I put the map in my inventory. "It is getting late. I should return." The system showed that it was already 5 in the afternoon. "Won't you stay for a meal?" Bob asked sincerely. "We brew our own fruit wine. I am sure you would enjoy it." They had wine too? These dwarves lived better than their lordly guest. I was about to accept when an idea occurred to me. "I still have important matters to handle at home. If you sincerely want to offer me a drink, send a few dozen jars with me." "Certainly. Bring 100 jars for my lord at once." Bob immediately ordered his people to move the wine. After a brief discussion, the chiefs also had 300 units of iron carried over. "My lord rescued our tribesmen. Please accept this small token of our gratitude." I gazed at the 100 jars of wine and hundreds of tons of iron stacked outside the hall. I was thrilled. Metal was hard currency and difficult to mine early in the game. Yet these dwarves casually gave away hundreds of units. Their wealth was real, they owned an iron mine. I did not stand on ceremony. With a sweep of my hand, I stored all the wine and iron in my inventory. The sight left the dwarves speechless and made them revere me even more. Amid their respectful farewells, I led the two titans out of the valley, through the forest, and back toward my territory. We left the forest at sunset. Fiery evening clouds glowed over the grassland. 4 farmer teams were still busy. Some titans carried boulders weighing more than 10 tons. Others raced while hauling more than a dozen huge logs, and one carried an elephant weighing over 10 tons. The ordinary farmers gathered wild fruit, vegetables, and millet. Pass the order. Everyone will stop work and return to the territory. Air sent the command rolling out like thunder. The farmers cheered and began hauling resources home. When we returned to the courtyard, more than 100 beast corpses lay outside. Timber and stone had been stacked into small hills, along with hundreds of pounds of wild vegetables and millet. I had not gathered those materials personally, so I could not enhance them. Enhancement triggered only when I personally looted a corpse or gathered an item. Colonel Mike's tenfold amplification worked the same way. It applied only to things he personally looted, chests he opened, or soldiers he recruited. More work for me. I smiled ruefully and began enhancing the corpses. Half an hour later, the 100+ bodies were gone. I had collected more than 660,000 pounds of meat, over 1,000 hides, and more than 20,000 gold coins. I stored everything and checked the territory information. Territory area, 1.54 square miles, buildings, 8 population, 29 gold coins, 38,000 food, 750,000 metal, 300 stone, 819 timber, 654. Huh? The territory has grown to 4 square kilometers. The Titans had probably explored nearly all the surrounding area, causing the territory to expand with them. I had plenty of food and gold. Only timber and stone seemed insufficient to me. Any other player would be ecstatic to possess a few dozen units. More than a dozen pots steamed outside the courtyard. Beef and pork chops simmered loudly, while every kind of meat roasted over bonfires. The farmers worked and laughed. Firelight illuminated smiling faces as they praised their lord's courage and kindness. I sat at the head of the table in the hall. Before me were boiled steak, antelope meat, roast beef, and a platter of wild fruit. I filled a bowl with dwarf fruit wine. It was mellow, fragrant, sweet, and tart, far better than homemade rice wine. Wine and meat. This is the life. I bit into a steak and opened the forum in contentment. Everyone was complaining. I didn't kill a single monster all afternoon. I'm eating wild vegetables tonight. I sent 4 farmers hunting this morning. 3 died, and all they killed was 1 rat. These farmers eat too much. They put away 3 or 4 pounds of meat per meal. I can't afford to feed them. Taro Okamuru of Japan reached level 4. He drew an S-rank 10-fold drop rate talent. Of course he's fast. Colonel Mike has 10-fold amplification. He's probably close to level 5. Comparing yourself to other people will kill you with envy. A sweet-looking girl named Xiao Chuyua posted, I found a gemstone and listed it on the marketplace. Does anyone want to trade food and timber for it? The pretty girl found a gemstone on the first day. What incredible luck. I'll trade 10 units of food. 11, 12. Offers rose into the hundreds. Most people were merely joining the commotion. Gemstones were rare and certainly valuable. They were useless early in the game, but would probably be needed later for special buildings or top-tier troops. Who could spare life-saving food right now? Curious, I searched the marketplace. Selling, gemstone X1. Wanted, 2,200 pounds of meat plus 10 beast hides plus 10 units of timber. Private message if interested. She was asking for the moon. I frowned. I had assumed 1,000 units of food would buy it, but she wanted much more. Those materials were less than a rounding error to me, but I did not want to throw them away. I did not yet know the exchange rate between gemstones and other resources. On Earth, however, a single precious gem could buy not merely 1,000 pounds, but 1,000 tons of food. By that standard, her price was not high. It was simply that no one could afford it this early in the game. I messaged her privately. Hey, beautiful. I'll take the gemstone, but your price is too high. Make it 30% and I'll trade immediately. She replied at once. Handsome, this is a gemstone. How much would one buy on Earth? I'm practically giving it away. I wouldn't have listed it if my territory weren't in a desert without food or timber. Then we have nothing to discuss. I don't want it. If you're serious, I'll give you 10% off. 50% at most. Not one bit more. 70%. Forget it. Leave it listed. Wait, 50% for the food, 70% for the hides and timber. She knew how to bargain. The price was already excellent, but I still did not answer. She would compromise. Sure enough, another message arrived. Fine, 50%. I'm taking a huge loss just for you. Beautiful. I'm the only player who can afford it right now. I paid 1,100 pounds of meat, 5 hides, and 5 units of timber. Light flashed, and a fist-sized emerald appeared on the table, glowing softly. It was far finer than even imperial jade on Earth, and would have been priceless there. I had made an excellent deal. I stored it away. Then I continued drinking wine, eating meat, and browsing the forum. A system announcement appeared. Photo and video functions are now available. Uploading one image costs 1 gold coin. Uploading one video costs 10 gold coins. Intrigued, I recorded a short video of myself and uploaded it. Whoa, some major player posted a video. This handsome guy even has wine, steak, barbecue, boiled meat. What a feast. We can't even get meat, and this guy lives like a god. I'm so jealous. The moment I posted the video, more than 99 friend requests poured in, mostly from female players. Add me, big brother. Handsome, let's form an alliance. Give me some resources, and I'll let you see anything you want. I ignored them all and disabled friend requests from strangers. Another system announcement appeared. The global forum will publish player rankings every night at 8 p.m. Combat power, resources, and development index. Players may use their real names or aliases. The forum erupted. Everyone wanted to know where they ranked and who had reached the top 10. Interesting. I swallowed a mouthful of wine. I estimated that both my combat power and resources would rank in the world's top 10. But I did not want the entire server to know my strength, so I selected an alias. After a moment's thought, I chose Earth Repairman. When I finished eating, 2 farmers cleared the table and cleaned the room. It was past 8. I opened the forum and saw the rankings pinned at the top. Combat power rankings. First, Earth Repairman Tier, 2 Elite Lord. Second, Mike John Tier, 5 Common Lord. Third, Taro Okamuru Tier, 4 Common Lord. As expected, number 1. The corner of my mouth rose. I also ranked first in resources. Colonel Mike of the United States took first place in Development Index. He must have built a barracks and lumberyard. Development Index measured buildings and population. I had only houses. Although my population was large, it was too one-dimensional. It did not matter. My Titan farmers were stronger than anyone else's soldiers, so I had no need to rush a barracks. The forum exploded. Who is Earth Repairman? He's first in both combat power and resources. A Tier 2 Elite Lord on the very first day? That's monstrous. What kind of heaven-defying talent did he draw? Half the top 10 are using aliases. One of them might be hiding right beside you. I'm ranked somewhere below 900,000 in combat power. The first monster tide arrives in 9 days. I won't survive. I closed the system, showered, and went to sleep. The next morning, birds chirped outside. I slept until I woke naturally and felt wonderful. After washing up, I stepped outside. The red sun had just climbed above the dark green mountains, coating the land in gold. The farmers were already awake. Under Da's direction, some cooked meat with wild vegetables and millet, while others sharpened sickles and axes on a slab of bluestone. Good morning, my lord. Everyone bowed. After breakfast, I ordered Da to assemble the entire group, then enhanced all 20 ordinary farmers. In less than a minute, 20 human mountains stood in the courtyard. Great Lord, thank you for your divine enhancement. All 20 dropped to their knees and kowtowed. Rise and work in the same teams as yesterday. As you command. Da led the teams out, while air and sand remained. Today, it's time to build a barracks. I first upgraded all 5 houses into Titan farmsteads, then selected an empty plot. Construct barracks. 100 gold coins, 20 timber, 5 stone, 20 beast hides. I tapped yes. White light flashed, and a 10,000 square foot barracks appeared, containing 1,000 square feet of housing and a 9,000 square foot training ground. Available recruits, sabermen, spearmen, and archers. Capacity, 20. Spearman 30 gold, saberman 30 gold, archer 50 gold. I recruited 7 spearmen, 7 sabermen, and 6 archers for 720 gold coins. Inside the training ground, 20 soldiers stood in 3 orderly ranks and bowed together. Greetings, my lord. I approached one spearman, raised my hand, and enhanced him. Light enveloped him. The 5'7" soldier shot up to 6.5 feet, his eyes gleaming and his body overflowing with power. Information appeared above his head. Spear 1 Dragon's Lair Spearman Health 1000 Attack 100 Speed 40 Skill Flurry Thrust delivers 3 consecutive thrusts with doubled speed and power. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Loyalty, 100. Description: the strongest human spearman. A team of them is said to be capable of slaying an earth dragon. Now that's impressive. His 4 main attributes were absurdly high, and his speed and agility left Titan farmers far behind. He also possessed flurry thrust. 4 Titan farmers together could not defeat 1 Dragon Slayer spearman. No wonder a group of them could kill a dragon. Thank you for enhancing me, my lord. Spear 1 dropped to 1 knee. I gestured for him to rise. The other 19 soldiers looked on with naked envy. Enhancing 1 spearman cost 200 mana, twice as much as a Titan farmer. The greater the transformation, the more mana it consumed. I enhanced the remaining 6 spearmen in one stretch. Next came the Sabermen. Blade 1 Reaper Saberman health, 1000 attack, 100 skill, bloodthirst, doubles damage for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Description: the most terrifying Sabermen of the human race. Harvesters of the battlefield. His stats matched the spearman's, though the skill was different. After I enhanced the 3rd Saberman, my 2000 mana ran dry. I took out 4 bottles of mana solution and gulped them down. The liquid converted directly into mana without filling my stomach. Once restored, I enhanced the remaining 4. Then I turned to the archers. Bow 1 Divine Archer health, 800 attack, 100, ranged, /40, melee, skill, double shot. Fires 2 arrows with perfect accuracy. Description: the finest archers of the human race, who almost never miss. Their health, defense, and speed were lower than those of the spearmen and sabermen, but they fought at range. That was exactly why I had recruited all 3 troop types. Ranged and melee units complemented each other. After enhancing all 6 archers, my mana was empty again. I had diluted 4 of the 8 mana solutions looted the previous day, and now I drank the remaining 4. My mana returned to full. The barracks displayed a message. All troops have mutated. The barracks must be upgraded to a divine barracks, or the mutated troops will be unable to rest and recover. Upgrade cost: 10,000 gold coins, 100 timber, 100 stone, 100 beast hides, and 10 metal. Damn it, another upgrade. Without it, the troops could return to the territory but could not recover health. I did not lack resources, so I selected the upgrade. Light enveloped the barracks, doubling its size and raising its quality by several levels. I divided the soldiers into 7 teams, each with 1 spearman, 1 saberman, and 1 divine archer, though 1 team lacked an archer. 6 teams would remain within 6 miles of the territory to clear monsters and drag their corpses home. I took air and sand, plus 1 spearman, 1 saberman, and 1 divine archer, south toward the Siamese forest. We killed several mutant beasts instantly along the way and entered the woods. Looking at the towering, ancient trees, I had an idea. Why not build a lumberyard here? My territory lay on a plain with few trees. The farmers had felled more than 800 units the previous day and nearly exhausted the large trees nearby. The Titans now had to travel several miles, wasting time on the round trip. With a lumberyard here, the timber would not need to be carried home. I selected an open plot and activated the blueprint. Construct lumberyard. 1,000 gold coins, 100 timber, 10 stone. I tapped yes. With a rumble, a lumberyard covering more than 2 acres appeared. Lumberyard stores up to 100,000 units of timber. Air, tell the to send 10 farmers here. Air acknowledged the order and sprinted away. Now that we have a lumberyard, we still need a quarry. I looked east. Rugged mountains rose in that direction, ideal for mining stone. I continued toward the rocky hills with the spearman, saberman, and San. We easily killed several berserk bulls and bloodtusk boars along the way. The spearman and saberman occasionally helped, while Sen never had a chance to attack. The nearly 13-foot Titan was now the weakest member of our 5-person group. After traveling 4 or 5 miles to the foot of the rocky hill, I chose a site and constructed a quarry. Rumble. Quarry. Stores up to 1 million units of stone. San, tell the to send 10 farmers here to quarry stone. As you command. Sen sprinted away. I led the 3 soldiers deeper into the mountains. A black boar weighing more than 1,000 pounds suddenly burst from the trees. Its stiff bristles stood like steel needles as it charged me in a frenzy. Steel Needle Boar Tier. 2 Magic Beast Health, 200 Skill, Frenzy, doubles attack. It was far stronger than a Bloodtusk boar. The Divine Archer reacted instantly and loosed an arrow. -80. Less than 2 seconds later, my fireball struck. -120. The boar collapsed with a crash, dead. Against the combined ranged attacks of the archer and me, an ordinary tier 2 beast could not even approach us. You have killed a Steel Needle Boar and gained 600 EXP. You have obtained 33,000 pounds of meat and 1,200 gold coins. We killed several more boars on the way and reached a mountain hollow. Two bronze-colored bulls with short, thick horns charged straight at us. Mountain Breaker Bull Tier, 3 Magic Beast Health, 500 Strength, 200 Skill, Stampede, Double Speed Description. Its horns are hard as iron. When enraged, it can smash holes through rocky hills. Tier 3. Both charge together, clearly using their skill. Otherwise, they could not have moved so quickly. I fired at one bull, but the Divine Archer was even faster. His double shot landed first. -160, -190. The bull bellowed, lost more than 300 health, and slowed down. The other reached us. The Dragon Slayer Spearman was ready and unleashed 3 flurry thrusts. -240. The Reaper Saberman activated Bloodthirst and delivered 2 slashes. -260. The bull had 500 health and 20 defense, yet it died instantly. Before the Spearman and Saberman, a Tier 3 creature was made of paper. I charged the wounded bull head-on and severed its front leg with 1 slash. -120. It stumbled but did not fall, swinging its head to gore me. With my speed, how could I let it land a hit? I dodged around its flank, added 2 cuts, and finished it. You and your units have killed 2 Mountain Breaker Bulls and gained 7,800 EXP. I looted the corpses. You have obtained 77,000 pounds of meat, 2,200 pounds of steak, and 2,800 gold coins. You have obtained 88,000 pounds of meat, 1 skill book, and 500 gold coins. An old skill book floated into view. Critical Strike increases attack 10-fold. Cooldown 1 hour. 10-fold. My attack was currently 150. With Critical Strike, it would become 1,500. I could kill almost any magic beast below Tier 4 with 1 blow. A 1-hour cooldown was long, but I would only use such a devastating ability when it truly mattered. I learned it. Light entered my body. Then I continued deeper with the 3 divine soldiers. Several men carrying bows, sabers, and pitchforks suddenly raced toward us. They fired backward while fleeing. 3 monsters more than 6 feet tall chased them, each with a wolf's head, a beast's body, brown fur, and a large saber. Werewolf, low rank, Tier 2 Magic Beast Health, 200 Strength, 50 Skill, Savage by description, a pack creature. If you see one, hundreds may be nearby. Werewolves. Run, the men shouted, warning us before we were eaten. Kill them, I ordered. The 3 soldiers were already prepared. The Divine Archer released a double shot. -180. I struck the second werewolf with a fireball. The Dragon Slayer Spearman and Reaper Saberman charged like lightning. Before the 3 werewolves understood what was happening, they were dead. You and your units have killed 3 werewolves and gained 1,100 EXP. I looted the bodies. You have obtained 33,000 pounds of meat, 30 wolf pelts, 3,000 gold coins, and 150 milliliter mana supplement. I enhanced the tiny bottle into a 3,000 milliliter jug and stored it for later. The men stared in disbelief. We had killed 3 werewolves in seconds. Thank you for saving our lives, honored lords. They bowed. Seeing the 3 extraordinary soldiers with me, they knew I had to be at least a minor lord. Who are you? What are you doing deep in mountains filled with magic beasts? The leader answered, My lord, we are residents of Chun family village. We live in these mountains and survive by farming, hunting, and gathering, so we often travel through the nearby wilderness. There was a village here? Judging by their clothes, they truly did look like hunters. Aren't you afraid magic beasts will attack a village inside their hunting grounds? I asked curiously. We had encountered a string of Tier 2 and Tier 3 creatures the moment we entered the mountains. How could an ordinary village withstand them? Of course we are. That is why we built walls, arrow towers, and catapults around the village. Everyone in Chun family village practices martial arts and archery, so magic beasts have difficulty breaking in. Every one of these villagers was powerfully built. Even after werewolves chased them so far, they could turn and shoot while running. They clearly possessed real skill. Chun family village was no ordinary settlement. My interest grew. Can you take me there? Of course. You saved us. We should invite you to the village, offer you proper hospitality, and thank you. We crossed a mountaintop, and the landscape suddenly opened. A broad plain lay below. At its center stood a vast village of more than 1,000 households, its wooden houses arranged in clusters. Wheat, corn, soybeans, sorghum, and sweet potatoes grew across thousands of acres, where men, women, children, and elders all worked. Mountains embraced the place on every side, like a paradise hidden from the world. As we talked, I learned that the leader was Chun Hu, a squad captain in the village hunting team. Once the Dragon Slayer spearmen introduced me and they realized I was the lord of this region, Chun-Hu and the others became even more respectful. A 6.5-foot fence surrounded the village. Thick tree trunks formed its foundation, bound with vines and plastered with yellow clay. It was sturdy enough to stop Tier 1 beasts, though Tier 2 creatures would strain it. Outside lay a ditch 10 to 13 feet wide and deep. Inside, 30-foot arrow towers manned by archers stood every few dozen yards, with a catapult every 100 yards or so. I admired the defenses. They were genuinely impressive. This was a huge village of more than 1,000 households, with farmland and capable fighters in every family. If Chun family village joined my territory and its people became my subjects, wouldn't that be incredible? Plans began forming in my mind. The villagers gathered around when they saw Chun who returned with 3 strangers. This is a lord from the east. He just saved us by killing 3 werewolves, Chun-Hu explained. The villagers immediately bowed respectfully. Chun-Hu led us to a brick-and-timber ancestral hall at the center of the village. Several elders were drinking tea inside. Who are they? Asked a lean old man seated at the head, with graying hair and a 3-pronged goatee. Chun-Hu clasped his hands. Patriarch, this is a lord from the east. Werewolves were chasing us, and he led his soldiers to save our lives. The patriarch rose, came down, and returned the salute. So a lord has graced us with his presence. Forgive these ignorant country elders for failing to recognize and properly welcome you. The other elders rose and bowed as well. Like me, these villagers had Eastern features, and their speech and etiquette resembled those of China. My lord, please take the seat of honor. Without ceremony, I strode forward and sat in the chair the patriarch had just vacated. I was a lord, and a lord had to project authority. Otherwise, why would these villagers willingly submit? The villagers served tea, wild fruit, and pastries. My lord, what brings you to the Daxing Mountains? If Chun family village can assist you in any way, please ask, the patriarch said cautiously. So these mountains were called the Daxing Mountains. I sipped my tea and answered calmly. I heard there was a large village here that suffered frequent attacks from magic beasts, so I came to inspect it. I did not expect that beasts would truly dare injure the people of my territory. I set down the teacup and swept my gaze over the assembled elders. My choice of words was deliberate. Without making a show of it, I had claimed sovereignty over this region. The Chun patriarch and elders looked moved. For centuries, this village had survived by fighting magic beasts alone. No government or army had ever protected it. Chun family village was a tax-free paradise, but also an orphan without parents, help, or protection. At least 100 people were eaten by magic beasts every year. Without more than 1,000 households supporting one another, the village would have vanished long ago. Now this lord called them his subjects and spoke as though he intended to protect them. How could their hearts not warm? But after that warmth came a trace of concern. Becoming subjects meant paying taxes, performing compulsory labor, and possibly military service. A benevolent ruler would be a blessing, but a tyrant or greedy lord would make their future miserable. While they worried, a frantic gong sounded outside. Werewolves. A massive werewolf force is attacking the village. A villager burst into the hall, gasping. Patriarch, disaster. More than 100 werewolves are attacking. Everyone's expression changed. Previous attacks had involved only a few dozen. More than 100? Werewolves were intelligent, powerful, and durable, among the strongest tier 2 creatures. Normally, even 10 strong men struggled to defeat one. Chun-Hu and several young men seized their weapons and rushed out. The patriarch and elders all looked at me. I had just promised to protect them. Now the werewolves had arrived, and they wanted to see what I would do. If I stepped forward to defend the village, they would willingly submit. I set down my teacup. Do not be afraid. With me here, I will defend your village. I rose abruptly and strode out of the ancestral hall with the 3 divine soldiers. The patriarch and elders exchanged glances, nodded slightly, and followed. Dozens of werewolves armed with sabers, axes, and spiked clubs were attacking each of the village's 4 gates. Only scattered werewolves fainted along the walls. These creatures understand tactics. I saw through their plan immediately. A 10-foot wide ditch lay outside the wall, and arrow towers fired from high ground within. Attacking the wall directly would cause heavy casualties. So the werewolves sent only small groups to feint around the perimeter and divide the defenders, leaving all 4 gates vulnerable. Villagers continued pouring out, yet they still could not hold the werewolves back. Arrows rained from the towers, but the thick-skinned werewolves dodged, and most wounds were shallow. The catapults were powerful, but each gate had only 2. They loaded slowly, and once the werewolves scattered, they were even harder to hit. Patriarch. The south gate has fallen. Werewolves are inside. The east gate is about to collapse. The west gate has taken terrible casualties. We can't hold it. Messengers arrived one after another. The patriarch and elders looked grim but had no solution. I issued a rapid series of orders. Spear 1, defend the east gate. Blade 1, go to the south gate and kill the werewolves inside. Bow 1, hold the west gate. I also gave each soldier a 3,000 milliliter bottle of health solution. There were too many werewolves for even powerful soldiers to endure an endless rotation of enemies. Each bottle effectively added 3,000 health, making it nearly impossible for the werewolves to kill them. As you command. Thank you, my lord. The three tucked away their bottles and sprinted off. I rushed toward the north gate. What a courageous lord! The patriarch and elders exclaimed with emotion. I reached the east gate first. It had already fallen, and 30 or 40 werewolves had charged inside. 200 or 300 villagers fought desperately, but were steadily forced backward. I scanned the battlefield and spotted an unusually tall, red-furred werewolf carrying a massive mountain-cleaving axe. One swing knocked down several villagers. Werewolf, boss, tier, 3 magic beast health 600 attack 100 strength 150 skill, frenzy, doubles attack for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Description, a minor werewolf boss, far stronger than a high-rank werewolf and extremely difficult to defeat. A boss. I had to kill it first. But eliminating it quickly from among dozens of werewolves would not be easy. I took out the Thunderbolt scroll dropped by the Moonhowl Silver Wolf the previous day. If I did not use it now, when would I? I raised my hand and aimed the scroll at the boss. Boom. A massive bolt of lightning struck the werewolf boss and instantly burned it to charcoal. Electric serpents thrashed outward and killed several werewolves beside it. You have killed a werewolf boss and gained 6,000 EXP. You have killed 4 low-rank werewolves and gained 1,600 EXP. You have advanced to a tier 3 elite lord. White light erupted from my body, and energy flooded every part of me. There was no time to inspect my status. The boss had died in one hit, stunning every other werewolf. When the villagers saw white light erupting from me, they regarded me like a god. I followed with a fireball and killed a wounded werewolf. Only then did the villagers realize I had attacked, and their morale soared. The Lord has come to help us. Our Lord is incredible. With him here, we can drive them back. The villagers counterattacked as though injected with pure adrenaline. I charged into the pack and swung the frost saber at a high-rank werewolf. It raised its spiked club to block, but it was far slower than me. A few slashes sent it to its death. My blade moved faster than casting fireballs at close range, so I simply kept cutting. Dozens of werewolves surrounding me would have been dangerous, but one-on-one, I could easily kill even a boss. There were only a few dozen of them and 200 or 300 villagers, so they could not encircle me. While the villagers held them in place, I eliminated the werewolves one after another. You have killed a low-rank werewolf and gained 600 EXP. You have killed a high-rank werewolf and gained 1,200 EXP. In less than 3 minutes, 7 or 8 werewolves fell. The others lost their nerve. Their boss was dead, and several high-rank fighters had followed it. They turned and fled. I chased them several hundred yards and killed several more. A dozen escaped, but I stopped pursuing because the other 3 gates still needed help. I left roughly 100 villagers to guard the north gate and led the rest toward the south. It had fallen first, and although Blade 1 was there, the situation remained the most dangerous. At the south gate, werewolves had broken through but were still blocked by more than 300 desperate villagers. They had not reached the inner village, so the elderly, women, and children remained safe. But 40 or 50 werewolves were too much for the young defenders. Heads burst under spiked clubs, axes split bodies in half, and the battle was horrifyingly brutal. Just as the villagers were forced back step by step, Blade 1 arrived. He activated Bloodthirst, killed a high-rank werewolf with 2 blows, then turned on another. In less than a minute, 5 werewolves died. The villagers' morale surged. The Lord's Guard has come. We have hope. We must drive them out, even if it costs our lives. Blade 1 lived up to the name Reaper Saberman. Without fear of death, he harvested enemies in a frenzy. A werewolf boss and 2 high-rank werewolves surrounded him, but he fought all 3 without retreating. With my health solution in his clothes, he did not fear injury. He accepted several hits to trade blows, killing 1 high-rank werewolf, and then the other until only a little more than 100 health remained. He forced the boss back, drank health solution to recover above 300, killed it after several exchanges, restored himself to 500, and returned to battle. Once the boss died, the werewolves panicked and lost much of their strength. The villagers launched a full counterattack. In their eyes, Blade 1 was a god descended to earth. I arrived with reinforcements, opened with fireballs, and cut down werewolves with the frost saber. Unable to endure, they turned and fled. Blade 1 and I chased them several hundred yards. Only a dozen escaped before we returned. Blade 1, take the villagers to the west gate. I will go east. Yes. Blade 1 led 400 or 500 villagers toward the west gate. I rushed to the east gate alone. Bao 1 was supporting the west gate. Before I arrived elsewhere, he had already slain its boss with repeated double shots. The villagers held the front while he fired furiously from behind with nearly perfect accuracy. When he exhausted his arrows, villagers handed him more. Their quality was lower, but with the boss and several high-rank werewolves dead, the pressure had eased enough for them to hold. When Blade 1 arrived with reinforcements, the werewolves scattered. At the east gate, the Dragonslayer spearmen had stabilized the situation and begun a counterattack. I charged in, blasted with fireballs, and hacked furiously with the frost saber as I drove straight toward the werewolf leader. It swung a spiked club. I dodged and slashed. This strike carried critical strike. My attack soared to 1,500, and the blade killed the werewolf leader in one blow. The remaining werewolves trembled at that single slash and fled for their lives. I pursued them for more than a mile with Spear 1 and the villagers, killing every last one. You and your units have killed 87 werewolves and gained 28,500 EXP. You have advanced to a Tier 4 Elite Lord. Excellent. I had advanced 2 tiers in one battle. I opened my status. Tier 4 Elite Lord Health, 4,000 mana, 4,000 command, 10 spirit, 90 free attribute points, 60 skill learned. Critical strike. My command had reached 10, increasing by 7 during this battle. The larger the war and the more decisive the victory, the more it rose. Losing would deduct points. Higher command improved coordination among my troops and increased their overall combat power. Advancing 2 tiers had awarded 60 attribute points. Later tiers granted more, which made sense. I put all 60 into attack because I often fought in melee, raising it to 210. My leather armor had torn in the battle. I would have the dwarves repair it. Then came the loot. It took me more than 10 minutes and several bottles of mana solution to enhance the 100+ werewolf corpses. I obtained more than 440,000 pounds of meat, over 1,000 pelts, more than 100,000 gold coins, over a dozen bottles of health solution, and over a dozen bottles of mana solution. In addition, I received steel armor, defense plus 50, silver spear, attack plus 50, smithy blueprint, granary blueprint, iron mine blueprint, elementary repair skill book, 1 magic scroll, chain lightning primary target damage, 1,500 secondary target damage, 100 to 800 large area attack. Use caution to avoid harming allies. Excellent. It was perfect against crowds. I stored it safely. Elementary repair. Repairs all mundane equipment. I learned it and pointed at my damaged leather armor. After white light flashed, the armor was as good as new. I removed the leather armor with defense plus 20 and put on the steel armor with defense plus 50. Blade 1, I grant you this leather armor. Thank you, my lord. Blade 1 accepted it on one knee and put it on, increasing his defense from 30 to 50. Spear 1, I grant you this silver spear. Thank you, my lord. Spear 1 took the weapon, raising his attack from 100 to 150. I looked at Bao 1 and smiled. The next time I find something suitable, it will be yours. Bao 1 bowed. Thank you, my lord. All 3 were absolutely loyal. If I ordered them to die at that moment, none would even frown. The Chun Patriarch and elders dropped to their knees. Thank you for defeating the werewolves and saving the thousands of people in Chun Family Village. Your grace is higher than the heavens. Please accept our homage. You have given every person in our village a second life. Thousands of villagers knelt like a dark tide and kowtowed without end. Without me and my 3 guards, the werewolves would have slaughtered the village that day. Chun Family Village would remember this favor for all eternity. While I rule, no werewolf will be allowed to harm the people of Chun Family Village. My voice rang like a great bell. With my hands behind my back, I looked every inch a lord. My lord, the people of Chun Family Village willingly become your subjects and will support you for every generation to come. The patriarch prostrated himself with complete sincerity. We will support you for every generation. The elders and villagers shouted together, lowering themselves to the ground. With such a lord, they would not regret becoming servants or slaves. I was ecstatic. One battle had repelled the werewolves and won the voluntary submission of thousands of villagers. What an incredible profit. They could pay grain and agricultural produce as taxes, ensuring that I would always have rice and steamed bread. My territory had probably expanded to dozens of square miles with a population in the thousands. Once I gathered the remaining resources, I could upgrade the main city. Everyone rise. I was overjoyed inside, but maintained a lord's dignity and benevolence. The patriarch invited me back to the ancestral hall. The entire village prepared a grand feast while burying more than 300 fallen villagers and holding a memorial banquet. After the feast, the patriarch and villagers presented 220,000 pounds of rice, peanuts, potatoes, corn, and flour, 2,200 pounds of peanut and soybean oil, and vegetables including peppers, tomatoes, eggplant, and green beans. I pretended to refuse, then reluctantly accepted after the entire clan pleaded with me. After leaving Chin family village, I led the 3 guards through the mountains, killed more than a dozen magic beasts, and returned to the territory. After leaving the Daxing Mountains, I inspected the quarry first. 10 Titan farmers were digging into the rock. They had appointed San as the quarry manager, and he worked at the front. With proper tools available, they dug out boulders weighing several tons and stacked them outside. Their efficiency was many times higher than searching through mountains for loose stone and hauling it home. The sun began to sink. Stop working. Return to the base for dinner. Sin balanced more than 10 tons of stone on his shoulder and answered enthusiastically, "My lord, we'll work another half hour and then return." The sun had not set, so they believed there was still time to work. Under another lord, they might have been forbidden to eat until after dark. I did not force them. These titans possessed natural divine strength and enormous stamina. Such work would not exhaust them. I visited the lumberyard next. More than 1,000 huge logs had been stacked into thousands of timber units. The section of forest nearby was reduced to stumps because they cut only trees thicker than 2 feet. But compared with the entire Siamese forest, the loss was insignificant. Any magic beast that tried to stop them had been split by a huge axe. "Heir, stop working and go eat. We'll be back before sunset, my lord." Heir answered cheerfully. On my way to the territory, I ran over to report on the farmer's progress. I was very satisfied and told him to summon everyone home for dinner. Beast carcasses, wild fruits, vegetables, and millet covered the ground outside the lord's courtyard. Seeing the wild millet reminded me of the 220,000 pounds of grain from Chin family village. Now that I have a granary blueprint, I should build one instead of leaving food everywhere. I chose a site and began construction. Granary, 1,000 gold coins, 100 timber, 100 stone, 100 beast hides capacity, 1 million units contents never spoil. The cost was substantial, but insignificant to me. With a rumble, a round granary hundreds of square yards in area and more than 30 feet high rose from the ground. I selected transfer to granary, moving all 220,000 pounds of grain inside. It occupied only a tenth of the capacity. I tried to add the meat, vegetables, and fruit, but they would not all fit, so I built a second granary specifically for those foods. Inside, everything automatically sorted itself into neat categories. The farmers and soldiers cheered when they saw the 2 granaries. Visible stores of food gave people a deep sense of security and happiness. "My lord, what would you like for dinner?" They asked. "Rice is the staple. Choose the dishes yourself. The granary has vegetables and oil now, so make stir-fried beast meat with peppers. Fry me a plate of peanuts to go with the wine too." "Yes." De beamed at the news that they had vegetables and cooking oil, then called people to collect the ingredients. I returned to the courtyard with my hands behind my back and looked at the hill of beast corpses. Another pile of work. I began enhancing and looting. 17 divine soldiers had hunted around the territory all day. They could instantly kill Tier 1 and Tier 2 beasts, so they had hauled back several hundred corpses of every size. I cleared them in half an hour. The haul included more than 440,000 pounds of meat, over 8,000 hides, more than 50,000 gold coins, and over a dozen bottles each of mana solution and health solution. The meat went into the granary and the rest into storage. I opened the territory information. Territory area, 23 square miles, buildings 1,538, population 6,829, army 20 gold coins, 380,000 stone, 57,719 metal, 290 gemstones. 1. Your main city meets the requirements for an upgrade. Upgrade now. I can upgrade the city. I tapped yes. Upgrade cost, 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 food, 10,000 stone, 1,000 timber, and 100 metal. Damn it, 10,000 stone too. The cost hurt, but I selected the upgrade. White light covered everything within 1,000 yards. 3 seconds later, the light vanished. The wooden cabin was gone. In its place stood a 3-courtyard mansion covering more than an acre, complete with pavilions and towers. 3 gold-edged characters adorned the gate plaque, Lord's Residence. A stone wall more than 30 feet high encircled 1 square kilometer, with gates to the north, south, east, and west. The Titan farmsteads, barracks, and granaries all stood inside. At last, it looked like the beginnings of a main city. We finally have a proper main city. Our Lord is magnificent. With these stone walls, no magic beast can break in. With our strength, which nearby beast would dare try? The Titan farmers and soldiers cheered. Then a system reward appeared. Congratulations. You are the first player to upgrade your main city to town rank. Reward: S-rank talent, diplomacy. Diplomacy. You may persuade wild creatures to join your faction. Success depends on your military power, command, resources, and wealth. Diplomacy? Excellent. I smiled. The previous night, someone on the forum had mentioned drawing diplomacy at the start and immediately persuading 2 fairies to join him. But the talent was founded on military power. Other creatures would only listen if you were strong enough. I had complete confidence in my military power. I learned it and instantly mastered elementary diplomacy. Then I checked the main city. Town next rank. County city, 116 square miles, 10,000 buildings, 30,000 population, current area 23 square miles, buildings 1,538, population 6,829, army 20. This upgrade had happened so quickly because more than 1,000 households in Chun family village voluntarily submitted. My population instantly exceeded 6,000. I gained more than 1,000 houses, and my territory expanded to 60 square kilometers. But the next rank required 30,000 people and 10,000 buildings. If I relied only on building houses and recruiting soldiers myself, how many years would that take? The only answer was conquest and expansion, incorporating villages and towns into my domain. Over the next few days, I would build more barracks and recruit more soldiers. First, I would rescue the dwarf chieftain and destroy the goblins, bringing the dwarves under my rule. Once I led an army to annihilate the goblins and save their chieftain, they would most likely recognize me as their lord, adding another large piece of territory and population. If the dwarves proved ungrateful, I would not be polite. I would destroy them too. As I considered this, I entered the mansion to admire it. It had front and rear courtyards, main and side halls, master and guest bedrooms, kitchens, bathrooms, and more than a dozen servants' rooms. The resources had been well spent. This finally suited a lord. The only problem was how empty the mansion felt without a single servant. While I was thinking, they entered with 2 Titan farmers carrying rice, wine, and dishes. The mansion's ceilings were high enough for the giants. They lit the oil lamps. Please enjoy your meal, my lord. I sat in the place of honor. They filled a bowl with fruit wine and stood beside me. That will be all. Go eat. My lord, this mansion is very large. Should I assign several farmers as servants? I drank some wine. Not farmers. After dinner, assign 4 soldiers as my guards. Yes. They bowed and withdrew. I drank leisurely by myself and tossed a fried peanut into my mouth. Stir-fried wild beef with green peppers, braised boar ribs, rabbit stewed with mushrooms, fried peanuts, sautéed greens, and dwarf fruit wine. Delicious. I opened the forum and found a system notice pinned at the top. Announcement: congratulations to player Earth Repairman, the first to upgrade his main city to a town. The forum erupted. What the hell? He upgraded in only 2 days? How is that possible? A main city upgrade requires 1,000 people, 100 buildings, and 10 square kilometers. How did he do it? He built 100 structures and recruited 1,000 people in 2 days? How many resources would that require? Impossible. Isn't he the player who topped 2 rankings yesterday? Is this guy cheating? I'm crying. I still haven't built a single house. Even Mike and Okamuru were stunned. Their resources did not come close to meeting the upgrade conditions, and they could not imagine how Earth Repairman had done it. But this was a system announcement, not a boast. It had to be true. They could never have guessed that an entire village of several thousand had submitted to me. I recorded another video of my meal and posted it. Very few players uploaded videos, so mine drew immediate attention. Damn. Wine, meat, fried peanuts, and white rice. Stir-fried beef with peppers, braised ribs, mushroom rabbit stew, peanuts, sautéed greens, and a whole jar of wine. Did this guy come here on vacation? I only want to know where he got white rice. I'm more curious about the peppers and greens. I'm looking at the major player's feast, then at my bowl of wild vegetable soup. Sigh. I did not reply to a single message and leisurely drank my wine. Several thousand players had begun following me since the previous night. After dinner, 2 Dragonslayer spearmen and 2 Reaper sabermen entered the mansion as guards. They would maintain the residence and deliver messages and orders. I took a hot bath and returned to the master bedroom. Without phones, computers, or television, the players could only chat and post images on the forum to fill the emptiness. I lay on the soft bed and opened the forum. At 9, the rankings updated. Combat power rankings. First, Earth Repairman tier, 4 Elite Lord. Second, Mike John level, 7 Common Lord. Third, Dark Demon Lord level, 6 Common Lord. I remained firmly in first place and had widened the gap. After leading 3 guards to kill more than 80 werewolves and several minor bosses, the result was expected. The forum boiled. Earth Repairman is already a tier 4 Elite Lord. He's advancing like a rocket after only 2 days. I'm still level 2. Development Index rankings. First, Earth Repairman Area 6, 0 population 6,829 buildings 1,538. Second, Mike John Area 7 population 145 buildings 38. Third, Dark Demon Lord Area 6 population 112 buildings 32. The entire server was dumbfounded. No way. The first place player has more than 6,000 people and 1,500 buildings. What kind of cheat gives you that in 2 days? I thought he'd only barely met the upgrade requirements. He exceeded them several times over. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The system must be bugged. No one could do this. But the system of an advanced civilization did not make mistakes. Then I noticed an unread marketplace message from Xiao Qiuyue, the beautiful player from before. Handsome, do you still want gemstones? I found another one today. It was her, the woman who traded me the gemstone last night. Another gemstone? These rare items did not simply lie everywhere. Her luck was ridiculous. I replied, wow. Is the ground in your territory paved with gems? Do you think they're pebbles? This fairy is simply lucky. Huh. A fairy's farts still stink. You obnoxious man. Do you even know how to talk to a woman? 3 hammer emojis followed. Enough nonsense. I want the gemstone. I'll send the resources now. Handsome, let's be clear first. Yesterday's price was too low. Can you raise it today? Not a chance. Take the same offer or leave it. Of course I'll take an offer. Give me a price. Yesterday's price. Forget it. Someone else will buy it soon. This is day 2, and plenty of major players have resources now. They won't care about such a small amount. Of course I wanted it. This was a gemstone. At my development rate, I would need them sooner or later, so I should stockpile every one I could for emergencies. Her original asking price was not even high. I merely wanted to bargain it down a little further. I checked her profile. Many players had indeed left messages asking to buy, but all wanted to pay 30 or 40%. She could not be bothered haggling and had approached me directly. After watching my dinner video, she knew I had plenty of resources and would buy. She also did not want another major player in the top 10 to seize it. Fine. Since you're also from the Dragon Nation, I'll add 100 units of food, I replied. Don't worry, handsome. You won't lose. If I find another gemstone, you'll get the first chance to trade. We completed the transaction and added each other as friends. After trading for the gemstone, I checked my resources. Of the 300 tons of iron the dwarves gave me, only 190 units of metal remained. Upgrading the barracks had cost 10, and upgrading the main city had cost 100. I planned to build barracks on a large scale over the next few days, which would sharply increase my need for metal, the one resource that was difficult to obtain. Let's see whether anyone is selling iron. I searched the marketplace for metal and iron. Several players were indeed selling it for food, timber, stone, or hides. 1 unit 1 ton cost 1,100 pounds of meat, 20 timber, 100 stone, or 100 hides. After bargaining, I bought all their iron for 660 pounds of meat per ton. Unfortunately, they had only a little more than 30 tons combined. Metal was hard to acquire early in the game. I did not know where these players had found it, but they were probably desperate for food and timber. After the purchases, I went to sleep. I needed my energy for the next day. The following morning, I ate the breakfast prepared by my guards and left the mansion. They had already taken the Titan farmers to work. The remaining 16 soldiers waited for orders. First, I chose construction sites. All of them lay within the main city's stone wall, which enclosed a full square kilometer, more than enough space for many buildings. I built 4 barracks in succession and recruited 28 spearmen, 28 sabermen, and 24 archers. Then I enhanced them all. The process consumed 16,000 mana, requiring several huge 3,000 milliliter bottles of mana solution. 80 divine soldiers stood before me, Dragonslayer spearmen, Reaper sabermen, and divine archers, every one with 100 loyalty. I upgraded all 4 barracks next. The total cost was 40,000 gold coins, for 100 timber, for 100 stone, for 100 hides, and 40 metal. Other players could not imagine such spending. To me, it was a small fraction of my wealth. I found a smithy blueprint yesterday. Let's see what it can do. Smithy, 1,000 gold coins, 100 timber, 100 stone, 50 beast hides, 10 metal crafts equipment for soldiers. Each smithy can produce up to 100 weapons per day. It could make equipment, so I had to build it. With a rumble, a smithy hundreds of square yards in area appeared. Furnaces blazed and bellows pumped while more than a dozen strong men worked the iron. The short, sturdy owner approached. "My lord, would you like weapons forged? How much attack do your weapons add?" "Rest assured, they are far better than barracks equipment. At least 30 attack. Standard barracks weapons added no attack. Replacing them with smithy weapons would add dozens of points and greatly strengthen the soldiers. Make 35 spears, 35 sabers, and 30 bows, each with 100 arrows. The total is 10,000 gold coins and 3 units of iron. Are you running a robbery? 100 gold per weapon? You might as well steal it." The owner chuckled awkwardly. "You receive what you pay for, my lord. They are worth every coin." I could not be bothered arguing with an NPC, so I paid. "You may produce only 100 today. Return this evening to collect them." I built 2 additional smithies and ordered 100 suits of armor from one and 100 helmets from the other. My army now consisted of 35 Dragon Slayer spearmen, 35 Reaper Sabermen, and 30 Divine Archers. This should be enough to deal with several thousand goblins. I rubbed my chin. This would be a large battle, and I never fought without confidence. Individually, one Dragon Slayer spearman could defeat 100 goblins. Today, I will lead you to attack the goblin tribe and rescue the dwarf chieftain. We will follow you to the death and destroy every enemy. The 100 guards roared together, their morale soaring. I appointed Spear 1, Blade 1, and Bow 1 as commanders of their troop types and had each choose several squad leaders. I considered leaving soldiers to defend the territory, but it remained under beginner protection, and Titan farmers were unafraid of magic beasts. There was no need. The entire army departed for the Siamese forest. We entered the woods and marched straight toward the Dwarf Valley. To attack the goblins, I needed the dwarves' cooperation. They were weaker, but could serve as bait on the front line and reduce my own losses. We reached the entrance to the Dwarf Gorge in a little more than half an hour. "Halt! Who dares trespass in dwarf territory?" When the guards saw more than 100 armed soldiers approaching, every arrow in the towers and watchposts was knocked. "I am the Lord from the East. Tell Chief Bob to come and greet me." Hearing that, the dwarves remembered the Lord Bob had brought back 2 days earlier. I had been accompanied by 2 titans then, so they had not recognized me. Several dwarves sprinted away to report. Before long, all 7 clan chiefs came to greet me in person. "Welcome, honored lord." Bob recognized me and bowed. The chiefs and warriors followed his example. As we entered the valley, Bob asked cautiously, "My lord, you have brought soldiers today because—" "I will attack the goblin tribe and rescue your chieftain today. Select 200 dwarf warriors to accompany me." The dwarves immediately grew excited. "My lord, did you not bring your giant warriors today?" Bob examined my 100 guards. They were tall and imposing, but far smaller than the titans he had seen. Several chiefs quietly worried that attacking the goblin stronghold with only 100 ordinary soldiers was overconfident. There were several thousand goblins, as well as traps and mechanisms. An open encounter and an assault on fortifications were entirely different. The dwarves were much weaker overall, yet the goblins did not dare storm their valley because its defenses would make the attack too costly. By the same logic, assaulting the goblin nest would also be difficult. I saw their concern and smiled. "Do not worry. Every one of my soldiers can fight 100 enemies. If you doubt me, choose 10 dwarf warriors to test them." To eliminate their doubts and ensure later cooperation, I decided to show them directly. The chiefs selected 10 powerful dwarf warriors. I casually sent 1 Dragon Slayer spearman to face them. The 10 dwarves surrounded him with axes and sabers, but the spearmen overwhelmingly surpassed them in health, attack, and defense, while moving 7 or 8 times faster. To his eyes, the dwarves fought in slow motion. In less than a minute, all 10 warriors lay on the ground, severely wounded, while the spearman remained unharmed. He had clearly held back, otherwise, every opponent would have died. The chief's jaws nearly hit the floor. Each of those 10 warriors could defeat 7 or 8 goblins, yet 1 spearman had beaten them with ease. My lord's soldiers are truly divine. We worried for nothing. With 100 such warriors, sweeping aside the goblins will be easy. I tossed Bob a 500 milliliter bottle of health solution. Let them drink this and recover." The 10 dwarves divided the bottle. Their injuries vanished immediately. "Thank you, my lord." "Bob, choose 200 warriors. We leave now." "My lord, every dwarf man is a warrior. We can all go with you." "That is unnecessary. 200 will suffice. Your primary task is to lure out the enemy. My soldiers will kill the goblins." I already had another battle plan and wanted my own troops to earn most of the EXP. In less than half an hour, Bob assembled 200 armored dwarves carrying axes. Although they called it a selection, the group included nearly every able-bodied young man in the tribe, whose entire population was only 700 or 800. "The dwarf warriors are ready. Please give your orders, my lord." I waved a hand. "Lead them toward the goblin tribe. Stop 2 miles from their territory." Bob departed with 2 other chiefs and the 200 warriors. The remaining 4 chiefs stayed to defend the valley. I followed at a leisurely pace with my 100 guards. The dwarves' legs were thick and short, and they covered less than 3 miles per hour. To my army, they moved like turtles. After 2 or 3 hours, we reached a small valley. Bob ordered a halt. "My lord, the goblin tribe lies just beyond this valley. What are your instructions?" I studied my copy of the Siamese forest map for a while, then summoned Spear 1, Blade 1, and Bow 1. "Bow 1, take the divine archers and hide on both sides of the valley. Once the dwarves lure the goblins inside, rain arrows on them. As you command." Bow 1 led the other 29 divine archers away to prepare the ambush. Spear 1 and Blade 1. Each take 10 soldiers and hide in the valley to help Bow 1 destroy the enemy. "As you command." The 2 turned to make arrangements. I told Bob, "You will lead the dwarves in an attack on the goblin tribe. Lure them into this valley, where my ambush force will help wipe them out." "Yes." Bob's spirits rose. He flattered me. "A brilliant ambush, my lord." Then confusion crossed his face. "But why leave only half your army here?" With my hands behind my back, I gazed forward and smiled. "I will take the other 50 and seal the valley entrance. We will eliminate them all at once." "Brilliant. My lord is a military genius," Bob exclaimed in sudden understanding. Once everything was ready, I followed the 200 dwarves out of the valley with 50 guards. Beyond a dense forest, Bob pointed toward a mountain. "My lord, the goblins live there, from the foot to the summit. The higher a goblin's status, the higher it lives." The mountain rose several hundred yards. Cliffs guarded 2 sides, with one steep slope covered in ancient trees. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. If only I had aerial troops, I could fly straight to the summit and fight downward. For now, we could only assault the steep slope. "There are traps and mechanisms at the foot. Please be careful, my lord." "Understood." I nodded. "Go lure them out. Make plenty of noise and draw as many as possible." Bob led the 200 dwarves toward the mountain. I hid the 50 guards in the forest on both sides of the valley entrance. When the dwarves came within 200 yards of the mountain, they raised blades and shields and shouted loud enough to shake the sky. "Disaster! The dwarves are attacking!" A sentry at the foot screamed. The alarm spread from 1 goblin to 10, then 100, all the way to the summit. A brown-skinned goblin emerged from the largest wooden house at the peak. Wearing a crown woven from vines, he stood at the cliff with his hands behind his back and looked down, cackling. "Stupid dwarves. You want to rescue your chieftain? Perfect. Kill them all." The dwarves reached the foot and clashed with thousands of goblins. After fighting for a while, they followed Bob's orders, pretended to lose, and fled. In truth, 200 dwarves genuinely could not defeat several thousand goblins. The goblins screamed and pursued. Dwarves ran slowly, while the small, nimble goblins were only somewhat faster. The dwarves fought as they retreated and suffered steady casualties. Fortunately, they soon reached the forest where my troops waited. With the trees as cover, their losses sharply decreased. I kept my army hidden. The valley was only several hundred yards beyond the forest, and the dwarves soon retreated inside. 4,000 or 5,000 goblins chased them in with weapons raised and arrows flying. Every goblin entered the valley. The divine archers hidden in the trees on both sides unleashed a sudden volley. They opened with double shot. 60 arrows found 60 targets, and 60 goblins fell instantly. The archers needed only 1 or 2 seconds to draw and fire. In a dozen seconds, they killed 300 or 400 enemies. "Damn it, an ambush! Treacherous dwarves! Charge in and kill those archers." The goblins shrieked and rushed toward the trees. Before they reached them, 10 Dragon Slayer spearmen and 10 Reaper sabermen erupted from hiding and plunged into their ranks. The goblins had only a few dozen health and could not penetrate 30 defense unless several attacked together. But the soldiers were too fast to surround. The spearmen's weapons blossomed into flashes, each thrust killing one enemy. The sabermen's steel blades gleamed as they carved through the horde. Divine archers continued firing with perfect accuracy from the trees, while the dwarves turned and countercharged. Attacked from three sides, goblins fell in waves. More than 1,000 died in less than 3 minutes. The dwarves brought reinforcements. These humans are too powerful. We can't win. Run. Report to the king. The terrified goblins broke and surged toward the valley entrance. Before they reached it, I charged in with 25 spearmen and 25 sabermen. A fireball exploded inside the packed horde. Boom. The goblins at its center died instantly, while several nearby were badly burned and screamed in flames. I drove into their ranks with the frost saber. Moon-like arcs of blade lights swept outward, and ugly goblin heads rolled one after another. I killed dozens in moments. The spearmen and sabermen fought like gods of death. Harvesting such weak soldiers was effortless. With the entrance sealed, not one of the 4,000 or 5,000 goblins could escape. In less than 10 minutes, every goblin in the valley was dead. Not one escaped. You and your units have killed 5,843 goblins and gained 58,430 EXP. I began looting while the soldiers and dwarves rested. With so many corpses, I lacked both time and mana to enhance them. Even collecting the ordinary drops was exhausting. Fortunately, I moved extremely quickly and finished in under an hour. More than 66,000 pounds of meat, over 20,000 gold coins, and dozens of 10 milliliter bottles of health and mana solution. Without enhancement, even 5,000 goblins yielded little. I enhanced the solutions into 500 milliliter bottles and distributed more than a dozen so the soldiers and dwarves could recover. Not one of my 100 soldiers had died. With 500 health and extremely high defense, the goblins could barely injure them, and only a handful suffered minor wounds. 30 or 40 dwarves had died, while the rest suffered wounds of varying severity. That was the cost of serving as bait. But sacrificing 30 or 40 lives to kill several thousand goblins was an excellent bargain. I gave the dwarves more than a dozen 500 milliliter bottles of health solution, restoring 7,000 or 8,000 health in total and healing every survivor. Bob, take the warriors and lure the goblins again. Those 5,000 could not have been the entire tribe. Several thousand more had to remain on the mountain. Yes, Bob led the remaining 160 or 70 dwarves out of the valley, their morale high. They did not feel used as cannon fodder. Trading 30 or 40 lives for thousands of goblins was overwhelmingly favorable by any measure. I also led my 100 soldiers out and headed for the small forest. My lord, why are we not setting another ambush in the valley? Spear One asked. The previous ambush had worked perfectly. Why not repeat it? The same ambush works only once, I explained as we walked. Goblins are cunning. Thousands of their comrades pursued us into the valley and never returned. If the dwarves provoke them again, they will be suspicious and refuse to enter. The 3 commanders understood. Then why send the dwarves to lure them if the goblins won't pursue? Spear One asked again. Why not simply attack the mountain together with the dwarves? Blade One added. A second provocation will enrage the goblins and draw out their entire force, but they will stop before entering this small forest, I answered. We will hide among the trees. When they approach, we will erupt and surround them. That is far easier than storming the mountain. At the edge of the forest, the soldiers spread out and concealed themselves. The divine archers climbed trees, while spearmen and sabermen waited on opposite sides for an encirclement. Bob led more than 160 dwarves forward, striking their axes and shouting as they charged the mountain. Damn it! The dwarves are back. They look like the same group. What happened? We sent several thousand goblins after them. Why are they still alive? Where is this king's army? Where did it go? The goblin king stood at the summit, waving his staff with a dark expression. Your Majesty, could our army have been lured into the valley and annihilated? The gray-green goblin advisor asked uneasily. They knew the terrain well. An ambush inside the valley would be catastrophic for pursuers. By a few hundred dwarves? Even if they set an ambush, could they destroy several thousand of my goblins? The king snorted with disdain. The advisor had to admit the logic. The entire dwarf race numbered only a few hundred, with fewer than 500 able fighters. Even in an ambush, 5,000 low-rank goblins should have overwhelmed them. Yet not one had returned, while the dwarves had lost few men and dared attack again. All high-rank goblins, descend the mountain and surround those hateful dwarves, the goblin king shrieked. More than 2,000 goblins charged down from the mountainside. Most were high rank and far stronger than the low-rank troops. Seeing the danger, Bob led the dwarves toward the small forest. More than 2,000 armed goblins screamed and gave chase. Bob and the dwarves entered the forest, and several goblin elders immediately ordered the army to stop. 5,000 of their companions had pursued the dwarves inside and never returned. Cunning goblins would not make the same mistake again. They had chased before because they felt invincible, but now they had learned caution. They never imagined that my 100 super soldiers waited among the trees. The goblins stopped at the edge and shouted insults. Despicable dwarves, trying to lure us inside again? We won't fall for it. Cowardly dwarves, is running away your only skill? Before the great goblin race, all you can do is flee. Haha, dwarves are such an inferior species that they aren't even worthy of slavery. They cursed themselves hoarse. Then dozens of arrows tore from the forest. 60 high-rank goblins fell. A huge fireball struck a goblin elder and left a charred corpse. Ambush! Run! Another elder shrieked. But 35 Dragon Slayer spearmen and 35 Reaper sabermen charged from both sides of the forest like tigers entering a flock of sheep. High-rank goblins were stronger, but still had only a few dozen health and died just as easily. Wielding the frost saber like a god of death, I left goblins falling like cut grain wherever I passed. Bob led the dwarves in a countercharge, while the divine archers fired several volleys, leaped from the trees, and continued shooting as they pursued. The 2,000 goblins screamed and fled toward the mountain. They could not outrun my soldiers, and corpses covered the ground. Fewer than a few hundred remained by the time they reached the foot. I waited for the dwarves to catch up, then had them lead while we pursued along the steep slope. The dwarves had fought goblins for years and knew their traps. Experience allowed them to avoid pit after pit, though some still fell inside. I devised a solution. I took the lead and continuously blasted the ground ahead with fireballs to detect traps. It worked, forcibly clearing a road up the mountain. In addition to traps, rolling boulders, goblin mages, and archers ambushed us at defensive points with elementary spells and arrows. We eliminated them with ease. If we had not already killed 7,000 or 8,000 goblins, storming the mountain would have caused terrible losses. Now fewer than 500 remained in the tribe, far too few to stop us. By the time we fought our way to the summit, nearly all 500 goblins were dead. Bob and the dwarves had not even reached the middle of the slope. Who are you? Why do you help these lowly dwarves kill the noble goblin race? At the summit, the Goblin King glared at me with blood-red eyes and shrieked. Only a dozen guards remained beside him. Goblin King tier, 2 magic beast health, 200 attack, 30 defense, 10 speed, 15 skills. All elementary fire and earth magic. Spear 1 aimed his weapon. Kneel before our lord. What is a lord compared with me? I am the Goblin King. Others kneel to me. Arrogance filled its face. Its red eyes rolled. However, if you retreat now, this king will not pursue the matter. I nearly laughed myself breathless. This king certainly knew how to posture. I raised my hand and launched a fireball. You dare ambush this king. The Goblin King waved its staff and released another fireball. The 2 spheres collided in front of it. Mine continued without slowing, smashed through the goblin's fire, and struck the king directly. Boom. With its own tiny fireball highlighting the contrast, the Goblin King died on the spot. You have killed the Goblin King and gained 1,000 EXP. That was all. I was speechless. It was a king, at least in name. Several spearmen charged forward and killed the dozen guards instantly. You and your units have killed 2,480 high-rank goblins and gained 49,600 EXP. You have advanced to a level 5 elite lord. White light erupted, and comfort flooded my body. I did not inspect my status yet. The quest to rescue the chieftain was still incomplete. More than a dozen wooden houses stood on the summit, with a large brick and timber building at the center. Search every building and find the dwarf chieftain. I strode toward the central building. Spear 1 searched it with several soldiers, while Blade 1 and Bow 1 searched the rest. Before long, several soldiers carried out 3 wooden chests. My lord, we found these in the Goblin King's bedroom. You have found 3 wooden treasure chests. Treasure chests are ranked wooden, iron, bronze, silver, and gold. Higher ranks contain better items. Treasure chests. Unfortunately, all 3 were the lowest wooden rank. This king had been rather poor. I was about to open one when I had an idea and cast divine enhancement on it. White light entered the chest, transforming it from wood to bronze. Only bronze. Even if I couldn't make it gold, silver would have been nice. I was slightly disappointed and guessed that I lacked sufficient mana. A system message confirmed it. Enhancement cost: iron treasure chest, 100 mana bronze treasure chest, 1,000 mana silver treasure chest, 10,000 mana gold treasure chest. 100,000 mana. As I thought, not enough mana. Although I was level 5, my maximum mana was only 5,000, enough for bronze, but not silver. I enhanced the other two to bronze and opened the first. It was filled with gold coins. You have opened a bronze treasure chest and obtained 1 million gold coins. A million. My eyes lit up. If a bronze chest contained a million, did a silver hold 10 million? Still, I already had more than a million gold coins. I hoped the other two contained rarer treasures. I opened the second and found a yellow pouch, a spell book, and a bow. Sulfur treasure pouch. Produces 10 units of sulfur every day. Excellent. I did not need it yet, but I certainly would in the future because sulfur appeared in the resource list. It was scarce. Though less valuable than gemstones, it was undoubtedly worth more than iron. The pouch could stockpile sulfur slowly now, so I would not be helpless when I needed it. I stored it. The red leather spellbook read. Rapid fireballs, intermediate fire, magic upgraded fireball. Launches fireballs continuously. Damage per fireball equals spirit mana cost per fireball, 3. This would let me fire fireballs like a machine gun. How satisfying. I learned it instantly. The bow was next. Elven bow, attack plus 100. Doubles range and projectile speed. It was an excellent bow, though I did not know archery. I'll give it to bow 1 later. It should at least double his strength. I handed it to a spearman for safekeeping. The third chest contained an amulet, a spell book, and an exquisite belt. Strongman's belt, strength plus 100 crafted by a hero from the tendons of an iron-hide rhinoceros. I put it on and checked my stats. My strength had truly increased by 100. Dragonbone amulet, reduces magic damage by 30% crafted by an archmage from a wyvern skull. Not bad. I attached it to my belt. Low-tier magic did not threaten me, but high-tier magic beasts possessed terrifying power. Reducing their damage by 30% was valuable. The blue leather spellbook read. Ripple Steps intermediate water magic allows the user to walk on water mana cost, 1 per second. It was far more impressive than the legendary monk crossing a river on a reed. With my current mana, I could run across water for more than an hour, enough to cross any river. I learned it. When I finished with the chests, Spear 1 completed his search of the main building. My lord, we did not find the chieftain, but we found several blueprints. There were 3 building blueprints: Iron Mine, Arrow Tower, and Watchtower. They also found a map of the Siamese forest that covered more territory than the dwarf version. It marked an iron mine, lumberyard, and quarry occupied by the goblins. I stored everything and left the building. Bow 1 and several divine archers were helping an elderly white-bearded dwarf from a cabin. My lord, we found the dwarf chieftain. I studied the old man. Are you the chieftain? This old man is. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Thank you for saving my life, my lord. Rise. Only then did Bob, the other 2 chiefs, and more than 100 dwarves reach the summit. They were overjoyed to see the chieftain and crowded around to support him. Chieftain, are you all right? Bob asked anxiously, staring at the blood and wounds covering the old man. The chieftain coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and shook his head. I am fine. 6 months of recuperation at home should heal me. I handed him a bottle of health solution. Thank you, my lord. The chieftain opened it and drank less than half. Every wound vanished, and his health returned to full. He dropped to his knees and kowtowed again. All the other dwarves knelt and thanked me with him. The chieftain prostrated himself. Great lord, you helped us destroy the goblins. The dwarf tribe willingly accepts your rule and becomes your people. The dwarves lay prostrate and swore allegiance to me. I had gained another tribe, and my mood soared. With one hand behind my back, I raised the other slightly. Rise. Now that you are my subjects, you stand under my protection. If any race invades you in the future, I will send an army to destroy it. My words overflowed with authority. The dwarves' blood heated, and they were deeply moved. Long live our lord. They shouted 3 times, bowed repeatedly, and rose. Bow 1. This bow came from the Goblin King's treasure chest. I grant it to you. I handed over the elven bow. I had promised him a suitable weapon the previous day, and this one was perfect. Thank you, my lord. Bow 1 dropped to one knee and received it with both hands raised. Clear the battlefield and prepare to return to the dwarf tribe. The chieftain led the dwarves in collecting useful supplies from the goblins. Their weapons were too light for dwarves, but could be melted down and reforged. I drank 2 bottles of mana solution to restore 1,000 mana, approached the Goblin King's corpse, cast divine enhancement, and looted it. You have obtained 1 staff and 1 stable blueprint. A dark green staff topped with a dragon's head floated in front of me. Dragonbone Staff Inferior Treasure Artifact summons an illusory green dragon with 1/10 the strength of a true dragon, establishes a bond with its owner upon acquisition, crafted by a great archmage from the spine of a slain green dragon. Summoning consumes a large amount of mana. I was delighted. The Goblin King had dropped a treasure artifact. Items were divided into mundane equipment, magic artifacts, treasure artifacts, and divine artifacts, each with inferior, intermediate, superior, and ultimate grades. This was only an inferior treasure artifact, but it was a divine treasure to players at the beginning of the game. Others would celebrate finding a superior mundane item. As expected of the Goblin King, it dropped something valuable. I seized the staff. A bond formed instantly. I sensed the dragon aura within and learned several syllables of the dragon language. Let's test it. I waved the staff and spoke the dragon words. Nothing happened. The pronunciation had been correct. Then I remembered that summoning required enormous mana. My status showed 0. I had just restored 1,000, but enhancing the Goblin King's corpse had consumed it all. The greater the transformation, the more mana divine enhancement required. Without enhancing the corpse, it would probably have dropped only an inferior magic artifact. I drank 2 more 500 milliliter bottles of mana solution and restored 1,000 mana. Then I raised the staff and chanted. Green light shot out and transformed into a dragon in midair. It was roughly 50 feet long with a 70-foot wingspan, a lizard-like head, and dark green scales that gleamed under the sun. Green Dragon, Illusory Remnant. Tier: 2 Divine Beast Dragons are ranked Tier 1 to 5. Earth Dragon, Wyvern, True Dragon / Sacred Dragon / Divine Dragon Health 10, 000/100, 000 Attack 1, 000/10, 000 Defense 300/3, 000 Speed 800/1, 000 Skills. Dragon Breath. Light Barrier. Its remnant soul is sealed in the spine staff. When summoned, it possesses 1/10 of its former strength. The green dragon roared. An overwhelming draconic pressure descended. Everyone stared upward in terror. Though the dragon's body was illusory, the divine majesty of its species still inspired fear. Heavens, a green dragon. Where did it come from? It's so powerful. Were ants before it? A divine beast. Kneel and worship. The dwarves' legs trembled, and they fell to their knees. My 100 soldiers raised their weapons with solemn expressions, prepared to face a deadly enemy. Dragonslayer spearmen could kill earth dragons as a group, but earth dragons were only Tier 1, far below a green dragon. Still, they saw that its body was somewhat unreal and suspected it was not a true living dragon. I announced, "Do not fear. I summoned this dragon. It will not harm you." The soldiers lowered their weapons. "Our lord is mighty." The embarrassed dwarves climbed to their feet and regarded me with even greater awe. My mind was linked with the green dragon. It responded to my thoughts. I ordered it to descend, climbed onto its back, and willed it to rise. The dragon circled into the sky and traveled several miles in an instant. Dragon Breath. The green dragon opened its enormous jaws and attacked a barren peak below. Whoosh! A torrent of flame struck. Boulders at the summit shattered, and fire engulfed more than 100 square yards. The sight was breathtaking. I felt my mana draining rapidly. In less than a few minutes of control, I had lost 1/5 of it. It makes an incredible display, but the mana cost is brutal. I sighed, ordered the green dragon to land, and returned it to the staff. I returned the staff to my inventory and examined the stable blueprint. Stable: 1,000 gold coins, 10 stone, 100 timber houses warhorses, and is required before constructing a cavalry barracks. I'll build a cavalry barracks, recruit knights, and enhance them into golden knights. I was delighted. Unfortunately, I still lacked a cavalry barracks blueprint. I stored this one and turned to the corpses. I lacked the energy to enhance more than 2,000 high-rank goblins, so I looted them directly. Clearing the bodies from summit to foot took an hour and yielded more than 30,000 gold coins, over 44,000 pounds of meat, and dozens of 10 milliliter bottles of health and mana solution. I enhanced them all to 500 milliliters. The soldiers received the health solution, while I kept the mana solution. My abilities consumed mana so quickly that I needed to carry more than a dozen bottles. The system displayed a message. Congratulations. You have completed the instance quest, Rescue the Dwarf Chieftain. You have obtained 50,000 EXP, 100,000 gold coins, and 1,000 units of metal. I opened my status. Tang Phone Level 5 Elite Lord EXP 27, 800/140, 000 Health 5, 000/5, 000 Mana 2, 800 fifths, 000 command, 10 attack, 210 defense, 120 strength, 80 speed, 30 spirit, 90 free, attribute point 70. Talent, divine enhancement. Magic and skills. All elementary fire magic, rapid fireballs, ice shield, critical strike, ripple steps, elementary repair. Equipment, dragonbone staff, dragonbone amulet, strongman's belt, frost saber, steel armor, wizard's ring. Items, magic scroll, x1 health solution, x53 mana solution, x46 gold coins, 1,265,600 beast, meat 58,700 kilograms, metal 1,000 sulfur treasure pouch. My health and mana had both reached 5,000. Advancing to level 6 required more than 100,000 EXP. I had 70 free attribute points. I added 10 to spirit, bringing it to exactly 100. Each rapid fireball now dealt 100 from spirit plus 100 from the dragon scale fruit for 200 damage. A 5-shot burst dealt 1,000. Terrifying. I added 30 each to speed and attack. With 60 speed, I could run and strike twice as fast. My attack reached 240, allowing me to kill even a tier 5 magic beast with ease. That day had been an overwhelming victory. My 100 soldiers suffered no deaths, and I advanced 2 levels. I obtained more than 200,000 gold coins, over 60,000 pounds of meat, 1,000 metal, 2 spellbooks, the dragonbone staff, dragonbone amulet, elven bow, sulfur treasure pouch, and several blueprints. On top of all that, the entire dwarf tribe submitted, greatly increasing my territory, population, and resources. An empire truly developed through war and plunder. The dwarves happily carried their spoils back to the valley with me. The chiefs who remained behind led every old person and child out to greet us. Seeing the chieftain safe, they embraced him with tears of joy. Bob recounted how we destroyed the goblins and rescued their leader. Every dwarf looked at me with reverence and knelt in thanks. The chieftain announced that the entire tribe had joined my territory and sworn allegiance to me. The dwarves cheered in support. Becoming subjects of a powerful lord who had shown them enormous kindness was what they sincerely desired. The entire tribe prostrated itself again and swore loyalty. I enjoyed the feeling, raised my hand for them to stand, and delivered a brief speech centered on 2 points. First, if the dwarves encountered any powerful enemy, I would send troops to destroy it and ensure the tribe's survival. Second, the dwarves would be loyal to me and everything belonged to their lord, but I would not exploit or oppress them. Instead, I would improve their lives. This was not an empty promise. My territory now contained Chun family village, an agricultural civilization rich in rice, flour, cooking oil, beans, and cuisine but short on meat, and the dwarf tribe, which ate mostly beast meat and had a monotonous diet. Trade would complement both groups. Dwarves would enjoy cultivated foods, while villagers would eat more beast meat. Dwarves excelled in forging, while villagers knew pottery, textiles, and weaving. Both groups' quality of life would rise sharply. As the territory grew and incorporated more tribes, material exchange would become richer, accelerating economic and civilizational development. The dwarves cheered with excitement. Life under this godlike lord would surely improve. At the very least, their survival was now guaranteed, and that mattered most. After the ceremony, the chieftain ordered a banquet to celebrate and welcome me. Your tribe's defenses are still insufficient. I will add troops, I told the chieftain and chiefs while inspecting the valley. The valley covered several square miles and could easily hold more than 10,000 people. But other magic beast tribes surely lived in the Siamese forest, some possibly far stronger than the goblins. If one clashed with the dwarves, it might wipe them out before a message could cross the 7 or 8 miles to my territory. I needed to build barracks here and station soldiers to protect them. They were now my subjects, so their safety was my responsibility. I had another plan. Use the dwarf tribe as the foundation of a military base that would secure the Siamese forest's mineral resources. The dwarves owned several mines, and the goblin mines now belonged to me as well. Without strong forces nearby, they could not be protected or exploited. I selected open land and built 5 barracks on the edge of the dwarf settlement. I recruited and enhanced 100 soldiers, 40 spearmen, 40 sabermen, and 20 divine archers. I chose 1 spearman and 1 saberman as commander and deputy, stationing the force in the valley to protect the mines with the dwarves. The chieftain and chiefs relaxed when they saw the 100 top-tier soldiers. They had witnessed their strength. Even the powerful beastmen would struggle to take the valley now. I built 10 houses, recruited 40 farmers, enhanced them into Titan farmers, and upgraded the houses into Titan farmsteads. I had so many resources that I could have built hundreds of barracks and farmsteads at once. The dwarves' jaws nearly fell off when they saw 40 titans standing almost 13 feet tall. The 2 titans they met days earlier had already felt overwhelming. Now there were 40. From this day forward, you are one family. Live in harmony and help one another. I told both races. Hello, adorable dwarf friend. One titan farmer bent down with open arms to embrace Bob. Their heights were so different that Bob did not reach the titan's thigh. He could only hug the elephant-thick leg while the titan patted his head. The other titans warmly embraced the dwarves as well. Giants and little men greeted one another in a scene that was both comical and harmonious. I gave the Goblin King's map to the chieftain. These locations are goblin mines. Assign titans and dwarves to work them together. As you command, my lord. The goblin mines and dwarf mines gave me more than enough resource sites. I opened the territory information. Town next rank. County city, 116 square miles, 10,000 buildings, 30,000 population area, 110 buildings, 1,838 population, 7,829 army, 200. Gold coins, 1.4, 7 million food, 1.6, 4 million timber, 20,000 stone, 120,000 metal, 2,386 gemstones, 2. Blueprints, stable, mine, arrow tower, watchtower, house, barracks, quarry, lumberyard, smithy, granary. The territory had gained 50 square kilometers and 1,000 people because of the dwarves. Resources had increased even more. I now had over 2,000 metal, 1,000 from the instance reward, and the rest from inventorying the goblin and dwarf iron mines. My lord, dinner is ready. Please take your seat in the council hall. Escorted by the dwarves, I sat in the place of honor. The chieftain and chiefs joined me, while lesser leaders occupied the other tables. My 200 soldiers, 40 titans, and several hundred dwarves sat on the ground outside around great cooking pots. They sang, danced, drank from bowls, and tore into huge pieces of meat. During the feast, I carried a wine jar outside and drank amid the cheers of dwarves, giants, and soldiers. The meal consisted only of beast meat and wild vegetables, far worse than the food in my main city, but the atmosphere was what mattered. After dinner and sunset, I returned to the main city with the 100 soldiers I had brought. Another 100 soldiers and 40 titans remained. Beginning the next day, they would mine resources and hunt mutant beasts. They greeted me when I returned. My lord, dinner is ready. I ate with the dwarves. Eat without me. I walked through the mansion's rear garden, took a comfortable hot bath, and returned to my bedroom to read the forum in silence. At this hour, players relaxed and chatted after a full day of fighting, exhausted but excited. I finally reached level 4 today. Only 7 days of protection remain. I need to prepare for the first beast tide. Early levels are easy. It gets harder and harder. I built a barracks and recruited 3 spearmen and 2 sabermen. Together, we can barely kill 1 bloodtusk boar. How many magic beasts will be in the first tide 7 days from now? Maybe dozens of tier 1 beasts, with a tier 2 leader. Then we need at least 100 soldiers to defend the main city. There's no way to recruit that many in 7 days. Build arrow towers, dig trenches, and recruit archers. We should be able to hold. I finally built a lumberyard. My timber supply is stable now. Stone. I desperately need stone. The conversation showed that most players had reached level 3 or 4. Without good talents, advancing was difficult. Still, they were doing far better than during the first 2 days. Many had begun constructing barracks. Though they could recruit only a few soldiers, several combat units made it easy to clear tier 1 beasts near the territory and protect farmers gathering and cutting timber. Resources and development could finally accumulate. After 8 o'clock, the rankings updated. Combat power rankings. First, Earth Repairman level, 5 Elite Lord. Second, Mike John level, 8 Common Lord. Third, Ripple Fairy level, 7 Common Lord. Fourth, Dark Demon Lord level, 7 Common Lord. Fifth, Taro Okamura level, 7 Common Lord. I still dominated all 3 rankings by an enormous margin. The top 10 had shifted slightly, with Ripple Fairy jumping from 5th to 3rd. Damn, Earth Repairman is already a level 5 Elite Lord, several levels ahead of 2nd place. The difference between an Elite and Common Lord is enormous. Ripple Fairy jumped from 5th to 3rd. Did she activate a cheat today? Seeing my level 5 Elite rank and overwhelming lead in development and resources, the forum erupted again. Everyone speculated about Earth Repairman's country and talent, yet no one knew the truth. As I prepared to close the forum, I noticed an unread message from my friend Xiaoqiuyue. Tang Feng, do you still want a gemstone today? What the hell? Had this woman found another gemstone? Was her entire territory covered in them? My eyes widened. Finding one on the first day was good luck. Finding another on the second was outrageous. Finding a third on the third day was beyond even a goddess of luck. Besides, rare resources like gemstones should have magic beasts guarding them. How could she simply pick them up? Then I remembered the sulfur treasure pouch from the Goblin King's chest. It produced 10 units of sulfur every day. Could Xiao Qiuyue have found a pouch that produced gemstones on her first day? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed. I replied, "Do you have a treasure pouch that produces gemstones?" Xiao Qiuyue answered, "How did you know?" "Exactly. No wonder she had one to sell every day." I asked, "How many does it produce each day?" "One." "How many did you expect?" She was probably telling the truth. Each time she sold to me, she listed no others. My sulfur pouch produced 10 units a day, not because it was higher rank, but probably because gemstones were more valuable and therefore appeared in smaller quantities. "Did you find a resource pouch today too?" Xiao Qiuyue seemed to guess. Without one, I could not have known she possessed a gemstone pouch. I answered, "Right. A treasure chest dropped a sulfur pouch today. It produces 10 sulfur per day." "Wow, you're so lucky." "Not as lucky as you. You found a gemstone pouch on the first day. I had to fight a huge group of goblins to get mine." Her pouch had clearly been easier to obtain. Even if a magic beast guarded it, the creature must have been a weak tier 1 beast, because she could not have killed anything stronger on the first day. Xiao Qiuyue replied, "You think it was easy?" "A tier 3 silverback lizard guarded it. I nearly died." I answered, "What a lie. You defeated a tier 3 beast on day 1? You're joking." A tier 3 creature had at least 500 health and high attack and defense. On my first day, even with 2 titans and a frost saber granting 100 attack, killing the tier 3 red scale fire python had been difficult. Even if she had reached level 3 on the first day, she could not have defeated a tier 3 beast or built a barracks and recruited many soldiers. If she had possessed so many resources, she would not have traded a gemstone for supplies. Xiao Qiuyue replied, "Believe whatever you want. Back to business. Do you want a day's gem?" I wondered whether she had drawn some outrageous starting talent. A treasure as good as a resource pouch would be guarded by a powerful beast. She claimed to have killed a tier 3 silverback lizard. Perhaps it was true. She had no reason to lie. If so, she had absolutely drawn an extraordinary talent. I want the gemstone. By the way, what talent did you draw? Tell me yours first, and then I'll tell you mine. A garbage C-rank talent. Not worth mentioning. I tried to deceive her. Who are you fooling? Yours is at least S rank, or you could never have developed so quickly. The resources near my territory are abundant. It has nothing to do with my talent. Right? If you don't want to say, forget it. Let's discuss the trade. Damn, this woman was clever. I stopped probing. She would not tell me the truth, just as I would never reveal my talent to her. Fine, let's trade. This time, she wanted 10 metal and 100 stone. Clearly, she no longer lacked food or timber. I did not bargain because such resources meant nothing to me. The next morning, they led the Titan farmers to work. 14 to the lumberyard and 14 to the quarry. Farmers no longer needed to gather food. My territory held nearly 2 million units, more than we could eat. Chun family village and the dwarves continued supplying food, while 200 soldiers hunted enormous quantities of beast meat every day. Spear 1, Blade 1, and Bow 1 assembled their troop types outside the mansion and awaited orders. The goblins were gone, so I had no need to take so many soldiers with me. The previous night, the smithies completed the 100 custom weapons, all superior mundane equipment. I enhanced every one into an intermediate magic artifact with more than 100 attack and distributed them to the soldiers, adding 100 attack each. Along with armor granting 50 defense, their strength more than doubled. I ordered the 3 commanders to lead troops southeast on an expedition to map the land and hunt beasts. The mutant creatures within 6 miles of the main city were nearly gone. The dwarf tribe lay west, protected by 100 soldiers. Chun family village lay in the Daxing Mountains to the north, and I planned to explore farther there. Only the southeast remained unknown. The 3 commanders took 87 soldiers southeast. I kept 3 spearmen, 3 sabermen, and 4 divine archers with me. Before leaving, I built the stable. Stable, 1,000 gold coins, 10 stone, 100 timber capacity, 100 warhorses. I selected a site and completed construction. The stable covered more than 10,000 square feet, but contained no horses. 2 grooms in dirty linen lay in the grass inside the enclosure, picking lice from each other's hair. Purchase warhorse, 100 gold coins each. I spent 10,000 gold coins and bought 100. The stable immediately filled with neighing horses pawing restlessly at the ground. The 2 grooms scrambled upright and began feeding them. Honored Lord. I nodded and approached a stall where a fine horse was eating. A thought occurred to me. Why not enhance it? I activated Divine Enhancement. When the white light faded, the horse had grown a pair of enormous white feathered wings and looked even more magnificent. Silverwing Pegasus Tier, 4 Magic Beast Health 1000 Mana 1000 Attack 100 Defense 40 Strength 100 Speed 300 Magic. Windblade. Attack plus 50, Mana cost 5 possesses powerful wings. Once it accepts you as master, you may ride it through the sky. It had become a Tier 4 Silverwing Pegasus capable of Windblade. It was both mount and combat partner. Incredible. The Pegasus leaped from the stall and rubbed its head affectionately against me, acknowledging me as master. I stroked its head and climbed onto its back. With a gentle flap, it took to the air and carried me in circles, climbing and diving. Like a dragon, it did not fly by pushing air with its wings. It naturally controlled the element of wind. The 10 soldiers cheered below, while both grooms stared in disbelief. After flying for a while, I landed and continued enhancing the horses. The second also became a Pegasus. By the 6th, my mana was empty. Each one consumed 1000 mana. The results were excellent, but the cost was severe. Fortunately, I still had more than 40 bottles of mana solution, including over a dozen enormous 3000 milliliter jugs. I drank one 3000 milliliter bottle and 4 500 milliliter bottles to fill my mana, enhanced 5 more horses, drank again, and continued. After consuming 20 bottles, I had created 40 Silverwing Pegasi and stopped. I still had 20 or 30 bottles, but I needed to save them for other uses instead of exhausting the entire supply at once. Mount the Silverwing Pegasi and accompany me to Chen Family Village. As you command. The 10 delighted soldiers climbed onto their mounts. I led them north toward the Daxing Mountains. I wanted to inspect Chen Family Village and learn whether the werewolves had attacked again the previous day. Another massive werewolf assault without my assistance might have wiped the settlement out. However, the population of my territory had not fallen, so no large attack had probably occurred. Still, I had to check that day and build barracks to station 100 soldiers as a precaution. Chen Family Village lay 7 or 8 miles from the main city. The Pegasi reached its sky in less than 2 minutes, without even using their full speed. When the villagers saw more than 10 Pegasus riders descending from the sky, they prepared for an enemy. Archers in the towers drew their bows, while villagers raised sabers, spears, axes, and pitchforks. Do not be afraid. It is your lord. I shouted from the sky. It's our lord. Lower your weapons and kneel to greet him. The villagers relaxed. As we descended and our faces became clear, they threw aside their weapons and knelt. Rise. I landed with the 10 soldiers and raised my hand. Someone had already gone to notify the patriarch. The old man soon hurried over with several elders. My lord has graced us with his presence. Forgive this old man for failing to welcome you. There is no need for ceremony. When he tried to kneel, I supported him. The patriarch escorted me to the seat of honor in the ancestral hall, with the elders beside me and Chun Hu and other young men standing below. I sipped my tea. Did any large group of magic beasts enter the village yesterday? No large group, my lord. But more than a dozen werewolves attacked last night. Fortunately, our defenses were strong enough to drive them back. So the werewolves had returned. They even understood the value of attacking at night, making them difficult to guard against. If Chun Family Village had not contained 1,000 households of martial artists, it would have been destroyed long ago. Fortunately, only a dozen came last night. If more than 100 attacked as they did the day before, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fear still lingered in one elder's cloudy eyes. Concern filled every face. I think the werewolves came only to harass us, Chun Hu said from below. He had been on patrol and discovered them the previous night. Why do you say that? I looked at him. The dozen werewolves never tried to break in. They only caused trouble at different points. Whenever we pursued them, they fled. Because it was dark, we did not dare chase far. The moment we returned, they came back. They continued for more than an hour before leaving. I frowned slightly. It had indeed been harassment. But why send such a small force in the middle of the night merely to harass them? Could it have been reconnaissance? More than 100 werewolves had attacked 2 days earlier. My 3 soldiers and I killed almost all of them, leaving only 20 or 30 survivors. Werewolves lived in packs, and their tribe had to contain at least several hundred. They would never ignore such losses. But they feared I might still be at Chen Family Village, so they sent a small nighttime force to test the situation. That meant a large attack was likely within the next few days. If the werewolves attack in force again, Chen Family Village may not survive. The patriarch sighed. Every face turned grave. while Chun-Hu and the other young men clenched their fists. The village will be safe only after the entire werewolf tribe is destroyed, an elder said. I understood. The patriarch and elders were deliberately emphasizing their suffering in front of me. Chun family village had become part of my territory, so they naturally hoped their lord would resolve the crisis. A system message appeared. Instance triggered. Help Chun family village eliminate the threat of the hidden werewolf tribe. Rewards: 300,000 gold coins and 300,000 EXP. That suited me perfectly. The reward contained no medal, but 300,000 gold and EXP was substantial. The werewolf tribe was evidently far stronger than the goblins. Individually, one werewolf equaled 20 or 30 goblins, so several hundred werewolves formed a terrifying force. Of course, with my current strength, even 1,000 did not concern me. I had recruited 300 top-tier soldiers, and each could handle more than a dozen werewolves. I smiled. Do not worry. I will build barracks at Chun family village and protect these mountains. The patriarch and elders brightened. Thank you, my lord. I offer the gratitude of every member of the Chun clan. No need. I waved a hand. Do you know where the werewolf tribe lives? We do not. The patriarch shook his head helplessly, and the others followed. Chun-Hu asked, My lord, do you intend to attack the tribe? Not attack it. Destroy it. I delivered the answer with authority, rose, and strode from the hall. Everyone followed. On open ground outside the village, I built 5 barracks, recruited 100 soldiers, and spent 20,000 mana to enhance them all: 40 spearmen, 40 sabermen, and 20 divine archers. I selected a commander and deputy to station there, clear the surrounding area, and defend the village. Great lord, thank you for your grace. The patriarch led the villagers in prostrating themselves. 2 days earlier, 3 soldiers and I had defeated more than 100 werewolves. Now 100 soldiers guarded the village. They could easily repel 1,000. Rise. You are my subjects, so I will naturally protect you. The patriarch and villagers stood, overflowing with gratitude. I built 10 more houses, recruited 40 farmers, and enhanced them into titans. The Daxing Mountains were rich in resources, and I intended to establish a satellite base at Chin Family Village with both combat troops and laborers. 100 soldiers would hunt at least tens of thousands of units of beast meat per day, so I built a granary for storage. I also constructed a nearby lumberyard and quarry, assigning 20 titans to each. The 100 soldiers formed 10 teams. 2 defended the village, and 8 hunted magic beasts. After completing the arrangements, I took the 10 guards into the sky on Pegasi to search for the werewolf tribe. Whenever I saw a tier 2 or stronger beast below, I dropped a burst of rapid fireballs and killed it along the way. Even tier 3 beasts died instantly beneath the barrage. Air superiority plus ranged attacks was overwhelming against ground creatures that could not shoot back. The 10 guards did not need to act. I did not want them stealing my EXP, because kills made by subordinates gave their lord only 1/10 the normal amount. Searching and killing from the air was enormously efficient. We spent the afternoon searching and killed more than 100 magic beasts, but did not find the werewolf tribe. I had advanced to a level 6 elite lord. I opened my status. Tang Feng level 6 elite lord EXP 1, 800/250, 000 health 6, 000/6, 000 mana 6, 000/6, 000 command 10 attack 240 defense 120 strength 80 speed 60 spirit 100 free attribute points 120 talent divine enhancement magic and skills all elementary fire magic rapid fireballs ice shield critical strike ripple steps elementary repair equipment dragonbone staff dragonbone amulet strongman's belt frost saber steel armor wizard's ring items magic scroll x1 health potions x23 mana supplements x26 gold coins 65,600 beast meat 58,700 kilograms. Quests: develop the territory, recruit farmers and soldiers, resist the beast tide after 10 days, and eliminate the werewolf tribe threatening Chun family village. I put all 120 attribute points into spirit, raising it to 220. A single fireball now dealt 320 damage, never mind rapid fireballs. As the sun set, I returned to the main city with 10 Pegasus-mounted guards. The Titan farmers also returned one after another and began cooking. Spear 1's expedition to the southeast came back with several magic beast corpses. I processed them all and obtained tens of thousands of gold coins, tens of thousands of pounds of meat, and a tavern blueprint. Tavern, come here for a drink and relax. Tip the owner, and he may reveal useful information. The guests are down on their luck heroes who can be recruited with enough gold. My eyes lit up. Wasn't this the tavern from Heroes of Might and Magic? I had to build it. Construct tavern. 1,000 gold coins, 100 timber, 20 stone, 100 beast hides. I completed construction. A two-story building covering more than 1,000 square feet appeared. Dusk had arrived, and several bronze oil lamps glowed upstairs and down. Inside, more than a dozen men and women of varied appearance and clothing drank at small tables. "Welcome, my lord." The tall, fat owner stood behind the bar and greeted me enthusiastically. "You have finally decided to visit my little tavern. What would you like to drink?" I tapped the counter. "I want to recruit a hero. Tell me about the options." "Recruit a hero? Then you've come to the right place. Down on their luck, heroes visit me every day. Pay 2,500 gold coins, and one will serve you." He added, "Of course, that is the price for a common hero. An elite costs 25,000. There were ranks here too. Naturally, I wanted an elite. How many hero ranks are there? 6, from lowest to highest. Common, elite, legendary, mythic, epic, and divine. The same ranks used for lords. Recruiting an epic or divine hero would be incredible, but certainly not easy. I want a divine hero. Do you have one? Divine? That would cost 250 million gold coins. Besides, a divine hero would never drink in my little tavern. 250 million? I clicked my tongue. By that scale, an epic cost 25 million, a mythic 2.5 million, and a legendary 250,000. My current wealth could afford a legendary at best. Then you have a legendary hero? My apologies, my lord. I have only common and elite heroes. The owner shrugged. What kind of tavern can recruit legendary heroes and above? You must upgrade your main city. The higher the city rank, the more floors my tavern gains. The higher the floor, the greater the rank of heroes who visit. I understood. My main city was only a town, so I could recruit only common and elite heroes. For now, elite was my only choice. The elite heroes are all on the second floor? Yes, my lord. Thanks. I tossed one gold coin onto the bar and headed upstairs. What a stingy lord. The owner grumbled at my back as he picked up the coin. There were noticeably fewer guests on the second floor, 5 men and 3 women, each drinking and eating at a separate table. Some were built like barbarians, while others were tall and refined. One black-robed hero had a skull for a head, yet somehow his drink did not leak out. Information above them identified barbarians, undead, elementals, elves, and other races. The black-robed skeleton was an undead hero with a soul-summoning talent. After killing enemies, he could convert corpses into undead skeletons. The talent was outrageous, but I would not recruit him. I was human and did not want an undead army under my command. I scanned the room until my gaze stopped on a human hero, a beautiful blonde woman in a knight's uniform, with a sword at her waist. Catherine, human hero, elite, level 1 health, 1,000 mana, 1,000 talent. Blessing. Increases attack and defense of commanded units by 20% attack, 100 defense, 30 strength, 100 speed, 40 magic. Fireball, ice arrow, thunderbolt, loyalty 70. Not bad. I would choose her. Blessing added 20% attack and defense to her troops, and her spells were useful. I could not demand more from an elite hero. Most importantly, she was a beautiful human woman and pleasing to look at. I sat at her table. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the local lord. I like what I see, and I want to hire you. She was an NPC, so there was no need for subtlety. Catherine set down her cup and looked at me without expression. Pay 25,000 gold coins, and I will follow you. A system prompt appeared. Spend 25,000 gold coins to recruit elite hero Catherine? Of course. I smiled calmly. You have paid 25,000 gold coins. Catherine has become a hero under your command. Reminder, treat heroes well. Do not allow loyalty to fall below 60, or they may betray you when danger arises. Catherine rose, dropped to one knee, placed her left hand over her chest, and bowed. Honored lord, it is a great privilege to become your subordinate. Rise. I supported her by both arms. As we left the tavern, a thought occurred to me. I should cast divine enhancement on her and see whether it worked on heroes. I could not be certain, but it was worth trying. First, I checked my mana. It was full at 6,000. A beam of light struck Catherine. When it faded several seconds later, her appearance had clearly changed. Her features were more refined and sculpted, her figure taller and more alluring, and holy radiance surrounded her. Catherine, human hero, legendary. Level 1 EXP 0/1, 000 health, 10,000 mana, 10,000 talent. Divine favor. Increases attack and defense of the hero and commanded units by 50%. increases speed by 20%, reduces magic damage by 30%, and consumes 1 mana per second attack, 1000 defense, 300 strength, 500 speed, 200 spirit, 300. Magic, rapid fireballs, chain lightning, earthshaker, meteor firefall. Rapid fireballs, intermediate fire magic. Launches fireballs continuously. Chain lightning, intermediate lightning magic. Consists of at least 5 thunderbolts. Earthshaker, advanced earth magic. Violently shakes the ground, topples cities, and destabilizes mountains. Used in sieges or to disrupt enemies. Meteor firefall, advanced fire magic. Summons countless flaming meteors from the sky to destroy everything. Loyalty 90. My eyes nearly popped out. Her health and mana exceeded 10,000, 4,000 more than mine as a level 6 elite lord. Every other attribute had increased tenfold. Divine favor almost doubled the strength of her and her troops, and all 4 spells were terrifying. She truly deserved legendary rank. Unfortunately, I could enhance her only to legendary. If I could reach epic or divine, the result would be unimaginable. Still, I was very satisfied. In her current state, she far surpassed her lord. With 100 soldiers under her command, she could sweep every magic beast tribe in the region. Great lord, thank you for remaking me. Catherine dropped to one knee in excitement. Her loyalty had jumped from 70 to 90. Interesting. She had become legendary, yet her loyalty had not reached 100. Titan farmers and soldiers always reached 100 after enhancement. Heroes must not rise to complete loyalty in a single step. Still, 90 was close to absolute devotion, so betrayal was no concern unless I regularly abused her until it fell below 60. Why would I abuse such a beautiful and valuable general? Rise. I helped her up. My lord, dinner is ready, a guard reported. Come, have a few drinks with me. In the great hall of the lord's residence, for dishes, 1 soup, and a jar of fruit wine waited on the table. A guard poured our cups. A toast to my lord. Catherine raised her cup with both hands. I touched mine to it, and we drained them together. Drinking with my beautiful general put me in such a good mood that I recorded a short video through the system and posted it on the forum. Before long, players who followed me crowded into the comments. Whoa, Brother Fong has a beautiful woman dining with him tonight. Which player is she? How did she reach his territory? Did they form an alliance that allows them to travel between territories? Could she simply be one of Tang Feng's soldiers? No way. My barracks recruits nothing but burly men. She doesn't carry herself like a soldier. She must be a different unit type. Brother Fong, tell us what kind of unit she is and how to recruit one. You can recruit women this gorgeous? I'd recruit 100 and keep them around me every day. I drank my wine, read the comments, and smiled without answering. After dinner, I told Catherine, you will stay in the Lord's residence for now. Choose any room you like. I had not built separate quarters for her, and the residence had many empty rooms and pavilions. Her presence would give me some company. Thank you for your concern, my lord. She was deeply moved. Your care has increased Catherine's loyalty by 1. Current loyalty, 91. That surprised me. Drinking together and arranging a room had increased loyalty. But I knew similar gestures would not raise it so easily in the future. I showed her to an elegant side room near my own quarters. A guard reported, my lord, the hot water for your bath is ready. I considered inviting Catherine into the large tub, then decided against it. We had met only that day, and bathing together would be awkward. Prepare another tub of hot water for Catherine. As you command. After bathing, I returned to my bedroom and opened the forum. This was the player's 4th day on the Beast continent, and more than 30,000 had died worldwide. The first 3 days were the hardest. The remaining 900,000 had mostly stabilized. Most were above level 4, with dozens of farmers and more than 10 soldiers. They could easily handle tier 1 beasts near their territories. As long as they did not wander deep into mountains or wilderness, they were generally safe. The rankings updated. Combat power rankings. First, Earth Repairman level, 6 Elite Lord. Second, Mike John level, 1 Elite Lord. Third, Ripple Fairy level, 9 Common Lord. Fourth, Dark Demon Lord level, 8 Common Lord. Fifth, Taro Okamura level, 8 Common Lord. Mike had finally advanced to Elite rank. Ripple Fairy had gained 2 levels that day, so she must have killed a large number of magic beasts. The global top 10 were displayed publicly, while other players could see only their own rank. Xiao Qiuyue sent me another gemstone trait. We were old acquaintances now, so we chatted after completing it. Xiao Qiuyue, Tang Feng, who was the woman drinking with you tonight? As a friend, she had naturally seen the video. I answered, a female elf I recruited. Xiao Qiuyue, do you think I'm an idiot? Elves have pointed ears and more slender bodies. That blonde has a large chest and hips. She's obviously a Western woman. Her observation was remarkably careful. I replied, if you already know, why ask? Xiao Qiuyue, I want to know how she reached your lord's residence. Can players travel freely and visit each other? Clearly, she did not know Catherine was a recruited hero. She thought Catherine was a Western player. I joked, yes. Would you like to visit my residence too? The three of us can play cards tonight. Her portrait showed a pure and beautiful woman around 20, with the classical Eastern beauty that could topple kingdoms. Xiao Qiuyue, who are you fooling? I can't find any setting for player travel. Does this woman have a territory next to yours? I could not be bothered explaining, so I lied. Exactly. You're a genius. My exploration force happened to meet her today, and we formed an alliance. Xiao Qiuyue, why do I feel that not one word you say is true? Did you see that she was beautiful and sexy and abduct her? I was speechless. Do you really think I'm such a lustful tyrant? Xiao Qiuyue, what man isn't? The law keeps you under control on Earth. Once you reach the beast continent, of course you'll seize any beauty you see. Everything she said was factual, but I answered, that's how you think. If you met a handsome man, you'd drag him home as your pet. Xiao Qiuyue, bah, I'm not that lustful. Forget it. I'm going to sleep. I wrote, good night. Sweet dreams. I closed the chat, left the forum, and went to bed. I slept until I woke naturally. After washing and eating the breakfast prepared by the guards with Catherine, I led her out of the residence. Spear 1 and more than 90 soldiers stood in formation, awaiting orders. They had already taken the Titan farmers to work. I built another 10 houses, recruited 40 farmers, enhanced them into Titans, and sent them to cut timber and mine. I ordered Spear 1 to continue exploring southeast with more than 90 soldiers, hunt beasts, and draw maps. I gave him a spatial ring holding 1,000 cubic meters for corpses and resources. A tier 3 magic beast had dropped it. Spear 1 accepted the command and departed. I built 5 more barracks, recruited 100 soldiers, and enhanced them all. 5 days remained before protection ended and the first beast tide arrived. Although I was powerful, recruiting more troops was prudent. Who knew whether the tide would scale with the strength of a player's territory? I suspected it did. Otherwise, weak players could never survive even the first wave. If I was right, the monsters attacking me would be extraordinarily numerous and might include high-tier beasts. The 2 granaries were nearly full, so I built 2 more with capacities of 1 million units each. Then I went to the stable, enhanced 20 Pegasi, and gave 1 to Catherine. Catherine, take 10 soldiers and follow me to the Daxing Mountains. We will find the werewolf tribe and kill them all. As you command, my lord. The rest of you will hunt around the territory and clear every magic beast within 10 miles. Removing nearby beasts would greatly reduce the number that could join the tide. As you command. The soldiers departed. Catherine and I each led 10 Pegasus riders toward the Daxing Mountains at high speed. To improve efficiency, our 2 teams split up to search. But we searched all day without finding the tribe. We continued the second day with no result. 3 consecutive days passed without a trace. The Daxing Mountains were enormous, a chain of peaks covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Catherine and I did not dare venture too deep and searched only the outskirts. There were several reasons. First, the deeper we traveled, the higher the tier of magic beasts. If we encountered one above tier 5, even our strength would leave us in grave danger. Deep within the Daxing Mountains, there might be mighty tier 6 or tier 7 magic beasts, terrifying tier 8 or tier 9 existences, or even divine beasts. Any of them could kill me instantly. Moreover, the outskirts alone were so vast that Catherine and I would need at least 10 days to search them. I was certain the werewolf tribe could not live in the depths, or it could never have traveled to attack Chin family village. Yet we had searched dozens of miles around the settlement for 3 days without finding it. That made no sense. The tribe should have been within this area. Why could we not locate it? The effort was not entirely wasted. Over 3 days, Catherine and I killed several hundred magic beasts of tier 2 or above and obtained hundreds of thousands of pounds of meat and plenty of equipment. I advanced to a level 7 elite lord. That evening, I visited the tavern. I remembered the system's hint that tipping the owner might make him reveal secrets. Owner, how can I find the werewolf tribe? I slapped 100 gold coins onto the bar. His eyes lit up. He swept them into a drawer, and a broad smile spread across his round face. You asked the right person. A friend often tells me about werewolves. According to him, they usually live inside caves, large caves halfway up mountains, with tunnels in every direction. As you know, werewolves live in packs, and a tribe contains at least several hundred. He rambled at length. For 100 coins, he was certainly enthusiastic, but most of what followed was nonsense. So that was why I could not find them. They lived in caves halfway up the mountains. Thank you. May your business prosper. I waved to interrupt him and turned toward the door. Farewell, my lord. Please visit again. With the key information, Catherine and I resumed the search the next day. A clear target made everything easier. We led 20 Pegasus riders around each mountain, looking specifically for activity halfway up the slopes. After half a day, we found several scattered werewolves near one mountain's foot. I sent my Pegasus into a dive and chanted from dozens of yards overhead. A burst of rapid fireballs struck one high-rank werewolf. Boom, boom, boom. 3 hits landed together and killed the creature with 600 health instantly. Catherine waved and called down a thunderbolt. Another high-rank werewolf fell stiffly, smoke rising from its body, while 2 low-rank werewolves beside it lost all 200 health to the branching current. 8 divine archers fired one volley, killing more than a dozen werewolves in an instant. After looting the bodies, we circled the mountainside. We had encountered werewolves during the previous 3 days, but killed them and moved on, never imagining they lived in caves at this elevation. More appeared among the dense trees and died easily. After several passes, we saw werewolves continuously emerging from several concealed openings. Finally, the corner of my mouth rose as I drove the Pegasus toward the caves. Boom, boom, boom. I circled above an entrance and rained rapid fireballs down, roasting werewolves one after another. Catherine alternated between fireballs and lightning. She had not eaten a dragon-scale fruit, but her legendary magic power surpassed mine as an elite lord. 8 divine archers fired constantly from their mounts. With enhanced bows, they had 200 attack and could kill a high-rank werewolf in 3 arrows. 7 spearmen and 7 sabermen had no ranged attacks, so they protected the archers and deflected incoming arrows. Dozens of werewolves died in a few seconds, and howls echoed among the peaks. Those below scattered and hid behind trees and boulders, which protected them well from fireballs and arrows but did nothing against Catherine's lightning. Countless armed werewolves poured from the caves, only to discover that their enemies all fought at range from the sky. Most could do nothing but endure. Only a small number of werewolf archers and mages could return fire. Their proportion was low, but the tribe was so large that hundreds and then more than 1,000 soon emerged, including over 100 archers and 40 or 50 mages. Their simultaneous barrage was devastating. Even with 7 spearmen and 7 sabermen shielding the front, arrows and spells struck continuously. Divine favor. Catherine activated her talent. Holy light descended and enveloped her, me, and every soldier. Attack and defense increased by 50%, speed by 20%, and magic damage decreased by 30%. Together with the Dragonbone amulet reducing my magic damage by another 30%, the werewolf spells dealt only 40% of their normal effect to me. Divine favor increased attack and defense by 50%, but more and more werewolves appeared, and the soldiers still could not withstand them indefinitely. Without their high health and defense, they would have died long ago. Even so, they lost 1/3 of their health. Catherine and I suffered little because our health and defense were far greater. Catherine unleashed chain lightning. 5 bolts twisted like silver serpents and struck more than a dozen werewolves, leaving charred bodies in an instant. Chain lightning was excellent area magic. Unfortunately, I had not yet found its spellbook. My lord, retreat. I am going to cast Meteor Firefall, Catherine said. I knew the spell was terrifying and would injure us if we stayed too close. I immediately pulled my Pegasus back. Catherine and the 20 soldiers followed, stopping in the air 200 or 300 yards away. Catherine chanted, raised one hand, and pointed at the packed werewolves below. Meteor Firefall. The sky turned fiery red. Dozens of burning meteors fell toward the horde outside the caves. Rumble. Flaming boulders weighing several tons struck the forest with terrifying force. Every werewolf within 30 feet of an impact point died instantly. More than 200 werewolves perished in one wave. I stared in disbelief. The power was horrifying, like a small-scale apocalypse. But the mana cost was enormous. One meteor firefall consumed 1,000 of Catherine's mana. Fortunately, she had 10,000 and could cast it many times. After recovering for several seconds, she cast another. Rumble. Another 200 or 300 werewolves exploded. The survivors screamed in terror and scattered toward the caves. She struck near an entrance with a 3rd meteor firefall, killing an unknown number. By then, most werewolves had escaped inside. The few running in panic were pursued and killed by the 20 soldiers. 20 Pegasi constantly fired wind blades and provided invaluable assistance. I frowned as the werewolves disappeared into the caves. If they refused to come out, we would have to enter and eliminate them. But inside, Catherine could not use meteor firefall or lightning. At least 400 or 500 had just retreated, and I had no idea how many remained within. A direct assault might cause heavy casualties, but we had no other choice. I was about to order my Pegasus to land when Catherine said, "My lord, allow me to cast Earthshaker and see whether I can collapse the caves." I nodded repeatedly. I had nearly forgotten her advanced earth magic. The spell was designed to topple city walls, but none of us knew whether it could collapse the werewolves' caves. Catherine chanted and cast Earthshaker. Rumble. The ground shook for several miles around the mountain. Birds and beasts fled in terror as the entire peak trembled and boulders tumbled from summit and slopes. It felt stronger than a magnitude 7 earthquake. The shaking continued for more than 10 seconds before stopping, yet none of the cave entrances collapsed. I frowned in disappointment. Embarrassment crossed Catherine's beautiful face. "My lord, my magic power is insufficient to collapse them." I smiled slightly. "It is not your fault. Natural caves are much sturdier than city walls. They could never be brought down so easily. We must attack inside." I landed with Catherine and the 20 soldiers before the caves. There were 3 entrances separated by dozens of yards. "Guard the entrances. Kill any werewolf that tries to escape. As you command." The 20 soldiers spread out around the caves. "Assist from the air," I told the 22 Pegasi circling overhead. Their combat power exceeded that of Dragon Slayer spearmen, and they possessed ranged wind blades. The Pegasi neighed in response. Though unable to speak, these Tier 5 magic beasts were intelligent and understood human language. Once everything was ready, Catherine and I entered one cave. The opening was a little over 10 feet high and 6 feet wide. Several arrows came at us the moment we stepped inside. I knocked them aside with my saber, and Catherine fired a burst of fireballs. The flames illuminated the passage and struck 2 nearby high-rank werewolf guards, killing them instantly. After several dozen yards, the cave suddenly opened, though the darkness deepened until we could barely see. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless arrows shot toward us. Ice arrows, fireballs, wind blades, and other elementary spells flew within the rain of projectiles. Light shield. I cast almost at the same moment. A radiant barrier formed before us and blocked the barrage. Flame of light. I snapped my fingers, illuminating the entire cavern like day. Werewolves possessed night vision and could see 100 yards in darkness, while Catherine and I could see only 30 feet. The environment placed us at a severe disadvantage, so I cast Flame of Light. Only then did we see the full cavern, which covered an area as large as a football field. Unidentified bones, piles of grass, and debris littered the ground. 300 or 400 werewolves stood throughout it, mostly low rank, with some high rank and 7 or 8 minor bosses. They raised their weapons and charged with howls. "My lord, I will protect you." Catherine activated divine favor, shouted, and charged with her sword, cutting down a high-rank werewolf. "No need. A few hundred werewolves do not frighten me." Heroic confidence surged through me. I fired a burst of fireballs and charged with the frost saber. Werewolves swarmed and surrounded both of us. I swept my blade to drive back a circle, then chanted and cast Ring of Fire. This intermediate fire spell created flames centered on the caster, designed specifically to counter encirclement. It dealt less damage than rapid fireballs, but covered a wider area and lasted several seconds. Red flames burned in every direction. The werewolves howled as their health bars plummeted, and several low-rank creatures burned to death within seconds. I hacked wildly during the opening. With more than 200 speed, I could strike 7 or 8 times per second, killing 2 high-rank werewolves instantly. When the fire faded and the pack surrounded me again, I cast another Ring of Fire. Ring of Fire, frenzied slaughter, another Ring of Fire, more slaughter. I repeated the cycle with spectacular results. Wave after wave of attacking werewolves died, yet they could barely touch me. The melee fighters could not reach me, but archers and mages on the outside continued shooting. I had no spare attention for defense, so I cast Iron Skin on myself and endured it. My base defense exceeded 100, and my steel armor and helmet added 80 for more than 200 total. Catherine's divine favor increased it by 50% to nearly 400, while Iron Skin reduced damage by another 30%. 7 or 8 werewolves striking together could not penetrate my defenses, but dozens of arrows and more than 10 spells still drained my health quickly. Fortunately, as a level 7 lord, I had 7,000 health. They could not kill me easily, and I could withstand such an assault for an hour. If my health neared empty, I could gulp health solution to recover. That was why Catherine and I dared enter the cave alone. Bringing soldiers would both steal my EXP and cause casualties. Catherine fought like an agile leopardess, charging through the horde with her sword and leaving werewolves falling behind her. Her attack exceeded 400, her sword added 80, and divine favor raised the total by 50% to nearly 800 damage. Minor werewolf bosses had only 600 health, so not one survived her blade. She moved even faster than me and killed almost 7 or 8 werewolves every second. Her defense was far beyond mine, and dozens of arrows and more than 10 mages could not injure her. With 10,000 health, the pack could surround her for 2 hours without wearing it away. In less than 2 minutes, only a handful of werewolves remained. More than a dozen fled the cave in panic, only to meet a volley from 8 divine archers and wind blades from the Pegasi overhead. Before the Dragon Slayer spearmen and sabermen could charge, every fugitive was dead. Catherine and I finished the survivors, searched for a while to confirm none remained, and left. As a hero, she could loot corpses like a lord and carried health solution from the hundreds of beasts she had killed. But she had lost only a little more than 200 health out of 10,000, too little to require recovery. We attacked the second cave and destroyed several hundred werewolves in less than 5 minutes, then entered the third. The third cavern was larger than the first two and contained at least 700 or 800 werewolves. One golden-furred creature stood nearly 10 feet tall, massive and clearly the supreme boss. Werewolf King Tier, 4 magic beast health 1,500 attack, 300 defense, 100 strength, 500 speed, 80 skills. Frenzy, doubles attack and increases speed by 50%. All intermediate earth magic description. The Werewolf King is extraordinarily powerful. Once frenzied, it can even kill a tier 5 magic beast. That's strong? No wonder it ruled the werewolves. Even I was surprised. With 300 attack doubled to 600, it could kill me in a dozen hits if I had 0 defense. But I possessed several hundred defense, so even its frenzied strikes would deal little damage. The Werewolf King howled. Hundreds of werewolves charged us while it swept out one hand and hurled several boulders with the earth spell Boulder Bombardment. I chanted, raising a stone wall several yards ahead to block the charging pack. The boulders struck and shattered it instantly. Catherine activated divine favor and entered the horde, cutting through them like vegetables. I repeated my earlier method, constantly casting rings of fire and swinging the frost saber. The Werewolf King remained at a distance and attacked us with spell after spell, forcing us to divide our attention. Fortunately, Catherine and I had enormous health and defense. The Werewolf King and hundreds of warriors placed us under no pressure, and we harvested lives at high speed. In less than 5 minutes, few remained. Whoa! The Werewolf King roared and activated Frenzy, doubling its offense and defense and increasing speed by 50% to more than 100. Even then, it remained much slower than me. I easily dodged its huge axe and battled it with my saber. Catherine finished the other werewolves and came to assist. No need. I can kill it alone. I was completely confident. I was now a level 8 elite lord and surpassed it in health and every major attribute. I had struck it 7 or 8 times, while its axe hit me once for just over 100 damage. Several cuts from the frost saber had reduced its health by half, thickened its blood with ice, and sharply slowed it. Realizing it could not win, it knocked aside my blade and turned toward the exit. I would not let it escape. Even if the soldiers and Pegasi killed it outside, I wanted to kill myself. I chanted, waved my hand, and launched 5 rapid fireballs. The Werewolf King screamed and died on the spot. You have killed the Werewolf King and gained 45,000 EXP. You and your units have killed every werewolf and gained 180,000 EXP. You have completed the quest to eliminate the werewolf tribe and obtained 300,000 gold coins and 300,000 EXP. You have advanced to a level 8 elite lord. Light rose from my body. My wounds disappeared as health and mana increased dramatically. All that EXP for 1 level. I was speechless and opened my status. Tang phone level 8 elite lord EXP 278 000/800 000 health 8 000/8 000 mana 8 000/8 000 command 30 attack 280 defense 150 strength 100 speed 80 spirit 250 free attribute points 300 talents divine enhancement diplomacy magic and skills all elementary fire magic rapid fireballs ice shield critical strike ripple steps elementary repair. Diplomacy now appeared among my talents. No wonder bringing tribes under my rule had been so easy. I divided the 300 attribute points equally between spirit and attack, adding 150 to each. Spirit reached 400 and attack 430. Terrifying. One more advancement would promote me to a legendary lord. I looted the Werewolf King. Its body dissolved into light, leaving gold coins and a spell book. You have obtained 22,000 pounds of beast meat, 20 beast hides, 30,000 gold coins, and 1 spell book. Complete Book of Earth Magic. Elementary, flying sand and stones, impact reduction, earthen wall, vine entanglement, vegetation soldiers. Intermediate, quicksand trap, rock barrier, stone wall, stone shield, stone skin, steel dart barrage. Advanced, forest and stone formation, land compression, mass slow, steel shield, earth shaker, summon earth elemental. Ultimate, landslide, falling stars, return to city. Instantly transports the user and troops to the main city or a satellite base for 3,000 mana. Thunderous Rupture, detonates a creature from within, damage equals Spirit x 100, costs 5,000 mana. A complete Book of Earth Magic. I was ecstatic. Land compression increased an army's marching speed by hundreds of times. Mass slow reduced the entire enemy army's speed by 80%. Return to city allowed an instant return to the main city or a satellite base from any distance. Thunderous Rupture dealt Spirit times 100 damage. With 400 Spirit, one cast dealt 40,000 damage, instantly killing Tier 6 or Tier 7 magic beasts. If my Spirit eventually exceeded 1,000, it would deal 100,000 damage, enough to threaten even a wyvern. I excitedly gave the command to learn. The book turned into white light, entered my body, and gave me instant mastery of every earth spell. Catherine and I spent half an hour looting, collecting more than 220,000 pounds of beast meat, thousands of pelts, over a dozen weapons, several suits of armor, and various health and mana solutions. Searching the Werewolf King's cavern uncovered 1 iron and 2 wooden treasure chests. I enhanced the iron chest into silver and both wooden chests into bronze. I opened the 2 bronze chests first. You have obtained 1 million gold coins. You have obtained 1 ring. 1 million gold coins. I could not stop smiling. I did not lack money for now, but no one complained about having more. It was extremely useful for buying player resources from the marketplace, especially because most players lacked the gold required for construction, recruitment, and main city upgrades. The ring was a hero's ring. Increases EXP gained from kills by 50%. An excellent item. Advancing had become increasingly difficult, and this ring would increase my speed by half. I immediately placed it on the middle finger of my right hand. I opened the silver treasure chest. It contained a suit of armor, a spell book, a pile of gold, and a blueprint. You have obtained 1 million gold coins. You have obtained 1 suit of armor. Flood Dragon Armor Intermediate Treasure Artifact Defense plus 1,000 reduces fire magic damage by 50%. An Intermediate Treasure Artifact. It added 1,000 defense and have fire magic damage. Wonderful. Catherine, this Flood Dragon Armor is yours. I handed it to her. I initially wanted it for myself, but I had kept the hero's ring and had never given Catherine good equipment. This armor was a worthy gift. My lord, you should wear it. Catherine repeatedly waved her hands. Your subordinate has enormous health and does not need such fine armor. Your life is precious. It should protect you. I placed both hands on her shoulders and chuckled. With a hero like you protecting me, why would I need it? Put it on. That is an order. Thank you for your gift, my lord. Catherine knelt and accepted it with both hands, deeply moved. You have granted Catherine the Flood Dragon Armor. Her loyalty has increased by 3. Current loyalty, 94. As expected, giving armor raised her loyalty, and by 3 points at once. At 94, she was close to absolute devotion. If I asked her to share my bed now, she would probably obey without complaint. The spell book read, Land Compression Advanced Earth Magic multiplies movement by shortening the distance across the ground. Multiplier equals Spirit Mana Cost, 1 per second. I had already learned the complete book and did not need it, but Catherine did. Her spirit exceeded 400, allowing her army to cover more than 400 miles while experiencing only 1 mile of travel. Catherine, I grant you this book. Thank you, my lord. She happily knelt, accepted it, and gave the command to learn. White light entered her body. The final item was a Cavalry Barracks Blueprint, recruits knights. Capacity, 10 per barracks. At last, a Cavalry Barracks Blueprint. I'll build one tomorrow. I stored it and prepared to leave. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and the sun had begun to slope west. I decided to lead the army home. Having just learned every earth spell, I could not resist testing Return to City. Return to City was an ultimate Earth spell that returned the user from any distance. Its only weakness was the steep cost of 3,000 mana per use. Fortunately, as a level 8 elite, I had 8,000 maximum mana. I drank several large bottles to fill it and cast Return to City. When the incantation ended, Catherine, the 20 soldiers, all the Pegasi, and I transformed into white light and vanished. 1 second later, we appeared outside the main city's gate. Return to City is incredibly convenient. I was delighted. In the future, if I led a large army on a distant campaign and the main city faced a powerful enemy, I could return instantly, provided I learned of the attack in time. This was the 8th day. Beginner protection would end in 2 more days, and the first beast tide would arrive. The next morning, I constructed the cavalry barracks. Cavalry barracks, 10,000 gold coins, 100 timber, 100 stone, 100 beast hides, 10 metal. It cost 10,000 gold and far more resources than a regular barracks. Most players could not afford it even with the blueprint, but to me the price was insignificant. Rumble. A high-quality cavalry barracks covering more than 10,000 square feet appeared. It resembled an estate, with a spacious training ground and fine quarters. Maximum recruits. 10 Black Iron Knights cost per recruit. 3,000 gold coins plus 1,000 food. The price was more than 30 times that of a regular soldier, plus 1,000 food. Even Black Iron Knights are this expensive? I complained, but recruited all 10 at once. 10 mounted knights in black armor appeared on the training ground, carrying lances. They rode from the building, stopped dozens of feet in front of me, dismounted, and knelt. Greetings, my lord. Knight 1 Knight Black Iron level 1 advances to bronze at level 10 health, 1000 attack, 100 defense, 50 strength, 100 speed, 100 skill. Charge, double speed and attack. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Loyalty 70. Although Black Iron Knights are the lowest rank, they are stronger than Dragon Slayer Spearmen. The result seemed worth the price. I cast Divine Enhancement on Knight 1, and light surrounded him for several seconds. Knight 1's body did not change much, but his eyes shone and his entire bearing transformed. Most noticeably, his black armor had become silver-white. Knight 1 Knight Silver level 1 advances to gold at level 10 health, 10,000 attack, 1,000 defense, 300 strength, 300 speed, 200 skills. Charge, critical hit. Passive, 5% chance on hit to deal triple damage. Loyalty, 100 once an unknown Black Iron Knight. He was enhanced by an extraordinary lord into an awe-inspiring Silver Knight. The enhancement from Black Iron to Silver cost 1,000 mana. I was satisfied. With my current mana, I could not create Gold Knights, much less Holy Knights, which probably required 100,000 mana. Even at Silver level 1, he had more than 10,000 health and impressive attributes, plus the passive critical hit. When triggered, it tripled damage. With 1,000 attack and a superior magic artifact granting another 1,000, a critical hit dealt 4 or 5,000. Even a level 14 Lord could not withstand 2. The 5% probability was low but still frightening. Aside from lacking magic and a talent, he was not much weaker than Catherine. Great Lord, I swear loyalty unto death. Knight 1 knelt in excitement. Crossing 2 realms from Black Iron to Silver inspired enormous gratitude. The other 9 knights watched with reverence and expectation, clearly hoping I would enhance them too. I enhanced them one by one. After drinking one 3,000 milliliter bottle of mana solution, I transformed all 10 into Silver Knights. Every knight swore gratitude and reached 100 loyalty, making them absolutely devoted. For the next 2 days, I stayed nearby. Catherine and I killed magic beasts on the outskirts of the Daxing Mountains, while the 10 Silver Knights cleared the Siamese forest. I also built 10 barracks and recruited and enhanced another 200 soldiers. On the evening of the 10th day, shortly after dinner, a guard reported, "My lord, the hot water in your bath is ready." I nodded and went to bathe. Catherine followed. When I entered the bathroom and saw her behind me, I frowned slightly. "Catherine, is there something you need?" "Honored lord, may I wash your back?" Catherine asked respectfully, her beautiful face blushing. My eyes lit up. So this was a benefit of loyalty above 95. I smiled. Of course. Half an hour later, I finished bathing. With her help, I dressed, and we returned to my room. I opened the forum while Catherine prepared my bed. That night, she would share it with me. The moment I opened the player forum, I saw a system announcement pinned at the top. "Lords, the 10-day beginner protection period ends today. After 10 a.m. tomorrow, your territories will face the first beast tide. The number and rank of attacking magic beasts will depend on your development index and combat power index. The stronger your construction and troops, the more numerous and powerful the attackers. We hope you survive tomorrow. Good luck. I frowned. Without question, I led the entire world in both development and combat power. That meant the next day's beast horde would be enormous and include many high-tier creatures. I felt both excited and slightly concerned. My forces included Catherine, a level 2 legendary hero, 10 level 1 silver knights, 180 dragon slayer spearmen, 185 reaper sabermen, 140 divine archers, 100 silverwing pegasi, and me, a level 8 elite lord with every earth spell. My strength was formidable, but because I was the most powerful, the magic beast army attacking me would also be the strongest and might contain creatures above tier 5. Victory would grant enormous EXP and resources. Defeat meant death. Still, I was confident. The forum was already in chaos. The attack starts tomorrow. I'm terrified. I'm only level 5 with 30-some soldiers. If several tier 2 beasts come, I'm done. Don't panic. The announcement says lower indexes mean fewer attackers. I'm level 8 and recruited over 100 soldiers. I wonder how many will come. I'm level 9 and built a tavern today, then recruited an elite hero. Damn it. Now even more monsters will attack. Why are you complaining? Look at Earth Repairman. His indexes are far above everyone else's, so tomorrow he'll. Wait, doesn't that mean he'll get the most? I checked the day's rankings. Combat power rankings. First, Earth Repairman level 8 Elite Lord. Second, Mike John level 2 Elite Lord. Third, Ripple Fairy level 1 Elite Lord. Fourth, Dark Demon Lord level 1 Elite Lord. Fifth, Taro Okamura level 1 Elite Lord. The top 5 positions were almost unchanged, though ranks 6 through 10 had shifted slightly. I still led the development index by an enormous margin, but Mike had upgraded his main city that day, reaching more than 2,000 people and over 30 square kilometers of territory. It seems Mike completed an instance too and brought a tribe or village under his rule. I thought. Xiao Qiuyue sent me a message. We chatted almost every night after trading gemstones, though she had stopped selling them the previous day, probably because she now had enough resources. Xiao Qiuyue. Tang Feng. What level is your lord now? I answered. I reached level 8 common today. What about you? Xiao Qiuyue, who are you fooling? You're at least an elite lord. I replied. If I were elite, wouldn't I be on the combat power rankings? Xiao Qiuyue. Maybe you're Earth Repairman or Dark Demon Lord. What the hell? This woman's intuition was frighteningly accurate. I answered. Then I say you're Ripple Fairy, 3rd on the combat power rankings. Xiao Qiuyue. If I were Ripple Fairy, would I have needed to trade gemstones to you for resources? I replied. You had no use for that many gemstones early on. Why wouldn't you trade them for resources and develop faster? Xiao Qiuyue, forget it. I'm not wasting more words. I'm going to sleep. I hope we both survive tomorrow's beast tide. I replied. Good night. I left the forum and went to bed early. With a beauty sharing my bed that night, I had been impatient for hours. My lord, allow Catherine to serve you. Blushing, Catherine began to undress. I nodded slightly and pulled her into my arms. Catherine and I rose early the next morning. The first large-scale beast tide would arrive that day, and we had to prepare in advance. After breakfast, I gave every Titan farmer the day off and ordered them to remain inside the city walls. They were powerful but not combat units and were far weaker than Dragon Slayer spearmen. They would defend the inner city and fight only if beasts broke through the wall. I assembled every troop type outside the Lord's residence. 10 Silver Knights on Pegasi formed the front rank. Behind them stood 3 formations, 180 Dragon Slayer spearmen, 180 Reaper sabermen, and 140 Divine archers. Every soldier carried enhanced weapons and armor that nearly doubled offense and defense. 100 Pegasi waited in the sky. Catherine stood beside me in armor and a red cloak, heroic, beautiful, and unmatched, with a sword at her waist. With my hands behind my back, I announced, a massive force of magic beasts will attack today. Remain here, conserve your strength, defend the city, and repel the enemy. We will defend the territory unto death and kill every invader. The 10 Silver Knights raised their lances and roared. 300 soldiers answered, while 50 Pegasi neighed brightly, as though joining the battle oath. I looked toward the front. Night 1. Go immediately to the dwarf tribe in the Siamese forest. Order every dwarf and soldier to remain inside the valley today and assist in the defense. I could not guarantee the beast tide would ignore satellite bases, so sending a Silver Knight was prudent. As you command. Night 1 flew toward the dwarf valley on a Pegasus. Night 2. Go to Chun family village in the Daxing Mountains. Tell the soldiers and villagers not to leave and help defend it. As you command. Knight 2 flew toward the village. After arranging the defenses at both satellite bases, I slowly exhaled. Each had 100 top-tier soldiers, a silver knight commander, dozens of titans, and either hundreds of dwarves or thousands of villagers. As long as the attacking beasts were not too numerous, they could easily hold. I expected the tide's main target to be the player's main city, with only a few creatures threatening the satellite bases. Then I deployed the main force. I would defend the east gate with 2 silver knights and 50 soldiers. Catherine would take 2 silver knights and 50 soldiers to the west. 2 silver knights and 100 soldiers would defend each of the north and south gates. Dozens of Pegasi would provide aerial support wherever the pressure became greatest. I also built 20 arrow towers, 5 on each side, and stationed the 140 divine archers among them. The preparations were complete, and it was not yet 9. I opened the forum. Only 1 hour until the attack. I'm so nervous. I made my farmers and soldiers dig trenches all night. Their loyalty fell 5 points and is only 60. They won't betray me, right? You force them to perform hard labor all night without sleep. Of course their loyalty fell. At 60, they may not betray you, but they won't give their all in the defense. I found a wall blueprint and built 4 short sections this morning. At least they'll help a little, right? I built 4 arrow towers at the last minute. I hope they work. Come on, magic beasts. My saber thirsts for blood, and more than 100 soldiers stand ready. Some players were terrified, others excited, and still others uploaded images to show off powerful troop types. I sat on a Pegasus outside the east gate, with 2 silver knights behind me and 20 Dragon Slayer spearmen and 20 Reaper sabermen lined up beyond them, waiting for the attack. At exactly 10 in the morning, countless tiny red dots appeared in the distance and surged toward the main city. There were more than 10,000. Only when they came within several hundred yards did I see that they were all red-furred giant rats. I wondered what kind of magic beast would come. It's only this garbage. I curled my lip. Red-furred giant rats were almost the weakest tier 1 creatures. Even with more than 10,000, I was not afraid. Their bites might fail to penetrate the defenses of my top-tier soldiers, even if the men stood still, much less those of silver knights. I looked toward the other sides. To the south, a green tide of 2 or 3,000 green-furred wolves charged behind a howling wolf king. They were tier 1, but stronger than the giant rats. To the north, tens of thousands of tiny green figures rushed forward with weapons raised and shrieking. Goblins? Damn it, this many again. Tier 1 goblins were individually stronger than rats, but weaker than wolves. Large numbers of goblin archers and mages would be somewhat troublesome. To the west, where Catherine stood, pig squeals rose as hundreds upon hundreds of blood-tusk boars charged. They were the most difficult tier 1 beasts, with high health and defense, the ability to stampede, and 2 tusks that caused paralysis and slowed movement. They were the fewest in number, but hardest to handle. Yet before a legendary hero like Catherine, they meant nothing. After studying every side, I relaxed. I had expected something powerful, but all were tier 1. They were numerous yet incapable of threatening my troops. When the beasts closed to within 200 yards of the wall, 140 divine archers in the towers fired first. Volleys of arrows screamed outward, each killing a red-furred giant rat or blood-tusk boar in 1 hit. But there were too many beasts. Every archer would have to fire more than 100 volleys. When the rats crossed the 100-yard line, the 2 silver knights and 40 soldiers behind me charged into the tide. Silver lances swept across them, leaving patches of dead rats. Dragon Slayer spearmen and Reaper sabermen carved through the beasts, which had only 30 health and could not survive even half a strike. The soldiers moved so quickly that each killed several every second. Vast numbers died, but the rats felt no fear and continued biting in a frenzy. The other 3 sides were similar. In the south, 2 silver knights and 70 soldiers entered the wolf pack like tigers among sheep and killed more than 1,000 in under a minute. In the west, Catherine opened with several chain lightnings. More than 10 silver bolts thrashed through the herd, dropping 70 or 80 boars instantly. 2 silver knights and 40 soldiers followed. Bloodtusk boars had 150 health and stampede, but could not penetrate the spearmen's and sabermen's defense. Few remained after moments. In the north, 2 silver knights and 70 soldiers tore through 7 or 8,000 goblins, while 50 Pegasi swept wind blades from the sky and cut more than 100 in half. I did not need to move from my mount. In less than 5 minutes, every attacker on all 4 sides was dead. Just as I thought the battle had ended, countless more magic beasts appeared from every direction. To the east came more than 1,000 werewolves. To the south flew a flock of monstrous birds. Gargoyle Tier 3 Health, 300 Attack, 60 Defense, 20 Strength, 30 Speed, 100 Skill, Petrification, Passive, 1% chance on attack to trigger. To the west came birds with human heads. Harpy Witch Tier 3 Health, 300 Attack, 70 Defense, 20 Strength, 40 Speed, 80 Skills, Curse, and various elementary magic. To the north came bull-headed monsters carrying axes. Minotaur Tier 4 Health, 1000 Attack, 200 Defense, 50 Strength, 200 Speed, 30 Skill. Berserk, doubles attack speed for 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 minutes. There were more than 1,000 werewolves, 500 or 600 each of gargoyles and harpies, and 300 or 400 minotaurs. Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier 4 all at once. My eyes widened, and I frowned. The first wave had merely been an appetizer. The second was the real battle. Its numbers were nearly 10 times smaller, but each creature was 10 times stronger. I could not even be certain there would not be a third or fourth wave. If the beasts grew stronger each time, whether we survived the day remained uncertain. My expression turned solemn before the second wave. Catherine's beautiful face, however, showed excitement. The Tier 1 creatures had been boring. At last, worthy enemies had appeared. Slaughtering 200 or 300 minotaurs would be interesting. Nearly 300 minotaurs charged within 100 yards of the wall with axes raised. Catherine chanted and immediately cast Meteor Firefall. Dozens of huge, flaming meteors plunged into the herd. Boom, boom, boom. The earth shook, stones exploded, and flames rose into the sky. More than 100 minotaurs died instantly. Even with 1,000 health, they could not withstand the impact. More than 1,000 werewolves approached from the east. Before they came within 200 yards, I cast the ultimate earth spell, Falling Stars. More than a dozen enormous meteors streaked down with long tails of flame. Rumble. Boulders weighing dozens of tons struck the pack with the force of small nuclear bombs. Every werewolf within dozens of yards of the centers died. Falling Stars resembled Meteor Firefall, but used larger, more powerful meteors and cost 3,000 mana. The tightly packed werewolves were perfect targets. 700 or 800 vanished instantly, leaving fewer than half. I drank one enormous 3,000 milliliter bottle of mana solution and restored my mana to 8,000. Despite the bombardment, the werewolves did not retreat and continued charging. I cast another Falling Stars. Rumble. They had scattered, so this attack killed only 200 or 300. 300 or 400 reached within 50 yards of the wall. Divine archers in the eastern towers fired and killed more than 100. Then 2 silver knights and 40 soldiers attacked. Fewer than 300 werewolves remained, and the 40 top-tier soldiers overwhelmed them. In the north, 2 Meteor Firefalls left only a little more than 100 minotaurs. Catherine activated Divine Favor. Holy Light covered every unit in the territory, increasing attack and defense by 50%, speed by 20%, and reducing magic damage by 30%. She charged the minotaurs with 2 silver knights and dozens of soldiers. They left bodies everywhere and finished the survivors in moments. The south and west were far more difficult. Hundreds of Tier 3 gargoyles attacked the south, and hundreds of Tier 3 harpies attacked the west. Gargoyles could petrify, while harpies used many elementary and intermediate spells. 4 silver knights met them on Pegasi, while divine archers opened fire from the towers. Under divine favor, the archers had more than 200 attack and never missed. But Tier 3 creatures had 300 health, requiring 2 arrows each. The Dragon Slayers, Spearmen, and Reaper Sabermen on the ground could only stare helplessly at aerial enemies. In the south, 2 silver knights were surrounded by 200 or 300 gargoyles, while another 300 or 400 dived at the ground forces. Against enhanced equipment and divine favor, the gargoyles could not match the spearmen and sabermen. They possessed no ranged attacks and had to dive with steel claws, giving the soldiers an opportunity to counter. The troops killed them easily, and the survivors stopped diving and circled overhead. Even so, several soldiers triggered the petrification effect and turned into stone statues. In the west, harpy witches hovered overhead and constantly cast elementary spells. The spearmen and sabermen below could only dodge and defend. 2 silver knights on Pegasi faced hundreds of witches. Fortunately, their offense and defense were extraordinary, and their health exceeded 10,000, so the spells dealt little damage. Then 100 Pegasi fired wind blades at the harpies. The soldiers on the ground understood and waved to call them down. The intelligent Pegasi descended, allowing the troops to leap onto their backs. Then they spread their wings and charged the witches. The spearmen and sabermen could finally hunt in the sky, while their mounts constantly launched wind blades, instantly reversing the battle. By then, Catherine and I had eliminated the eastern werewolves and northern minotaurs. I took out the dragonbone staff and spoke the dragon language. Green light shot from the staff and formed an illusory green dragon in the sky. Its wingspan exceeded 70 feet. One roar shook the heavens and made hundreds of gargoyles and harpies tremble. Under my mental command, the green dragon flew above the gargoyles, opened its jaws, and breathed. A torrent of blazing red flame covered more than 100 square yards. More than a dozen gargoyles burned to charcoal and fell from the sky. Though the green dragon tried to avoid allies with its breath, the flames swept across 2 Dragon Slayer spearmen and 1 Reaper Saberman. They instantly lost 700 or 800 health and nearly died. Only their high health, defense, and divine favor's 50% defensive increase saved them. Seeing this, I ordered the southern soldiers, retreat inside the city. Dozens of spearmen and sabermen withdrew through the gate, increasing their distance from the gargoyles and protecting themselves from stray dragon breath. The gargoyles tried to pursue them, but the green dragon blocked the way and breathed repeatedly, sending dozens falling. 2 silver knights on Pegasi intercepted them and began a slaughter. With more than 10,000 health and 500 or 600 defense under divine favor, the knights suffered little even if brushed by dragon breath. Gargoyles could not withstand their silver lances. The green dragon continued breathing and burned whole groups to charcoal. Before long, almost none remained. In the west, Catherine entered the battle. She cast chain lightning into the dark cloud of harpy witches. Thick silver bolts thrashed like serpents. Smoking witches screamed and fell. A few spearmen and sabermen were struck by the tail ends of the lightning, but with 1,000 health and divine favor reducing magic damage by 30%, they lost little. I rode my Pegasus and fired bursts of rapid fireballs. The flames burned the harpies bare as they screamed and dropped from the sky. In less than 2 minutes, 400 or 500 died. The 6 silver knights eliminated the remaining 100. The second wave had been destroyed. We lost only a few soldiers, while 30 or 40 had health reduced by half. I distributed dozens of health solution bottles and restored them. 20 or 30,000 magic beast corpses covered the ground outside the city. If they were not looted within an hour, they would disappear. I did not move yet because I needed to know whether a third wave would come. Only a dozen minutes had passed since the first wave began. Then the earth shook. 3 lizard-like giants charged from the eastern wilderness. Only when they came within 100 yards could I see them clearly. They resembled wingless green dragons, with gray-black scales, bodies 70 to 80 feet long, and backs 20 to 30 feet high. Earth Dragon Tier, 1 Divine Beast Health, 10,000 Attack, 1,000 Defense, 500 Strength, 1,000 Speed, 200 Skill. Frenzy, doubles attack and increases speed by 50%. Description, an offshoot of the dragon race. Born from a wyvern and a lizard beast and despised by true dragons. Nevertheless, it remains a divine beast and is difficult to defeat. The third wave contains divine beasts. My eyes widened. They might be dragon mongrels, but they were still dragons. Fortunately, there were only 3. If dozens came, I truly could not withstand them. 3 other groups appeared at the same time. From the south came 3 knights in black armor carrying lances. Their eyes were empty with red light, and black mist and deathly energy surrounded them. Dark Knight Tier, 6 Undead Health, 8,000 Attack, 1,000 Defense, 300 Strength, 400 Speed, 200 Skill. Death Stare, has every attribute of the target. Cooldown, 3 minutes. One of the most terrifying undead units, second only to ghost dragons. Undead 2. I inhaled sharply. Death Stare directly halved every attribute, and its cooldown was only 3 minutes. These 3 were even more difficult than the earth dragons. From the west flew 3 blue-faced, fanged creatures with black wings. 2 Winged Demon Tier, 1 Godfiend Health, 5,000 Mana, 5,000 Attack, 1,000 Defense, 400 Strength, 300 Speed, 400 Skills. All elementary dark magic. Description, the embodiment of disaster. Perhaps only angels can restrain them. Demons too. They had only 5,000 health, but their speed far exceeded that of earth dragons and dark knights. They were even stronger. From the north came 3 winged people, 2 men and 1 woman, each with white feathers and faint holy radiance. 2 Winged Angel Tier, 1 Godfiend Health, 6,000 Mana, 6,000 Attack, 1,200 Defense, 350 Strength, 300 Speed, 500 Skills. All elementary light magic. Resurrection. Mana cost 5,000. Description, embodiments of light and the natural enemies of demons. Angels too? What the hell? Why were embodiments of light attacking my territory? The angels were fastest and arrived in an instant. Catherine defended the north and cast chain lightning at all three. One raised a light shield that absorbed 30% of the lightning. Another used blessing to increase all their attributes by 20%, and the third summoned a spear of light from the sky toward Catherine. The angels, holy spear. They were clearly the strongest force on the four sides, and even possessed resurrection. Catherine and two silver knights fought the three angels in the sky. She was slightly stronger than an angel, while each silver knight was slightly weaker. Overall, the sides were evenly matched. The spearmen and sabermen on the ground could only shout encouragement. In the west, two silver knights and dozens of Pegasus-mounted soldiers fought three demons. With the Pegasi assisting, they held a slight advantage. In the south, two silver knights and dozens of soldiers battled the three dark knights. Two undead fighters used Death Stare on the silver knights, having their attributes. But in the same second, each silver knight activated charge and thrust 3 times, removing 1/3 of a dark knight's health. After Death Stare, the silver knights were no longer a match. Only the dozens of soldiers under Catherine's blessing could barely stabilize the situation. In the east, 3 frenzied earth dragons approached. I cast the ultimate earth spell Thunderous Rupture on the lead creature. I did not use Falling Stars because its wide area was powerful but inefficient against a single dragon with 10,000 health. It would have been worthwhile only against 10 or more. Thunderous Rupture dealt spirit times 100 damage and cost 5,000 mana. My current spirit was 380, producing 38,000 damage. Boom. The earth dragon exploded from within and died instantly. Even a dragon with 10,000 health could not survive. 3 Thunderous Ruptures would kill a wyvern with 100,000 health. You have killed an earth dragon and gained 1 million EXP. You have advanced to a level 9 Elite Lord. White light erupted, and both health and mana rose to 9,000. As expected of a divine beast, it awarded enormous experience. An earth dragon with 10,000 health gave 1 million EXP, a ratio of 100 to 1. The higher the beast's rank, the greater the ratio. A tier 2 divine wyvern would probably award even more. The other 2 earth dragons had reached us. 2 silver knights held an advantage over 1. 40 soldiers surrounded the other. Dragon Slayer spearmen truly were born to kill dragons. They coordinated their thrusts perfectly, and even the beast's great health fell by thousands after several rounds. Reaper Sabermen were less useful against its vast body because their short weapons forced them close enough to risk death. I cast another Thunderous Rupture on the dragon surrounded by spearmen. Boom. It exploded from within and died instantly. You have killed an earth dragon and gained 800,000 EXP. I did not advance this time. Reaching legendary rank required 2 million, and I had only 1.1 million. I surveyed the battlefield. The south was in trouble. 2 silver knights weakened by Death Stare could not defeat even 1 dark knight together, and soldiers died continuously despite surrounding the enemies. I flew overhead and launched rapid fireballs at the besieged dark knight. My 380 spirit plus 100 fire damage from the wizard's ring produced 480 per ball. The knight dodged the last 3 but still lost nearly 1,000 health, while I spent only a few dozen mana. Rapid fireballs were remarkably efficient. 3 more bursts killed it. You have killed a dark knight and gained 600,000 EXP. I killed the second with rapid fireballs, then targeted the last. You have killed 2 dark knights and gained 1,100,000 EXP. You have advanced to a tier 1 legendary lord. Golden light descended from the heavens and enveloped me, bringing indescribable comfort. At last, I had reached legendary rank. There was no time to inspect my attributes. Several bursts of fireballs killed the final dark knight. I flew west. The battle there had gone well. 2 silver knights had already killed 1 demon, while 40 Pegasus riders and 40 spearmen had reduced the other 2 below half health. I launched rapid fireballs, but the demons were too fast to hit easily. I switched to lightning, which they could not outrun. After more than 10 bolts, both died. You have killed 2 two-winged demons and gained 800,000 EXP. They awarded only 800,000 because they had less than half their health remaining. 3 sides were clear. Only the 3 two-winged angels in the north remained. Catherine and 2 silver knights were still locked in battle with the 3 angels. The angels took turns casting light magic. Although elementary, their racial power made it far stronger than magic of other elements. Catherine occasionally used fireballs and lightning, but the angels were too fast for the flames and possessed 50% resistance to lightning, so the damage was limited. I arrived with 6 silver knights on Pegasi. Victory was certain. One thunderous rupture could kill any of the three. When the 6 knights charged together, the angels could no longer defend themselves. I was about to cast Thunderous Rupture and take the EXP when an idea flashed through my mind. Wait, don't I have the diplomacy talent? Why not try recruiting these angels? I called to them. Holy angels, you are embodiments of justice. Why do you stand beside undead and demons and fight this lord? My strength cannot be overcome. Why not submit? I continued eloquently, appealing to emotion and reason while offering both grace and threat. The 3 angels actually stopped fighting. One male angel said, "My lord, if you give us 3 gemstones and 300,000 gold coins, we will join you." What an outrageous demand. I frowned. They still dared negotiate while surrounded. If they angered me, I could kill them directly. But after suppressing the impulse, I realized the price for 3 angels was not high. Recruiting one legendary hero cost 250,000 gold coins, and one such hero was comparable to an angel. If I enhanced them, perhaps they would become 4-winged or even 6-winged angels. Heroes could lead troops, advance levels, and possessed greater growth potential, but 3 gemstones and 300,000 coins for 3 angels remained an excellent bargain. I had plenty of gold and had bought 7 gemstones from Xiao Qiuyue. So gemstones were used to recruit angels. At last, I understood their purpose. 1 gem bought 1 angel, proving how precious each stone was. My earlier trades with Xiao Qiuyue had been incredible bargains. Otherwise, I would not have possessed the resources to recruit them today. Very well, I agree. You have accepted the 2-winged angels' recruitment conditions and paid 3 gemstones and 300,000 gold coins. 3 2-winged angels have become your subordinates. Greetings, my lord. The 3 angels landed and knelt on one knee in loyalty. Rise. I smiled. I had already acquired angel units. If other players learned, their jaws would hit the ground. System messages appeared in rapid succession. Your forces have destroyed the first wave and gained 150,000 EXP. Your forces have destroyed the second wave and gained 2 million EXP. You have advanced to a tier 2 legendary lord. Your forces have destroyed the third wave and gained 300,000 EXP. Congratulations. You have defended the main city and won the battle. You have obtained a reward of 5 million EXP. You have advanced to a tier 3 legendary lord. 2 bursts of light erupted inside me as I advanced twice, filling me with pleasure. I opened my status. Tang Feng tier 3 legendary lord EXP 278 000/10 000 health 30 000/30 000 mana 30 000/30 000 command 130. Units under your command gain 1.3% combat power attack, 430 defense, 150 strength, 100 speed, 80 spirit, 400 free attribute points, 2,400. Talents: Divine Enhancement, Diplomacy, Magic and Skills, All Earth Magic, Rapid Fireballs, Ripple Steps, Ice Shield, Critical Strike, Elementary Repair, and more. Quests: None. My health and mana had both reached 30,000. After entering Legendary rank, they increased by 10,000 per level. Command above 100 even increased troop strength. By that ratio, 10,000 command would double my army's power. Terrifying. But reaching 10,000 would require at least 100 battles of this scale and be extremely difficult. I had gained 2,400 attribute points, a delightful surprise. Yet it made sense. EXP requirements multiplied at every level, while attribute awards increased by about 30%, and I had not allocated the points from several recent levels. How should I distribute the 2,400 points? Magic damage mattered most, so I put 1,000 into Spirit and raised it to 1,400. A single fireball could now remove 1,400 health, never mind rapid fireballs. Thunderous Rupture dealt 140,000 damage and could instantly kill a wyvern. Excellent. I added 570 to attack, raising it to 1,000, and 350 to defense, reaching 500. Of the remaining 330, I put 100 into strength for a total of 200 and 230 into speed for 410. Then I began looting. I could not process all the corpses alone, so Catherine had started already. Only lords and heroes could obtain gold and equipment from looting. Other units could merely butcher meat. Because she knew I had divine enhancement, Catherine deliberately left the corpses of the strongest creatures for me. 3 Dark Knights, 3 2-winged demons, and 3 Earth Dragons. Enhancing those 9 top-tier bodies would certainly produce treasures. I enhanced the 3 Dark Knights first and began looting. You have obtained the Spear of Hell and 150,000 gold coins. You have obtained one spellbook and 120,000 gold coins. You have obtained one necklace and 100,000 gold coins. I picked up the heavy black lance. Spear of Hell intermediate treasure artifact attack, plus 1,500 requirement. Strength 200 or higher special. Targets struck by this spear experience fear. Excellent. I desperately needed a better weapon. I had used the frost saber since the first day. It was only a magic artifact. Though its freezing effect had been useful, it did almost nothing against beasts above tier 5, and its 100 attack had become insignificant. I gave the saber to a Reaper Saberman and equipped the Spear of Hell. My attack instantly reached 2,500. Even an Earth Dragon could not survive many thrusts. However, I had exactly 200 strength, barely enough to use it. It would seriously slow my attacks, and I could not wield it for long. I need to invest in strength later. Only now did I understand that higher-grade equipment demanded more strength. I had always believed the stat was useless. The spellbook contained Prayer of God intermediate light magic increases every allied attribute by 50% and magic resistance by 30% for 10 minutes. Mana cost 3,000. It was even better than Catherine's divine favor. The cost was high, but once my mana reached the tens of thousands, 3,000 meant little. I learned it, and white light entered my body. I picked up the crystal necklace. Mana necklace doubles maximum mana. At first it seemed of little use because I possessed large bottles of mana solution. Then I realized it will be invaluable when casting divine enhancement. I put it on, and my mana instantly increased to 36,000. I enhanced the 3 two-winged demons next. You have obtained one suit of armor and 180,000 gold coins. You have obtained one cloak and 160,000 gold coins. You have obtained one spellbook and 120,000 gold coins. The pitch black armor was Demon Armor Intermediate Treasure Artifact Defense plus 1,200 special. Reduces light magic damage by 30%, but subtly influences the mind, increasing bloodlust. Another intermediate treasure artifact, 1,200 defense. I removed my steel armor with 100 defense and put it on, raising defense from 500 to 1,600. I could now charge into magic beast hordes without fear. Dark Knights and two-winged demons could not penetrate it unless several attacked together. The moment I wore it, a trace of bloodlust truly appeared in my mind. The demon armor really does affect the wearer. I took a deep breath and suppressed it. As a legendary lord, the influence was minor and entirely controllable. The black spellbook contained Blindness Intermediate Dark Magic blinds the target for 3 minutes. Mana cost 1,000. Dark magic is as underhanded as expected. I learned it, and black mist entered my body. The red cloak was Magic-Resistant Cloak reduces fire magic damage by 30%. Fire was the most common offensive element, so the reduction was significant. I put it on. In black armor and a red cloak, seated on a Pegasus, I looked heroic. On impulse, I carried the Spear of Hell to the 3 hill-sized Earth Dragon corpses, recorded a circular system video, and uploaded it. Then I ignored the forum and began enhancing and looting the dragons. You have obtained 660,000 pounds of beast meat, 2,000 beast hides, 200,000 gold coins, and 1 axe. You have obtained 660,000 pounds of beast meat, 2,000 beast hides, 200,000 gold coins, and 1 shield. You have obtained 660,000 pounds of beast meat, 200,000 gold coins, and 1 helmet. With difficulty, I lifted the gleaming black axe. It was more than 6 feet long, with a head as broad as a millstone. Mountain Cleaver Great Axe Intermediate Treasure Artifact Attack, plus 3,000 requirement, strength 500 or higher. It added 3,000 attack, enough to kill a demon in 2 blows. Unfortunately, I lacked the strength to swing it. I stored it until a future advancement raised me to 500. Then I picked up the square shield. It was enormously heavy and clearly possessed high defense. Lion King's Bronze Shield Intermediate Treasure Artifact Defense plus 1,500 requirement, strength 500 or higher. I could not use that either. Otherwise, it would raise my defense to 2,000, making it impossible for even tier 7 beasts to penetrate. But once I had enough strength, equipping a shield would prevent me from wielding a two-handed weapon. I could not use it alongside the Mountain Cleaver Great Axe or Spear of Hell. The final item was a crown-like helmet. Divine Beast Crown Defense plus 500. A Divine Beast Crown? I like it. I needed a helmet, and its appearance suited a lord. I put it on, raising my defense to 1,000. With 2,500 attack, 1,000 defense, and 1,400 spirit, who could possibly stop me? After looting the 9 top-tier bodies, I turned to the rest. I ignored Tier 1 and Tier 2 corpses because they could not drop good items and would vanish after an hour. If I wasted time on them, the high-tier bodies would disappear. I went straight to the Tier for Minotaurs, enhancing and looting the first few dozen before abandoning enhancement to save time. Before I could finish the 300, the hour ended and every corpse disappeared. Catherine had also processed several hundred. Including the 9 top-tier creatures, we obtained more than 2.2 million pounds of beast meat, over 1 million gold coins, dozens of magic artifacts, and dozens of bottles each of health and mana solution, all of which I enhanced into 3,000 milliliter jugs. We also found 2 blueprints, Mage Tower and Griffin Nest. The battlefield cleaned itself automatically. Without the collapsed walls and buildings, no one could have known that a vast horde had just attacked. Even my lord's residence had fallen because falling stars shook it apart. More than 10 meteors weighing dozens of tons had struck nearby with the force of a small nuclear attack. The main city was damaged in war and requires repair. Repair cost 30,000 gold coins, 30,000 food, 5,000 beast hides, 30,000 stone, 10,000 timber, and 100 metal. Repair now. The cost made my heart ache. It exceeded the original construction price. Fortunately, I possessed abundant resources. Otherwise, I would sleep in the wilderness. I selected repair. Light covered the main city, and after several minutes, everything stood intact again. I counted casualties. All 8 silver knights were wounded but alive. More than 20 of the 300 soldiers died, while the rest were injured, dozens severely. Every Pegasus survived with only a few wounds. Catherine lost only 2,000 health and had advanced to a level for legendary hero with 20,000 health. At level 10, she would advance to epic rank. Injured soldiers and knights did not require treatment because 1 night of rest in the main city would restore them. The 3 newly recruited 2-winged angels had already healed themselves with holy light. Looking at the 3 angels, I had an idea. Why not enhance them and see whether they became 4-winged angels? The higher the creature's rank, the more mana enhancement consumed. Transforming Catherine from elite to legendary had cost 1,000. Enhancing a 2-winged angel would clearly cost 10 times more. I now had 30,000 mana, doubled to 60,000 by the mana necklace. 60,000 should be enough, right? I cast Divine Enhancement on 1 2-winged angel. Holy light surrounded it for several seconds. When it faded, 4 white wings spread from its back, and its radiance grew brighter. 4-winged angel tier, 2 Godfiend health 60,000 mana 60,000 EXP 0 tenths, 000, 000 attack, 10,000 defense, 3,000 strength, 3,000 speed, 1,000 skills. All elementary and intermediate light magic loyalty 100. Incredible. Aside from speed merely doubling, every attribute had increased tenfold. Its combat power rose by at least 100 times. With 10,000 attack, even I could not survive 1 strike. Advancing to 6-winged required 10 million EXP. The 4-winged angel stared at its body in disbelief, then knelt in excitement. Great Lord, thank you for remaking me. Its loyalty reached 100. The other 2 2-winged angels watched with blazing envy and expectation. I raised a hand for it to stand and checked my mana. It had fallen from 60,000 to 40,000. Enhancing 1 angel cost 20,000, but it was worth every point. I had many mana solutions. I transformed the other 2 into 4-winged angels and drank 10 huge bottles to restore 30,000 mana. Both new angels knelt and swore loyalty. Then I gave each several magic-resistant treasures. My strength had exploded with 3 4-winged angels. Wait, how are the Dwarf Tribe and Chun Family Village? I ordered 2 silver knights to fly to the Dwarf Tribe and Chun Family Village on Pegasi. They returned with reports in less than 10 minutes. My lord, more than 1,000 tier 1 and several hundred tier 2 beasts attacked the Dwarf Tribe. They were killed with ease. Only a few soldiers and more than a dozen dwarves died. My lord, tier 1 and tier 2 beasts and a small number of tier 3 creatures attacked Chun Family Village. All were killed. Only a few soldiers and more than a dozen villagers died. I relaxed. I had feared that high-tier beasts might slaughter both settlements, causing enormous losses. Fortunately, each had a strong force, 100 top-tier soldiers, dozens of Titan farmers, and 1 silver knight. As long as large numbers of beasts above tier 3 did not attack, they could hold. Now I could focus on construction. I began by building 20 granaries because we had collected more than 2 million pounds of beast meat with nowhere to store it. Once they were complete, I built cavalry barracks. The battle had shown the power of silver knights. All 8 had advanced to level 2, and each possessed the combat strength of 50 Dragon Slayer spearmen. They also had room to grow. Level 10 Silver Knights advanced to gold and became comparable with four-winged angels. Level 10 Gold Knights advanced to Holy Knights, who were said to slaughter true dragons. Dragon Slayer spearmen, Reaper Sabermen, and Divine Archers were already the pinnacle of ordinary soldiers and could not advance further. Therefore, I would stop building regular barracks and recruit more knights instead. Resources were not a concern. I built 10 cavalry barracks in succession and recruited the full 100 Black Iron Knights. Then I began enhancing them. When the light faded around the first, his black armor turned gold, his eyes shone, and an overwhelming aura far beyond a silver knight surrounded him. Knight 11 level. 1 Gold Knight advances to Holy Knight at level 10 health, 100,000 attack, 10,000 defense, 3,000 strength, 3,000 speed, 500 skills. Charge. Double speed and attack for 10 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Critical hit. Passive, 20% chance to deal triple damage. Loyalty 100. It became a Gold Knight. His health reached 100,000, 40,000 more than a four-winged angel. Attack, defense, and strength matched the angel, while speed was only half. But he had active charge and a 20% chance for triple damage critical hits. Terrifying. Without light magic, a four-winged angel might not defeat him. Great Lord, thank you for remaking me. The Gold Knight knelt. I raised my hand, then checked my mana. The enhancement had cost 10,000. I drank mana solution and continued, transforming 9 more into Gold Knights before nearly exhausting my supply. If only I still had mana. Then I could turn all 100 into Gold Knights and slaughter even a true dragon. Imagining the splendor of marching with 100 Gold Knights filled me with excitement. Wait, perhaps players are selling mana solution. I opened the marketplace and searched. Only a handful of players had listed bottles, all tiny 10 milliliter doses, at the steep price of 100 gold coins each. That made sense. Only beasts above tier 3 dropped 50 milliliters or more. Most players could kill tier 2 creatures at best and did not dare challenge tier 3. Mana solution was the most important consumable for players because magic did most of the killing. They could not enhance it and rarely possessed enough for themselves, so little reached the market. I bought every listing only a little more than 100 bottles and a total of just over 1,000 milliliters. After enhancement, only a dozen became 3,000 milliliter bottles because coins created through enhancement reduced the success rate to 1/10. Still nowhere near enough. I frowned and thought aloud. It seems I must hunt and obtain mana solution myself. I did not dare enhance the remaining 90 Black Iron Knights. The small supply had to be saved for critical moments. I posted a marketplace request for mana solution. Even if few players sold, some would eventually appear. Mana solution had become the only bottleneck for the biggest spender on the entire server. It limited divine enhancement, prevented 90 Black Iron Knights from transforming into a golden army, and blocked my ambition to turn wyverns into EXP. My next move had to be a dedicated expedition into the depths of the Daxing Mountains to farm groups of tier 3 and stronger beasts for solution. My lord, lunch is ready. Please return to the residence. A guard reported. I nodded and walked toward the lord's residence with Catherine. After Catherine and I finished a rich dinner, we bathed together. She truly was an unmatched beauty. Back in the bedroom, I opened the forum. Of the original 1 million players, fewer than 800,000 remained. At least 100,000 had died in that day's tide. Everyone on the forum sounded like a survivor. Yes, I survived and advanced to level 6. That was close. Only my last few soldiers remained. A few more beasts and I'd have died. I defended the main city but suffered terrible losses. More than 100 soldiers became fewer than 20. At least I gained EXP, gold, beast meat, 2 pieces of equipment, and a spell book. It was unbelievably hard. More than 30 tier 1 creatures attacked, plus 1 tier 2. You call that hard? I faced more than 100 beasts. That's normal. Stronger troops draw more attackers. A tier 3 beast came to my territory. Believe it or not. I checked the global forum. Taro Okamura posted a picture with at least 1,000 corpses around his territory, many tier 2 and tier 3, plus 1 tier 4. He even has more than 10 Black Iron Knights. He killed 1,000 beasts and a tier 4. Okamura is incredibly strong. Of course, he's 5th in the world. I wonder how many attacked Earth Repairman, the number 1 player. Probably 2 or 3,000, including more than 1 tier 4. By the way, did you see the video from a player named Tang Feng? There are at least 10,000 beast corpses everywhere. Impossible. Even the top-ranked player couldn't survive 10,000 attackers. It's true. I saw it too. Many were creatures I didn't recognize, including hundreds or thousands of werewolves and minotaurs. They were at least Tier 2 or Tier 3. Hundreds or thousands of Tier 2 and Tier 3 beasts. Not even a god could defend that. There was more a hill-sized body like a dragon crossed with a lizard. It looked terrifying. What tier was that? At least Tier 5. What kind of troops did Tang Feng recruit to kill Tier 5 beasts? He rides a Pegasus, wears a cloak, and carries a lance. He looks incredible. Isn't Tang Feng the player who drank fine wine with a gorgeous blonde? Damn, a true hidden major player. Could Tang Feng be Earth Repairman, #1 on the rankings? I lay in bed with Catherine in my arms, reading the speculation and smiling silently. A system announcement appeared. The first beast tide has ended. 790,000 players defended successfully. The territories of 160,000 players were destroyed. Player Earth Repairman withstood the 3 strongest waves. Reward: 10 gemstones, 10 magic crystals, 100 units of sulfur, and 100 units of mercury. The resources arrived. Not bad. That's a generous reward. Every item was scarce and would be needed in large quantities to recruit top-tier units or build nests for godfiends and divine beasts. I opened territory information. Main city, town next rank, county city requirements. 116 square miles of territory, 10,000 buildings, 30,000 population. Territory area, 58 square miles, buildings 1,938 population, 8,129 army, 710. Resources, gold coins 4.57 million, food 3.64 million, beast hides 210,000, timber 80,000, stone 340,000, metal 5,240, gemstones 12, magic crystals 10, sulfur 160, mercury 100. Blueprints: Mage Tower, Griffin Nest, Knight's Residence, Stable, Mine, Arrow Tower, Watchtower, House, Barracks, Quarry, Lumberyard, Smithy, Granary. I possessed vast common resources and a complete set of rare materials. The next day, I could build the Mage Tower and Griffin Nest to see what enhancement produced. Congratulations, my lord. You are unquestionably the strongest person on the Beast continent. Catherine nestled in my arms with worship on her face. I pinched her delicate cheek and was about to act when Xiao Chua started a video call. Why is this woman calling on video tonight? I was surprised. We always used text or voice and had never video called. I answered. Catherine tactfully slipped from my arms and went to sleep on the side. Beautiful, what changed tonight? Why the video call? I teased while lying shirtless in bed. Xiao Chiyue wore white, with freshly washed black hair falling around her shoulders. Her features were gentle and her figure graceful, even more beautiful than her portrait. I wanted to see whether you died. It seems you're still very much alive. She teased in return. Her eyes involuntarily swept over my muscular chest and 8-pack abs, silently admiring both my face and physique. If you're alive, how could I be dead? I retorted. She changed the subject. I saw your video. What was that giant creature that looked like both a dragon and a lizard? I lied casually. A Tier 4 silverback lizard. She curled her lip. Who are you fooling? How could a lizard be that big? Was it an earth dragon? What the hell? She had guessed correctly. I pretended to be surprised. An earth dragon? That's a divine beast, isn't it? You think too highly of me. How could I kill one? Xiao Qiuyue snorted. Stop pretending. I know you're Earth Repairman. Your video exposed your true strength. It seemed I could no longer hide. I chuckled. If you insist, I can't stop you. I'm curious why you pay so much attention to me. I want to form an alliance with you. She swept back her hair and gave me a beautiful smile. What do you say? No. I rejected her directly. I have no interest in allying with anyone. Fine. I won't bother you. She did not argue and ended the call. She wants an alliance? She could become my maid instead. I sneered and pulled Catherine back into my arms. After breakfast the next day, I selected an empty plot and built the Mage Tower. Mage Tower. 10,000 gold coins, 100 stone, 100 timber, 10 metal, 1 magic crystal. I issued the command. When the white light faded, a 5-story tower more than 70 feet high and covering several thousand square feet rose from the ground. Mage Tower capacity. 10 mages recruitment cost per mage. 1,000 gold coins plus 100 food. Like the Knight's Residence, it recruited only 10 advanced units. I paid 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 food for the full group. 10 gray-robed, white-bearded mages carrying staffs emerged. Honored Lord, we are at your service. Mage 1 Human Low Rank Mage Health 100 Mana 500 Level 1 Advances to Intermediate Mage at Level 10 Physical Attack 30 Defense 10 Strength 10 Speed 20 Magic. All Elemental Magic Loyalty 70. Their health, attack, and defense were pitiful, but they had 500 mana and knew every elemental spell. With tanks holding the front, they would be useful. I enhanced one. White light faded, his complexion glowed, and his gray robe had turned white. Mage 1 Human High Rank Mage Health 10,000 Mana 50,000 Level 1 Advances to Forbidden Spell Mage at Level 10 Physical Attack 300 Defense 100 Strength 100 Speed 50 Magic. All Elemental Magic below Ultimate Rank Loyalty 100. He had jumped directly from low rank over intermediate to high rank. His health and mana increased 100-fold. Who could survive a mage with 50,000 mana hurling advanced spells without pause? Thank you for enhancing me, my lord. I swear loyalty unto death. Mage 1 kowtowed in excitement. I told him to rise and check my mana. Creating one high-rank mage had cost 3,000. Gold Knights paired with high-rank mages would be perfect. I enhanced the other 9 as well. I did not build another mage tower. First, each one consumed a magic crystal. I had only 10, all from the system reward, and no crystal mine, so I had to conserve them. Second, I lacked the mana to enhance more low-rank mages. Only 16 3,000 milliliter bottles remained, and I needed to ration them. I took out the Griffin Nest blueprint. Griffin Nest, 10,000 gold coins, 1,000 stone, 100 timber. I constructed it. White light flashed, and a 30-foot stone platform appeared from nothing. 10 wooden nesting sheds stood above, each containing a winged beast with a lion's body and an eagle's head griffins. I paid 10,000 gold coins and 1,000 food to recruit all 10. They flapped down and stood before me, crying with a voice between a lion and eagle as if pledging loyalty. Each stood 6 feet tall and 30 feet long, with a golden mane around its neck and enormous gray wings. They were powerful, majestic, and intimidating. Griffin Tier, 5 Magic Beast Health 800 Attack 300 Defense 150 Strength 250 Speed 200 Skills. Wing Shield, Wind Blade, Loyalty 70. Their combat power was impressive. With strong offense and speed plus 2 skills, an ordinary tier, 5 beast could not defeat them. I enhanced one. When the white light faded, the griffin transformed dramatically. Its body expanded to 10 feet high and 30 feet long, covered in blue scales, with a dragon's body and an eagle's head. It looked terrifying. Dragon Griffin Tier, 7 Magic Beast Health 20,000 Attack, 3,000 Defense, 1,000 Strength 800 Speed 300 Skills. All elementary and intermediate air magic loyalty 100. Chapter 59, The Powerful Undead Race. It had become a dragon griffin. I stared in amazement. Those attributes were terrifying, far above an earth dragon and probably comparable with a 2-winged angel. Enhancing one cost 5,000 mana. I transformed 3 more, leaving only 5,000 mana, then drank 10 mana solution bottles and enhanced the remaining 6. Afterward, I built 9 more griffin nests and recruited 90 griffins. I did not lack resources, though I currently had no mana to enhance those 90. My territory's forces now included Catherine, a level 3 legendary hero, 3 4-winged angels, 10 gold knights, 10 silver knights, 90 black iron knights, 10 high-rank mages, 10 dragon griffins, 90 griffins, 100 silver-winged pegasi, 500 top-tier soldiers, and more than 100 titan farmers. My army was extremely powerful. Even every other player in the world combined might not defeat me. But on the Beast continent, the truly powerful forces remain native races such as dragons, titans, angels, demons, undead, and elementals. Now is the time for conquest. I gazed over the city filled with powerful troops, heroic confidence rising. But I would not begin a distant expedition that day. First, we would hunt nearby magic beasts for mana solution, then march the next morning. Catherine, take 5 gold knights, 5 high-rank mages, and 50 griffins into the Siamese forest. Clear magic beasts, expand the territory, and return before dark. As you command, my lord. Catherine knelt to receive the order and led the force toward the forest. The gold knights and high-rank mages rode pegasi, with 50 griffins flying behind. I took 2 4-winged angels and 5 dragon griffins deeper into the Daxing Mountains. The remaining 4-winged angel, 5 high-rank mages, and other troop types guarded the main city. Protection had ended, and I could not guarantee that players or magic beast races would not attack. Strong defenders had to prevent a surprise strike. Catherine and I returned with our forces before sunset. We explored more than 100 square kilometers, destroyed one werewolf tribe and one big-eared goblin tribe, and added 2 villages and another dwarf tribe to the territory. At each location, I constructed a military satellite base. Altogether, I built 15 barracks, 3 knights' residences, and 3 griffin nests, recruiting 150 top-tier soldiers, 30 bronze knights, and 30 griffins to defend them. I also built more than a dozen houses and several granaries, recruited dozens of Titan farmers, and put them to work cutting timber and mining. The day brought hundreds of thousands of gold coins, hundreds of thousands of pounds of meat, and over 100 pieces of equipment. Most importantly, we looted more than 100 mana solution bottles. I enhanced all of them into 3,000-point jugs, providing roughly 500,000 mana, enough for extensive troop enhancement. After dinner, I visited the tavern. I planned to lead a large army away the next morning and wanted another hero to defend the main city. Catherine would not remain behind. I wanted her campaigning so she could advance quickly and reach epic rank. "Oh, my lord, you have finally returned to my tavern." The short, fat owner greeted me eagerly. "What would you like? Bring out your best wine." I slapped 10 gold coins onto the bar. "This grape wine arrived only recently. Please try it. But the jar costs 100 gold coins." The owner smiled ingratiatingly. "Swindler." I cursed silently and decided I would kill him if it tasted bad, then rebuild the tavern. I opened the jar and drank almost half. It is actually excellent. I wiped dark red wine from my mouth. It tasted better than bottles costing thousands on earth. I slapped 100 coins onto the counter. "The full price. Keep the first 10 as your tip." The owner's eyes shone as he swept them into his purse. "You are a wise, mighty, generous, and magnificent lord." He showered me with flattery. I drank several more mouthfuls and asked, "I am launching an expedition tomorrow. What advice do you have?" A tipped tavern owner always revealed valuable information. He leaned closer and lowered his voice fearfully. "I hear a powerful undead race lives to the south. They command hundreds or thousands of ghost dragons, countless dark knights, and hundreds of thousands of square miles. They have slaughtered tens of millions of living creatures and transformed them into an undead army. Worse, this undead race is expanding toward your territory. My lord, you must defend the land and protect subjects like us." Instead of fear, excitement surged through me. I was almost invincible now. The magic beast tribes around the Daxing Mountains and Siamese Forest could not withstand me, though I had not explored the deepest regions and expected high-tier creatures there. Hearing of a powerful undead race to the south felt like an injection of adrenaline. It was even expanding toward me. Rather than wait for it to arrive, I would march south and crush it first. The tavern owner said the undead race possessed hundreds or thousands of ghost dragons and an army of tens of millions. The thought alone was terrifying, but I was not worried. Though powerful, the undead empire spanned hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, so its forces had to be dispersed. I could lead my army personally and destroy its castles one by one. Territory was won through battle, and strength was forged the same way. Only relentless expansion and war would make my power snowball. After finishing the wine, I went straight to the second floor to recruit a hero. More than a dozen down-on-their-luck heroes still drank beside the tables. When they saw me, they glanced over with expectation. My strength had grown tremendously, and they all wanted me to hire them. I inspected their attributes. Everyone was elite and came from a different race. At last, I stopped before a muscular man more than 6 feet tall. The mountain barbarian hero, elite. Level 1 health, 3,000 mana, 100 talent. Savage Frenzy. Increases attack of commanded units by 20% and speed by 10%. Attack, 300 defense, 100 strength, 300 speed, 40 skill. Critical hit, loyalty 70. He was acceptable. His health, attack, and defense exceeded Catherine's original values. His weakness was almost no mana. Barbarians were simple-minded and physically powerful, so expecting magic from them was unrealistic. He would be useful for defending the city. I approached and asked directly, "Will you follow me?" The mountain's voice boomed like thunder. "Pay 25,000 gold coins, and I will serve you." "No problem. You have paid 25,000 gold coins and recruited elite barbarian hero the mountain. Honored lord, I am now a hero under your command." The mountain knelt. "Rise." I led him from the tavern and cast divine enhancement outside. After the light faded, his body had grown into a massive beast more than 10 feet tall. His eyes gleamed like bronze bells. The mountain barbarian hero, epic, level 1 health, 300,000 mana, 10,000 talents. Body of steel, triples defense of the hero and commanded units for 1 hour, cooldown 12 hours. Beast transformation, doubles all attributes, and has intelligence of the hero and commanded units for 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour attack, 20,000 defense, 5,000 strength, 10,000 speed, 100 magic and skills. All elementary and intermediate earth magic. Critical hit. Army sweeping strike. Attacks more than 100 targets simultaneously. Loyalty 100. He had become an epic hero. Shock and delight filled me. 300,000 health, 20,000 attack, and 5,000 defense were monstrous. Combining body of steel and beast transformation multiplied the strength of him and his troops several times. Great Lord, the mountain swears loyalty unto death. He kowtowed in excitement. Rise. From now on, you will defend the main city. As you command, my lord. His voice rolled like a bell, full of confidence. I built a hero's residence with rooms for 5 heroes and assigned one to the mountain, but I did not move Catherine there. She remained in the Lord's residence to warm my bed and wash my back. I returned home, enjoyed a comfortable bath, browsed the forum and marketplace, bought more than a dozen mana solution bottles, and enhanced them all. Then I posted requests for the 3 rare resources I still lacked: magic crystals, mercury, and gemstones. Players could not use them early in the game, so anyone who possessed extra would probably trade with me. Once the listings were ready, Catherine undressed me, and we went to bed. The next morning, I assembled every unit and began enhancements. I transformed 10 Black Iron Knights into Gold Knights, the remaining 80 into Silver Knights, and all 30 Griffins into Dragon Griffins. Then I built 9 Mage Towers and recruited 90 low-rank mages, enhancing 40 into high rank and 50 into intermediate rank. The process consumed nearly 500,000 mana and almost every one of the 100+ 3,000 milliliter bottles. The main city's total forces now included the Mountain, a Tier 1 epic barbarian hero, Catherine, a Tier 3 legendary human hero, 3 4-winged angels, 20 gold knights, 80 silver knights, 50 high-rank mages, 50 intermediate mages, 40 dragon griffins, 60 griffins, 100 silver-winged pegasi, and 300 top-tier soldiers. We were several times stronger than the day before. Mounted on a dragon griffin, I addressed the entire army. A powerful and evil undead race rules hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in the south. It has slaughtered tens of millions and turned them into an undead army. Now it is expanding north and intends to seize our territory. Tell me, how should we answer? The mountain brandished the mountain cleaver great axe I had given him, and his voice rolled like thunder. My lord, grant me troops. I will lead them to exterminate the undead, expand your lands, and force every race to submit. The 3 4-winged angels, 100 knights, 100 mages, and hundreds of soldiers roared their agreement. Dragon griffins, and pegasi added earth-shaking cries. Morale blazed. My lord, Catherine requests permission to command the army and sweep away the undead. Catherine bowed. My expression was cold. This undead race is overwhelmingly powerful and commands countless ghost dragons and dread knights. I will lead the campaign personally. Catherine, march south with me. Mountain, defend the main city and prevent the undead from stealing our home. As you command. Though the mountain wanted to join the war, he obeyed absolutely and knew the main city could never be allowed to fall. I selected the expeditionary force. Catherine, now a Tier 5 legendary hero, 3 4-winged angels, 20 gold knights, 40 high-rank mages, and 40 dragon griffins. Quantity did not matter. Each was an elite capable of matching thousands upon thousands of creatures below Tier 5. The garrison consisted of epic hero the Mountain, 80 silver knights, 10 high-rank and 50 intermediate mages, 60 griffins, and 300 top-tier soldiers. With the Mountain and his 300,000 health in command, they could slaughter a beast tide 10 times larger than the one 2 days earlier. The city was completely secure. The army flew south. After dozens of miles, we repeatedly saw magic beasts fleeing north toward my territory, including some Tier 6 creatures, but mostly lower ranks. The undead were clearly driving them north. I did not bother killing them. Letting them enter the territory would give the Mountain EXP, gold, and meat. Dwarves and human civilians also fled north. It seems the undead truly are expanding, I said with a cold smile from my dragon griffin. Robert, you 3 will scout ahead and locate their army. As you command. Robert, a male 4-winged angel, gave a gentle flap and became a streak of white light. Angels flew high and fast with extraordinary vision. From 6 miles in the sky, they could see hundreds of square kilometers. After traveling more than 100 kilometers, Robert discovered a vast undead army advancing north and returned. My lord, tens of thousands of undead are approaching roughly 100 kilometers ahead. Perfect. Lead the way. We will meet them in battle. After flying more than 60 miles, we saw the undead filling the mountains below. Dozens of dread knights led the formation, followed by tens of thousands of saber-wielding skeletons, several thousand zombies, and hundreds of necromancers mounted on undead flying beasts. In the sky, an undead hero rode a 100-foot bone dragon. The system revealed a legendary hero with 10,000 health. While I inspected him, he threw lightning at me. One four-winged angel blocked it with a divine shield. The barrier dimmed, but held. You seek death. I roared and cast thunderous rupture. Boom. The hero exploded from within and became a cloud of blood. At the same time, Catherine called down meteor firefall. More than 10 flaming meteors struck the skeleton horde. Fire rose like missile explosions, and over 1,000 skeletons became dust. Dozens of dread knights charged, but met the 20 gold knights. They were slightly stronger than silver knights, but far below gold. The entire group died in less than 10 seconds. 40 high-rank mages cast ultimate magic together, and chain lightning tore through hundreds of necromancers, whose cultivation matched only human low-rank mages. Every strike killed dozens. The 3 four-winged angels entered the zombies, and holy light reduced countless bodies to ash. Tens of thousands of undead vanguard troops died within moments. But I felt no relief. Beyond the fallen bone dragon, a black cloud covering the southern sky approached, filled with the roars of 1,000 dragons. This was the undead race's true trump card, the Ghost Dragon Legion. Nearly 1,000 ghost dragons advanced, dragging rotting bones and breathing dark green death energy. Above them, an enormous 100-yard bone dragon carried a being in black robes, wearing a bone mask, with death energy condensed into substance around it. Undead Supreme Tier, 10 Undead Deity Health 90 million Attack 100,000. This was the ruler of the undead empire spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Mortal, you killed my vanguard. Its voice exploded directly inside my mind. Submit, and I will grant you half my deadlands. Refuse, and I will refine your territory and every living creature within it into food for my army. Nearly 1,000 ghost dragons descended. My 40 dragon griffins and 20 gold knights faced a true battle against a higher tier. Catherine's expression grew solemn for the first time, and even the four-winged angels showed fear. The enemy far exceeded our combat limit, but I had always enjoyed overturning impossible odds. I summoned the green dragon from the Dragonbone staff to stabilize the battle, raised my hand, and drained every bottle of mana solution to fill my reserves. Falling stars and thunderous rupture hammered the approaching ghost dragons. Catherine unleashed meteor firefall without pause. The four-winged angel's holy light was a natural enemy of undead and purified wave after wave. Air magic from 40 dragon griffins and critical charges from the gold knights carved a road through the legion. But no amount of ordinary force could defeat the undead supreme with 90 million health. One palm shattered the green dragon, and a sweep of death energy erased 3 dragon griffins. At the moment of crisis, inspiration exploded in my mind. Divine enhancement had never been limited to my own side. I stopped avoiding the 100-yard bone dragon. Instead, I charged directly into the death breath pouring from its jaws and slammed my hand onto the center of its rotting skull. Pouring in all my mana, I activated divine enhancement. A column of pure white light pierced the heavens. The death-filled bone dragon shook violently. Rotten bones vanished, scales regenerated, and dark green ghost fire transformed into red-gold sacred flame. Beneath the undead supreme itself, I forcibly enhanced its mount into a tier 9 sacred dragon. It turned its head and breathed a world-spanning torrent of sacred dragon fire at its former master. Impossible. For the first time, shock and fury entered the undead supreme's voice. Sacred dragon breath tore apart its shield of death energy. At that instant, Catherine, the 3 four-winged angels, and I unleashed everything. Thunderous rupture, meteor firefall, holy spears, and sacred dragon breath 5 world-destroying powers struck the same point. Rumble. The undead supreme's bone mask cracked piece by piece. Its body of 90 million health exploded from within into fragments that filled the sky. With their commander dead, nearly 1,000 ghost dragons collapsed into chaos. Some were purified, while others submitted to the newborn sacred dragon. You have killed the undead supreme, a tier 10 undead deity, and gained 50 million EXP. You have advanced to a tier 10 legendary lord, the maximum level. Divine enhancement has advanced into Creator's hand. You may now enhance undead, sacred dragons, and even deities. Golden light soared and enveloped me. In a single battle, I rose from Tier 3 Legendary to the maximum and incorporated the Undead Empire's entire Ghost Dragon Legion. Over the following year, I used the Sacred Dragon to lead my advance and destroyed the undead castles one by one. Each time a fortress fell, Creator's hand transformed its dark knights, bone dragons, and necromancers from enemies into soldiers. The hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of dead territory became my richest source of troops. Then my armies swept across the Beast Continent. Angel reincarnation pools, dragon nests, and divine titan halls all became mine, and I enhanced tens of thousands of ten-winged angels, sacred dragons, and titan gods. Within 3 years, I commanded tens of millions of soldiers and conquered the entire Beast Continent. Taro Okamura, Mike, and every former name on the global rankings submitted, as did the native dragons, demons, and elementals. I, Tang Foam, became the undisputed ruler of the planet. Yet on the day I reached the summit, I remembered one person, Xiao Qiuyue, Ripple Fairy, third on the global combat power rankings. Her name never appeared among those I conquered, and she never came online again. Then the system displayed one final private message containing a single sentence. Tang Foam, congratulations. You won. The truth is that I was never on your server. I am a tester from headquarters. This Lordship War was a reality simulation designed to select cross-world operatives. You passed. See you back on Earth. The Lordship War ended. I left my throne on the Beast Continent and returned to Earth, resuming a life of work, crowded subway rides, and homes I could never afford. Those 3 years of conquest and the tens of millions who had knelt before me felt like an impossibly vivid dream. Half a month later, while pursuing a fugitive at night, a strange white light swept me away. When I opened my eyes, I stood in a parallel world almost identical to Earth, but subtly wrong in every detail. A police badge rested on my chest, and my identity belonged to a newly hired officer. I instinctively raised one hand. A familiar glow the power to enhance all creation shimmered once again at my fingertips. At the entrance to the police station in that unfamiliar city, a female medical examiner dressed in white turned toward me, long black hair flowing down her back. She smiled slightly. New here? My name is Xiao Qiuyue.